4. Summer comes on and life is changed. One fine morning Lisa comes into me and says in a jesting tone, "Come, Your Excellency, we are ready." My Excellency is conducted into the street and seated in a cab. As I go along having nothing to do, I read the signboards from right to left. The word Traktier reads Ritkart. That would just suit some baron's family, Baroness Ritkart. Farther on I drive through fields by the graveyard, which makes absolutely no impression on me, though I shall soon lie in it. Then I drive by forests and again by fields. There is nothing of interest. After 2 hours of driving, My Excellency is conducted into the lower story of a summer villa and installed in a small, very cheerful little room with light blue hangings. At night there is sleeplessness as before, but in the morning I do not put a good face upon it and listen to my wife, but lie in bed. I do not sleep, but lie in the drowsy, half-conscious condition in which you know you are not asleep, but dreaming. At midday I get up and from habit sit down at my table, but I do not work now. I amuse myself with French books in yellow covers, sent me by Katia. Of course, it would be more patriotic to read Russian authors, but I must confess I cherish no particular liking for them. With the exception of 2 or 3 of the older writers, all our literature of today strikes me as not being literature, but a special sort of home industry, which exists simply in order to be encouraged, though people do not readily make use of its products. The very best of these home products cannot be called remarkable and cannot be sincerely praised without qualification. I must say the same of all the literary novelties I have read during the last 10 or 15 years. Not one of them is remarkable, and not one of them can be praised without a but. Cleverness, a good tone, but no talent. Talent, a good tone, but no cleverness. Or talent, cleverness, but not a good tone. I don't say the French books have talent, cleverness, and a good tone. They don't satisfy me either. But they are not so tedious as the Russian, and it is not unusual to find in them the chief element of artistic creation, the feeling of personal freedom, which is lacking in the Russian authors. I don't remember one new book in which the author does not try from the first page to entangle himself in all sorts of conditions and contracts with his conscience. One is afraid to speak of the naked body, another ties himself up hand and foot in psychological analysis, a third must have a warm attitude to man, a fourth purposely scrawls whole descriptions of nature that he may not be suspected of writing with a purpose. One is bent upon being middle class in his work, another must be a nobleman, and so on. There is intentionalness, circumspection, and self-will, but they have neither the independence nor the manliness to write as they like, and therefore there is no creativeness. All this applies to what is called belles lettres. As for serious treatises in Russian on sociology, for instance, on art, and so on, I do not read them simply from timidity. In my childhood and early youth, I had for some reason a terror of doorkeepers and attendants at the theater, and that terror has remained with me to this day. I am afraid of them even now. It is said that we are only afraid of what we do not understand. And indeed, it is very difficult to understand why doorkeepers and theater attendants are so dignified, haughty, and majestically rude. I feel exactly the same terror when I read serious articles. Their extraordinary dignity, their bantering lordly tone, their familiar manner to foreign authors, their ability to split straws with dignity, all that is beyond my understanding. It is intimidating and utterly unlike the quiet, gentlemanly tone to which I am accustomed when I read the works of our medical and scientific writers. It oppresses me to read not only the articles written by serious Russians, but even works translated or edited by them. The pretentious, edifying tone of the preface, the redundancy of remarks made by the translator, which prevent me from concentrating my attention, the question marks and sic in parenthesis scattered all over the book or article by the liberal translator, are to my mind an outrage on the author and on my independence as a reader. Once I was summoned as an expert to a circuit court. In an interval, one of my fellow experts drew my attention to the rudeness of the public prosecutor to the defendants, among whom there were 2 ladies of good education. I believe I did not exaggerate at all when I told him that the prosecutor's manner was no ruder than that of the authors of serious articles to one another. Their manners are, indeed, so rude that I cannot speak of them without distaste. They treat one another, and the writers they criticize either with superfluous respect, at the sacrifice of their own dignity, Or, on the contrary, with far more ruthlessness than I have shown in my notes and my thoughts in regard to my future son-in-law Necker. Accusations of irrationality, of evil intentions, and indeed of every sort of crime, form an habitual ornament of serious articles. And that, as young medical men are fond of saying in their monographs, is the ultima ratio. Such ways must infallibly have an effect on the morals of the younger generation of writers. And so, I am not at all surprised that in the new works with which our literature has been enriched during the last 10 or 15 years, the heroes drink too much vodka, and the heroines are not overchaste. I read French books, and I look out of the window which is open. I can see the spikes of my garden fence, 2 or 3 scraggy trees, and beyond the fence the road, the fields, and beyond them a broad stretch of pine wood. Often I admire a boy and girl, both flaxen-headed and ragged, who clamber on the fence and laugh at my baldness. In their shining little eyes I read, go up, thou bald head." They are almost the only people who care nothing for my celebrity or my rank. Visitors do not come to me every day now. I will only mention the visits of Nikolay and Pyotr Ignatievich. Nikolay usually comes to me on holidays, with some pretext of business, though really to see me. He arrives very much exhilarated, a thing which never occurs to him in the winter. "What have you to tell me?" I ask, going out to him in the hall. "Your Excellency," he says, pressing his hand to his heart and looking at me with the ecstasy of a lover, "Your Excellency. God be my witness, strike me dead on the spot, gaudimus egitur juventus." And he greedily kisses me on the shoulder, on the sleeve, and on the buttons. "Is everything going well?" I ask him. "Your Excellency, so help me God." He persists in groveling before me for no sort of reason, and soon bores me, so I send him away to the kitchen, where they give him dinner. Pyotr Ignatievich comes to see me on holidays, too, with the special object of seeing me and sharing his thoughts with me. He usually sits down near my table, modest, neat, and reasonable, and does not venture to cross his legs or put his elbows on the table. All the time, in a soft, even little voice, in rounded bookish phrases, he tells me various, to his mind, very interesting and piquant items of news which he has read in the magazines and journals. They are all alike and may be reduced to this type. A Frenchman has made a discovery, someone else, a German, has denounced him, proving that the discovery was made in 1870 by some American, while a third person, also a German, trumps them both by proving they both had made fools of themselves, mistaking bubbles of air for dark pigment under the microscope. Even when he wants to amuse me, Pyotr Ignatievich tells me things in the same lengthy, circumstantial manner as though he were defending a thesis, enumerating in detail the literary sources from which he is deriving his narrative, doing his utmost to be accurate as to the date and number of the journals, and the name of every one concerned, invariably mentioning it in full Jean Jacques Petty, never simply Petty. Sometimes he stays to dinner with us, and then during the whole of dinner time, he goes on telling me the same sort of piquant anecdotes, reducing everyone at table to a state of dejected boredom. If Necker and Lisa begin talking before him of fugues and counterpoint, Brahms and Bach, he drops his eyes modestly and is overcome with embarrassment. He is ashamed that such trivial subjects should be discussed before such serious people as him and me. In my present state of mind, 5 minutes of him is enough to sicken me as though I had been seeing and hearing him for an eternity. I hate the poor fellow. His soft, smooth voice and bookish language exhaust me, and his stories stupefy me. He cherishes the best of feelings for me and talks to me simply in order to give me pleasure, and I repay him by looking at him as though I wanted to hypnotize him and think, "Go, go, go." But he is not amenable to thought suggestion and sits on and on and on. While he is with me, I can never shake off the thought. It's possible when I die he will be appointed to succeed me, and my poor lecture hall presents itself to me as an oasis in which the spring is died up. And I am ungracious, silent, and surly with Pyotr Ignatievich, as though he were to blame for such thoughts and not I myself. When he begins, as usual, praising up the German savants instead of making fun of him good-humoredly, as I used to do, I mutter sullenly, "Asses, your Germans." That is like the late Professor Nikita Krylov, who once, when he was bathing with Pirogov at Revel and vexed at the waters being very cold, burst out with, "Scoundrels, these Germans." I behave badly with Pyotr Ignatievich, and only when he is going away, and from the window I catch a glimpse of his gray hat behind the garden fence, I want to call out and say, "Forgive me, my dear fellow." Dinner is even drearier than in the winter. Necker, whom now I hate and despise, dines with us almost every day. I used to endure his presence in silence, now I aim biting remarks at him which make my wife and daughter blush. Carried away by evil feeling, I often say things that are simply stupid, and I don't know why I say them. So on one occasion it happened that I stared a long time at Necker, and apropos of nothing, I fired off. An eagle may perchance swoop down below a cock, but never will the fowl soar upwards to the clouds. And the most vexatious thing is that the foul Necker shows himself much cleverer than the eagle professor. Knowing that my wife and daughter are on his side, he takes up the line of meeting my jibes with condescending silence, as though to say, "The old chap is in his dotage, what's the use of talking to him?" Or he makes fun of me good-naturedly. It is wonderful how petty a man may become. I am capable of dreaming all dinner time of how Necker will turn out to be an adventurer, how my wife and Lisa will come to see their mistake, and how I will taunt them, and such absurd thoughts at the time when I am standing with one foot in the grave. There are now, too, misunderstandings of which in the old days I had no idea except from hearsay. Though I am ashamed of it, I will describe one that occurred the other day after dinner. I was sitting in my room smoking a pipe. My wife came in as usual, sat down, and began saying what a good thing it would be for me to go to Kharkov now while it is warm and I have free time, and there find out what sort of person our Necker is. "Very good, I will go," I assented. My wife, pleased with me, got up and was going to the door, but turned back and said, "By the way, I have another favor to ask of you. I know you will be angry, but it is my duty to warn you. Forgive my saying it, Nikolay Stepanovich, but all our neighbors and acquaintances have begun talking about your being so often at Katya's. She is clever and well-educated. I don't deny that her company may be agreeable, but at your age, and with your social position, it seems strange that you should find pleasure in her society. Besides, she has such a reputation that—" All the blood suddenly rushed to my brain, my eyes flashed fire. I leaped up and, clutching at my head and stamping my feet, shouted in a voice unlike my own, "Let me alone, let me alone, let me alone." Probably my face was terrible, my voice was strange, for my wife suddenly turned pale and began shrieking aloud in a despairing voice that was utterly unlike her own. Lisa, Necker than Jäger, came running in at our shouts. "Let me alone," I cried, "let me alone, go away." My legs turned numb as though they had ceased to exist. I felt myself falling into someone's arms. For a little while I still heard weeping, then sank into a swoon which lasted 2 or 3 hours. Now about Katya, she comes to see me every day towards evening, and of course neither the neighbors nor our acquaintances can avoid noticing it. She comes in for a minute and carries me off for a drive with her. She has her own horse and a new chaise bought this summer. Altogether, she lives in an expensive style. She has taken a big detached villa with a large garden, and has taken all her town retinue with her 2 maids, a coachman. I often ask her, "Katya, what will you live on when you have spent your father's money?" "Then we shall see," she answers. "That money, my dear, deserves to be treated more seriously. It was earned by a good man, by honest labor. You have told me that already, I know it. At first we drive through the open country, then through the pine wood which is visible from my window. Nature seems to me as beautiful as it always has been, though some evil spirit whispers to me that these pines and fir trees, birds, and white clouds on the sky will not notice my absence when in 3 or 4 months I am dead. Katya loves driving, and she is pleased that it is fine weather and that I am sitting beside her. She is in good spirits and does not say harsh things. "You are a very good man, Nikolay Stepanovich," she says. "You are a rare specimen, and there isn't an actor who would understand how to play you. Me or Mihail Fyodorovich, for instance, any poor actor could do, but not you, and I envy you horribly. Do you know what I stand for? What?" She ponders for a minute, and then asks me, "Nikolay Stepanovich, I am a negative phenomenon, yes." "Yes," I answer. What am I to do?" What answer was I to make her? It is easy to say, work, or give your possessions to the poor, or know yourself. And because it is so easy to say that, I don't know what to answer. My colleagues, when they teach therapeutics, advise the individual study of each separate case. One has but to obey this advice to gain the conviction that the methods recommended in the textbooks as the best, and as providing a safe basis for treatment turn out to be quite unsuitable in individual cases. It is just the same in moral ailments. But I must make some answer, and I say, you have too much free time, my dear. You absolutely must take up some occupation. After all, why shouldn't you be an actress again if it is your vocation? I cannot. Your tone and manner suggest that you are a victim. I don't like that, my dear. It is your own fault. Remember, you began with falling out with people in methods, but you have done nothing to make either better. You did not struggle with evil, but were cast down by it, and you are not the victim of the struggle, but of your own impotence. Well, of course you were young and inexperienced then, now it may all be different. Yes, really, go on the stage. You will work, you will serve a sacred art. Don't pretend, Nikolay Stepanovich, Katya interrupts me. Let us make a compact once for all. We will talk about actors, actresses, and authors, but we will let art alone. You are a splendid and rare person, but you don't know enough about art sincerely to think it sacred. You have no instinct or feeling for art. You have been hard at work all your life and have not had time to acquire that feeling. Altogether, I don't like talk about art, she goes on nervously. I don't like it. And my goodness, how they have vulgarized it. Who has vulgarized it? They have vulgarized it by drunkenness, the newspapers by their familiar attitude, clever people by philosophy. Philosophy has nothing to do with it. Yes, it has. If anyone philosophizes about it, it shows he does not understand it. To avoid bitterness, I hasten to change the subject, and then sit a long time silent. Only when we are driving out of the wood and turning towards Katya's villa, I go back to my former question and say, you have still not answered me, why you don't want to go on the stage. Nikolay Stepanovich, this is cruel, she cries and suddenly flushes all over. You want me to tell you the truth aloud? Very well, if you like it, I have no talent and a great deal of vanity, so there. After making this confession, she turns her face away from me, and to hide the trembling of her hands, tugs violently at the reins. As we are driving towards her villa, we see Mihail Fyodorovitch walking near the gate, impatiently awaiting us. That Mihail Fyodorovitch again, says Katya with vexation. Do rid me of him, please. I am sick and tired of him. Bother him. Mihail Fyodorovitch ought to have gone abroad long ago, but he puts off going from week to week. Of late there have been certain changes in him. He looks, as it were, sunken, has taken to drinking until he is tipsy, a thing which never used to happen to him, and his black eyebrows are beginning to turn gray. When our chaise stops at the gate, he does not conceal his joy and his impatience. He fussily helps me and Katya out, hurriedly asks questions, laughs, rubs his hands, and that gentle, imploring, pure expression, which I used to notice only in his eyes, is now suffused all over his face. He is glad, and at the same time he is ashamed of his gladness, ashamed of his habit of spending every evening with Katya. And he thinks it necessary to explain his visit by some obvious absurdity such as, I was driving by, and I thought I would just look in for a minute. We all three go indoors. First we drink tea, then the familiar packs of cards, the big piece of cheese, the fruit, and the bottle of Crimean champagne are put upon the table. The subjects of our conversation are not new, they are just the same as in the winter. We fall foul of the university, the students, and literature and the theater. The air grows thick and stifling with evil speaking, and poisoned by the breath, not of two toads as in the winter, but of three. Besides the velvety baritone laugh and the giggle like the gasp of a concertina, the maid who waits upon us hears an unpleasant cracked he, like the chuckle of a general in a vaudeville. 5. There are terrible nights with thunder, lightning, rain, and wind, such as are called among the people sparrow nights. There has been one such night in my personal life. I woke up after midnight and leaped suddenly out of bed. It seemed to me for some reason that I was just immediately going to die. Why did it seem so? I had no sensation in my body that suggested my immediate death, but my soul was oppressed with terror, as though I had suddenly seen a vast, menacing glow of fire. I rapidly struck a light, drank some water straight out of the decanter, then hurried to the open window. The weather outside was magnificent. There was a smell of hay and some other very sweet scent. I could see the spikes of the fence, the gaunt, drowsy trees by the window, the road, the dark streak of woodland. There was a serene, very bright moon in the sky and not a single cloud, perfect stillness, not one leaf stirring. I felt that everything was looking at me and waiting for me to die. It was uncanny. I closed the window and ran to my bed. I felt for my pulse and not finding it in my wrist, tried to find it in my temple, then in my chin and again in my wrist, and everything I touched was cold and clammy with sweat. My breathing came more and more rapidly, my body was shivering, all my inside was in commotion. I had a sensation on my face and on my bald head as though they were covered with spiders' webs. What should I do? Call my family? No, it would be no use. I could not imagine what my wife and Lisa would do when they came into me. I hid my head under the pillow, closed my eyes, and waited. My spine was cold. It seemed to be drawn inwards, and I felt as though death were coming upon me stealthily from behind. Kiwi, Kiwi. I heard a sudden shriek in the night stillness, and did not know where it was in my breast or in the street. Kiwi, Kiwi. My God, how terrible! I would have drunk some more water, but by then it was fearful to open my eyes, and I was afraid to raise my head. I was possessed by unaccountable animal terror, and I cannot understand why I was so frightened. Was it that I wanted to live, or that some new unknown pain was in store for me? Upstairs overhead, someone moaned or laughed. I listened. Soon afterwards, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Someone came hurriedly down, then went up again. A minute later, there was a sound of steps downstairs again. Someone stopped near my door and listened. "Who is there?" I cried. The door opened. I boldly opened my eyes and saw my wife. Her face was pale and her eyes were tear-stained. "You are not asleep, Nikolay Stepanovich?" she asked. "What is it?" "For God's sake, go up and have a look at Lisa. There is something the matter with her." "Very good, with pleasure," I muttered, greatly relieved at not being alone. "Very good this minute." I followed my wife, heard what she said to me, and was too agitated to understand a word. Patches of light from her candle danced about the stairs, our long shadows trembled. My feet caught in the skirts of my dressing gown. I gasped for breath and felt as though something were pursuing me and trying to catch me from behind. I shall die on the spot, here on the staircase, I thought. On the spot. But we passed the staircase, the dark corridor with the Italian windows, and went into Lisa's room. She was sitting on the bed in her nightdress, with her bare feet hanging down, and she was moaning. Oh my God, she was muttering, screwing up her eyes at our candle. I can't bear it. "Lisa, my child," I said, "what is it?" Seeing me, she began crying out, and flung herself on my neck. "My kind papa," she sobbed, "my dear, good papa, my darling, my pet, I don't know what is the matter with me. I am miserable." She hugged me, kissed me, and babbled fond words I used to hear from her when she was a child. "Calm yourself, my child, God be with you," I said. "There is no need to cry. I am miserable too." I tried to tuck her in. My wife gave her water, and we awkwardly stumbled by her bedside. My shoulder jostled against her shoulder, and meanwhile I was thinking how we used to give our children their bath together. Help her, my wife implored me. Do something." What could I do? I could do nothing. There was some load on the girl's heart, but I did not understand, I knew nothing about it, and could only mutter. It's nothing, it will pass. Sleep, sleep." To make things worse, there was a sudden sound of dogs howling, at first subdued and uncertain, then loud, 2 dogs howling together. I had never attached significance to such omens as the howling of dogs or the shrieking of owls, but on that occasion it sent a pang to my heart, and I hastened to explain the howl to myself. It's nonsense, I thought, the influence of one organism on another. The intensely strained condition of my nerves has infected my wife, Lisa, the dog, that is all. Such infection explains presentiments, forebodings. When a little later I went back to my room to write a prescription for Lisa, I no longer thought I should die at once, but only had such a weight, such a feeling of oppression in my soul that I felt actually sorry that I had not died on the spot. For a long time I stood motionless in the middle of the room, pondering what to prescribe for Lisa. But the moans overhead ceased, and I decided to prescribe nothing, and yet I went on standing there. There was a death-like stillness, such a stillness, as some author has expressed it. It rang in one's ears. Time passed slowly, The streaks of moonlight on the windowsill did not shift their position, but seemed as though frozen. It was still some time before dawn. But the gate in the fence creaked. Someone stole in and, breaking a twig from one of those scraggy trees, cautiously tapped on the window with it. "Nikolay Stepanovich," I heard a whisper. "Nikolay Stepanovich." I opened the window and fancied I was dreaming. Under the window, huddled against the wall, stood a woman in a black dress, with the moonlight bright upon her, looking at me with great eyes. Her face was pale, stern, and weird-looking in the moonlight. Like marble, her chin was quivering. "It is I," she said, Katya. In the moonlight, all women's eyes look big and black. All people look taller and paler. And that was probably why I had not recognized her for the first minute. "What is it?" "Forgive me," she said. I suddenly felt unbearably miserable. "I couldn't stand it, so came here. There was a light in your window and I ventured to knock. I beg your pardon. Ah, if you knew how miserable I am, what are you doing just now?" "Nothing, I can't sleep." I had a feeling that there was something wrong, but that is nonsense. Her brows were lifted, her eyes shone with tears, and her whole face was lighted up with the familiar look of trustfulness which I had not seen for so long. "Nikolay Stepanovich," she said imploringly, stretching out both hands to me, "my precious friend, I beg you, I implore you. If you don't despise my affection and respect for you, consent to what I ask of you." "What is it?" "Take my money from me." "Come, what an idea. What do I want with your money?" "You'll go away somewhere for your health. You ought to go for your health. Will you take it?" "Yes, Nikolay Stepanovich, darling, yes." She looked greedily into my face and repeated, "Yes, you will take it." "No, my dear, I won't take it," I said. "Thank you." She turned her back upon me and bowed her head. Probably, I refused her in a tone which made further conversation about money impossible. "Go home to bed," I said. "We will see each other tomorrow." "So you don't consider me your friend?" she asked dejectedly. "I don't say that, but your money would be no use to me now." "I beg your pardon," she said, dropping her voice a whole octave. "I understand you, to be indebted to a person like me, a retired actress, but goodbye." And she went away so quickly that I had not time even to say goodbye. 6. I am in Kharkov. As it would be useless to contend against my present mood, and indeed, beyond my power, I have made up my mind that the last days of my life shall at least be irreproachable externally. If I am unjust in regard to my wife and daughter, which I fully recognize, I will try and do as she wishes. Since she wants me to go to Kharkov, I go to Kharkov. Besides, I have become of late so indifferent to everything that it is really all the same to me where I go, to Kharkov, or to Paris, or to Berdichev. I arrived here at midday and have put up at the hotel not far from the cathedral. The train was jolting, there were drafts, and now I am sitting on my bed, holding my head and expecting tic douloureux. I ought to have gone today to see some professors of my acquaintance, but I have neither strength nor inclination. The old corridor attendant comes in and asks whether I have brought my bed linen. I detain him for 5 minutes and put several questions to him about Necker, on whose account I have come here. The attendant turns out to be a native of Kharkov. He knows the town like the fingers of his hand, but does not remember any household of the surname of Necker. I question him about the estate, the same answer. The clock in the corridor strikes 1, then 2, then 3. These last months in which I am waiting for death seem much longer than the whole of my life, and I have never before been so ready to resign myself to the slowness of time as now. In the old days, when one sat in the station and waited for a train or presided in an examination room, a quarter of an hour would seem an eternity. Now I can sit all night on my bed without moving, and quite unconcernedly reflect that tomorrow will be followed by another night as long and colorless, and the day after tomorrow. In the corridor it strikes 5, 6, 7. It grows dark. There is a dull pain in my cheek, the tick beginning. To occupy myself with thoughts, I go back to my old point of view, when I was not so indifferent, and ask myself why I, a distinguished man, a Privy Councillor, am sitting in this little hotel room, on this bed with the unfamiliar gray quilt. Why am I looking at that cheap tin washing stand and listening to the whir of the wretched clock in the corridor? Is all this in keeping with my fame and my lofty position? And I answer these questions with a jeer. I am amused by the naivete with which I used in my youth to exaggerate the value of renown and of the exceptional position which celebrities are supposed to enjoy. I am famous, my name is pronounced with reverence, my portrait has been both in the Neva and in the illustrated news of the world. I have read my biography even in a German magazine. And what of all that? Here I am sitting utterly alone in a strange town, on a strange bed, rubbing my aching cheek with my hand. Domestic worries, the hard-heartedness of creditors, the rudeness of the railway servants, the inconveniences of the passport system, the expensive and unwholesome food in the refreshment rooms, the general rudeness and coarseness in social intercourse, all this, and a great deal more which would take too long to reckon up, affects me as much as any working man who is famous only in his alley. In what way does my exceptional position find expression? Admitting that I am celebrated 1,000 times over, that I am a hero of whom my country is proud. They publish bulletins of my illness in every paper, letters of sympathy come to me by post from my colleagues, my pupils, the general public, but all that does not prevent me from dying in a strange bed, in misery, in utter loneliness. Of course, no one is to blame for that, but I in my foolishness dislike my popularity. I feel as though it had cheated me. At 10 o'clock I fall asleep, and in spite of the tick I sleep soundly, and should have gone on sleeping if I had not been awakened. Soon after one came a sudden knock at the door. "Who is there?" "A telegram." "You might have waited till tomorrow," I say angrily, taking the telegram from the attendant. "Now I shall not get to sleep again." "I am sorry. Your light was burning, so I thought you were not asleep." I tear open the telegram and look first at the signature. From my wife. What does she want? "Necker was secretly married to Lisa yesterday. Return." I read the telegram, and my dismay does not last long. I am dismayed, not by what Lisa and Necker have done, but by the indifference with which I hear of their marriage. They say philosophers and the truly wise are indifferent. It is false. Indifference is the paralysis of the soul, it is premature death. I go to bed again, and begin trying to think of something to occupy my mind. What am I to think about? I feel as though everything had been thought over already, and there is nothing which could hold my attention now. When daylight comes I sit up in bed with my arms round my knees, and to pass the time I try to know myself. Know thyself is excellent and useful advice. It is only a pity that the ancients never thought to indicate the means of following this precept. When I have wanted to understand somebody or myself, I have considered, not the actions, in which everything is relative, but the desires. Tell me what you want, and I will tell you what manner of man you are. And now I examine myself, what do I want? I want our wives, our children, our friends, our pupils, to love in us not our fame, not the brand and not the label, but to love us as ordinary men. Anything else? I should like to have had helpers and successors. Anything else? I should like to wake up in 100 years' time and to have just a peep out of one eye at what is happening in science. I should have liked to have lived another 10 years. What further? Why, nothing further. I think and can think of nothing more. And however much I might think, and however far my thoughts might travel, it is clear to me that there is nothing vital, nothing of great importance in my desires. In my passion for science, in my desire to live, in this sitting on a strange bed, and in this striving to know myself in all the thoughts, feelings, and ideas I form about everything, there is no common bond to connect it all into one whole. Every feeling and every thought exists apart in me, and in all my criticisms of science, the theater, literature, my pupils, and in all the pictures my imagination draws, even the most skillful analyst could not find what is called a general idea or the God of a living man. And if there is not that, then there is nothing. In a state so poverty-stricken, a serious ailment, the fear of death, the influences of circumstance and men were enough to turn upside down and scatter in fragments all which I had once looked upon as my theory of life, and in which I had seen the meaning and joy of my existence. So there is nothing surprising in the fact that I have overshadowed the last months of my life with thoughts and feelings only worthy of a slave and barbarian, and that now I am indifferent and take no heed of the dawn. When a man has not in him what is loftier and mightier than all external impressions, a bad cold is really enough to upset his equilibrium and make him begin to see an owl in every bird, to hear a dog howling in every sound. And all his pessimism or optimism with his thoughts great and small have at such times significance as symptoms and nothing more. I am vanquished. If it is so, it is useless to think, it is useless to talk. I will sit and wait in silence for what is to come. In the morning, the corridor attendant brings me tea and a copy of the local newspaper. Mechanically, I read the advertisements on the first page, the leading article, the extracts from the newspapers and journals, the chronicle of events. In the latter I find, among other things, the following paragraph. Our distinguished savant, Professor Nikolay Stepanovich so-and-so, arrived yesterday in Kharkov and is staying in the so-and-so hotel. Apparently, illustrious names are created to live on their own account apart from those that bear them. Now my name is promenading tranquilly about Kharkov. In another 3 months, printed in gold letters on my monument, it will shine bright as the sun itself, while I shall be already under the moss. A light tap at the door. Somebody wants me. Who is there? Come in. The door opens, and I step back surprised and hurriedly wrap my dressing gown round me. Before me stands Katya. How do you do? She says, breathless with running upstairs. You didn't expect me. I have come here too. I have come too. She sits down and goes on, hesitating and not looking at me. Why don't you speak to me? I have come too. Today, I found out that you were in this hotel and have come to you. Very glad to see you, I say, shrugging my shoulders, but I am surprised. You seem to have dropped from the skies. What have you come for? Oh, I've simply come. Silence. Suddenly she jumps up impulsively and comes to me. Nikolay Stepanovich, she says, turning pale and pressing her hands on her bosom. Nikolay Stepanovich, I cannot go on living like this. I cannot. For God's sake, tell me quickly, this minute, what I am to do. Tell me, what am I to do? What can I tell you? I ask in perplexity. I can do nothing. Tell me, I beseech you, she goes on, breathing hard and trembling all over. I swear that I cannot go on living like this. It's too much for me. She sinks on a chair and begins sobbing. She flings her head back, wrings her hands, taps with her feet. Her hat falls off and hangs bobbing on its elastic. Her hair is ruffled. Help me, she implores me. I cannot go on. She takes her handkerchief out of her traveling bag, and with it pulls out several letters, which fall from her lap to the floor. I pick them up, and on one of them I recognize the handwriting of Mihail Fyodorovich and accidentally read a bit of a word passionate. There is nothing I can tell you, Katya, I say. Help me, she sobs, clutching at my hand and kissing it. You are my father, you know, my only friend. You are clever, educated, you have lived so long, you have been a teacher. Tell me, what am I to do? Upon my word, Katya, I don't know. I am utterly at a loss and confused, touched by her sobs, and hardly able to stand. Let us have lunch, Katya, I say with a forced smile. Give over crying. And at once I add in a sinking voice. I shall soon be gone, Katya. Only one word, only one word. She weeps, stretching out her hands to me. What am I to do? You are a queer girl, really? I mutter. I don't understand it, so sensible and all at once crying your eyes out. A silence follows. Katya straightens her hair, puts on her hat, then crumples up the letters and stuffs them in her bag, and all this deliberately, in silence. Her face, her bosom, and her gloves are wet with tears, but her expression now is cold and forbidding. I look at her and feel ashamed that I am happier than she. The absence of what my philosophic colleagues call a general idea I have detected in myself only just before death, in the decline of my days, while the soul of this poor girl has known, and will know no refuge all her life. All her life. Let us have lunch, Katya, I say. No, thank you, she answers coldly. Another minute passes in silence. I don't like Kharkov, I say. It's so gray here, such a gray town. Yes, perhaps. It's ugly. I am here not for long, passing through. I am going on today. Where? To the Crimea, that is, to the Caucasus. Oh, for long? I don't know. Katya gets up, and, with a cold smile, holds out her hand without looking at me. I want to ask her, then you won't be at my funeral? But she does not look at me, her hand is cold and, as it were, strange. I escort her to the door in silence. She goes out, walks down the long corridor without looking back. She knows that I am looking after her, and most likely she will look back at the turn. No, she did not look back. I've seen her black dress for the last time, her steps have died away. Farewell, my treasure. The Privy Councillor. At the beginning of April in 1870, my mother, Klavdia Arhipovna, the widow of a lieutenant, received from her brother Ivan, a privy councillor in Petersburg, a letter in which, among other things, this passage occurred. My liver trouble forces me to spend every summer abroad, and as I have not at the moment the money in hand for a trip to Marienbad, it is very possible, dear sister, that I may spend this summer with you at Kochuvko. On reading the letter, my mother turned pale and began trembling all over. Then an expression of mingled tears and laughter came into her face. She began crying and laughing. This conflict of tears and laughter always reminds me of the flickering and spluttering of a brightly burning candle when one sprinkles it with water. Reading the letter once more, Mother called together all the household, and in a voice broken with emotion began explaining to us that there had been 4 Gundasov brothers. One Gundasov had died as a baby, another had gone to the war, and he, too, was dead. The third, without offense to him be it said, was an actor. The fourth has risen far above us, my mother brought out tearfully. My own brother, we grew up together, and I am all of a tremble, a privy councillor with the rank of a general. How shall I meet him, my angel brother? What can I, a foolish, uneducated woman, talk to him about? It's 15 years since I've seen him, Andrushenka. My mother turned to me. You must rejoice, little stupid. It's a piece of luck for you that God is sending him to us. After we had heard a detailed history of the Gundasovs, there followed a fuss and bustle in the place, such as I had been accustomed to see only before Christmas and Easter. The sky above and the water in the river were all that escaped. Everything else was subjected to a merciless cleansing, scrubbing, painting. If the sky had been lower and smaller and the river had not flowed so swiftly, they would have scoured them, too, with bath brick and rubbed them, too, with tow. Our walls were as white as snow, but they were whitewashed. The floors were bright and shining, but they were washed every day. The cat Bobtail, as a small child I had cut off a good quarter of his tail with the knife used for chopping the sugar, and that was why he was called Bobtail, was carried off to the kitchen and put in charge of Anastasia. Fedka was told that if any of the dogs came near the front door, God would punish him. But no one was so badly treated as the poor sofas, easy chairs, and rugs. They had never before been so violently beaten as on this occasion in preparation for our visitor. My pigeons took fright at the loud thud of the sticks and were continually flying up into the sky. The tailor Spiridon, the only tailor in the whole district who ventured to make for the gentry, came over from Novostrovka. He was a hard-working, capable man who did not drink and was not without a certain fancy and feeling for form, but yet he was an atrocious tailor. His work was ruined by hesitation. The idea that his cut was not fashionable enough made him alter everything half a dozen times, walk all the way to the town simply to study the dandies, and in the end, dress us in suits that even a caricaturist would have called outré and grotesque. We cut a dash in impossibly narrow trousers and in such short jackets that we always felt quite abashed in the presence of young ladies. This Spiridon spent a long time taking my measure. He measured me all over lengthways and crossways, as though he meant to put hoops round me like a barrel. Then he spent a long time noting down my measurements with a thick pencil on a bit of paper, and ticked off all the measurements with triangular signs. When he had finished with me, he set to work on my tutor, Yegor Alexeyevich Pobyadimsky. My beloved tutor was then at the stage when young men watch the growth of their mustache and are critical of their clothes, and so you can imagine the devout awe with which Spiridon approached him. Yegor Alexeyevich had to throw back his head, to straddle his legs like an inverted V, first lift up his arms, then let them fall. Spiridon measured him several times, walking round him during the process like a lovesick pigeon round its mate, going down on one knee, bending double. My mother, weary, exhausted by her exertions and heated by ironing, watched these lengthy proceedings and said, "Mind now, Spiridon, you will have to answer for it to God if you spoil the cloth, and it will be the worse for you if you don't make them fit." Mother's words threw Spiridon first into a fever, then into a perspiration, for he was convinced that he would not make them fit. He received 1 ruble 20 kopecks for making my suit, and for Pobyadimsky's 2 rubles, but we provided the cloth, the lining, and the buttons. The price cannot be considered excessive, as Novostrovka was about 7 miles from us, and the tailor came to fit us 4 times. When he came to try the things on, and we squeezed ourselves into the tight trousers and jackets adorned with basting threads, Mother always frowned contemptuously and expressed her surprise. Goodness knows what the fashions are coming to nowadays. I am positively ashamed to look at them. If brother were not used to Petersburg, I would not get you fashionable clothes. Spiridon, relieved that the blame was thrown on the fashion and not on him, shrugged his shoulders and sighed, as though to say, "There's no help for it, it's the spirit of the age." The excitement with which we awaited the arrival of our guest can only be compared with the strained suspense with which spiritualists wait from minute to minute the appearance of a ghost. Mother went about with a sick headache and was continually melting into tears. I lost my appetite, slept badly, and did not learn my lessons. Even in my dreams I was haunted by an impatient longing to see a general, that is, a man with epaulettes and an embroidered collar sticking up to his ears, and with a naked sword in his hands, exactly like the one who hung over the sofa in the drawing-room and glared with terrible black eyes at everybody who dared to look at him. Pobyedimsky was the only one who felt himself in his element. He was neither terrified nor delighted, and merely from time to time, when he heard the history of the Gusev family, said, "Yes, it will be pleasant to have someone fresh to talk to." My tutor was looked upon among us as an exceptional nature. He was a young man of 20, with a pimply face, shaggy locks, a low forehead, and an unusually long nose. His nose was so big that when he wanted to look close at anything he had to put his head on one side like a bird. To our thinking, there was not a man in the province cleverer, more cultivated, or more stylish. He had left the high school in the class next to the top, and had then entered a veterinary college, from which he was expelled before the end of the first half-year. The reason of his expulsion he carefully concealed, which enabled anyone who wished to do so to look upon my instructor as an injured, and to some extent a mysterious person. He spoke little and only of intellectual subjects. He ate meat during the fasts, and looked with contempt and condescension on the life going on around him, which did not prevent him, however, from taking presents, such as suits of clothes, from my mother, and drawing funny faces with red teeth on my kites. Mother disliked him for his pride, but stood in awe of his cleverness. Our visitor did not keep us long waiting. At the beginning of May, 2 wagon loads of big boxes arrived from the station. These boxes looked so majestic that the drivers instinctively took off their hats as they lifted them down. There must be uniforms and gunpowder in those boxes, I thought. Why gunpowder? Probably the conception of a general was closely connected in my mind with cannons and gunpowder. When I woke up on the morning of the 10th of May, Nurse told me in a whisper that my uncle had come. I dressed rapidly, and, washing after a fashion, flew out of my bedroom without saying my prayers. In the vestibule, I came upon a tall, solid gentleman with fashionable whiskers and a foppish-looking overcoat. Half dead with devout awe, I went up to him, and remembering the ceremonial Mother had impressed upon me, I scraped my foot before him, made a very low bow, and craned forward to kiss his hand. But the gentleman did not allow me to kiss his hand. He informed me that he was not my uncle, but my uncle's footman, Pyotr. The appearance of this Pyotr, far better dressed than Pobyedimsky or me, excited in me the utmost astonishment, which, to tell the truth, has lasted to this day. Can such dignified, respectable people with stern and intellectual faces really be footmen? And what for? Pyotr told me that my uncle was in the garden with my mother. I rushed into the garden. Nature, knowing nothing of the history of the Gusev family and the rank of my uncle, felt far more at ease and unconstrained than I. There was a clamor going on in the garden, such as one only hears at fairs. Masses of starlings flitting through the air and hopping about the walks were noisily chattering as they hunted for cockchafers. There were swarms of sparrows in the lilac bushes, which threw their tender, fragrant blossoms straight in one's face. Wherever one turned, from every direction came the note of the golden oriole and the shrill cry of the hoopoe and the red-legged falcon. At any other time, I should have begun chasing dragonflies or throwing stones at a crow which was sitting on a low mound under an aspen tree, with his blunt beak turned away. But at that moment, I was in no mood for mischief. My heart was throbbing, and I felt a cold sinking at my stomach. I was preparing myself to confront a gentleman with epaulettes, with a naked sword, and with terrible eyes. But imagine my disappointment. A dapper little foppish gentleman in white silk trousers, with a white cap on his head, was walking beside my mother in the garden. With his hands behind him and his head thrown back, every now and then running on ahead of mother, he looked quite young. There was so much life and movement in his whole figure that I could only detect the treachery of age when I came close up behind and saw beneath his cap a fringe of close-cropped silver hair. Instead of the staid dignity and stolidity of a general, I saw an almost schoolboyish nimbleness. Instead of a collar sticking up to his ears, an ordinary light blue necktie. Mother and my uncle were walking in the avenue talking together. I went softly up to them from behind and waited for one of them to look round. "What a delightful place you have here, Klavdia," said my uncle. "How charming and lovely it is. Had I known before that you had such a charming place, nothing would have induced me to go abroad all these years." My uncle stooped down rapidly and sniffed at a tulip. Everything he saw moved him to rapture and excitement, as though he had never been in a garden on a sunny day before. The queer man moved about as though he were on springs and chattered incessantly, without allowing mother to utter a single word. All of a sudden Pobyedimsky came into sight from behind an elder tree at the turn of the avenue. His appearance was so unexpected that my uncle positively started and stepped back a pace. On this occasion my tutor was attired in his best Inverness cape with sleeves, in which, especially back view, he looked remarkably like a windmill. He had a solemn and majestic air. Pressing his hat to his bosom in Spanish style, he took a step towards my uncle and made a bow such as a marquis makes in a melodrama, bending forward, a little to one side. "I have the honor to present myself to your High Excellency," he said aloud. "The teacher and instructor of your nephew, formerly a pupil of the Veterinary Institute and a nobleman by birth, Pobyedimsky." This politeness on the part of my tutor pleased my mother very much. She gave a smile and waited in thrilled suspense to hear what clever thing he would say next. But my tutor, expecting his dignified address to be answered with equal dignity, that my uncle would say "H." Like a general, and hold out two fingers, was greatly confused and abashed when the latter laughed genially and shook hands with him. He muttered something incoherent, cleared his throat, and walked away. "Come, isn't that charming?" laughed my uncle. "Just look, he has made his little flourish and thinks he's a very clever fellow. I do like that, upon my soul I do. What youthful aplomb, what life in that foolish flourish, and what boy is this?" he asked, suddenly turning and looking at me. "That is my Andryushenka," my mother introduced me, flushing crimson. "My consolation." I made a scrape with my foot on the sand and dropped a low bow. A fine fellow," muttered my uncle, taking his hand from my lips and stroking me on the head. "So your name is Andrusha, yes, yes. Upon my soul, do you learn lessons?" My mother, exaggerating and embellishing as all mothers do, began to describe my achievements in the sciences and the excellence of my behavior, and I walked round my uncle, and following the ceremonial laid down for me, I continued making low bows. Then my mother began throwing out hints that with my remarkable abilities it would not be amiss for me to get a government nomination to the cadet school. But at the point when I was to have burst into tears and begged for my uncle's protection, my uncle suddenly stopped and flung up his hands in amazement. "My goodness, what's that?" he asked. Tatiana Ivanovna, the wife of our bailiff, Fyodor Petrovna, was coming towards us. She was carrying a starched white petticoat and a long ironing board. As she passed us, she looked shyly at the visitor through her eyelashes and flushed crimson. "Wonders will never cease." My uncle filtered through his teeth, looking after her with friendly interest. "You have a fresh surprise at every step, sister, upon my soul." "She's a beauty," said mother. "They chose her as a bride for Fyodor, though she lived over 70 miles from here." Not everyone would have called Tatiana a beauty. She was a plump little woman of 20, with black eyebrows and a graceful figure, always rosy and attractive looking. But in her face and in her whole person there was not one striking feature, not one bold line to catch the eye, as though nature had lacked inspiration and confidence when creating her. Tatiana Ivanovna was shy, bashful, and modest in her behavior. She moved softly and smoothly, said little, seldom laughed, and her whole life was as regular as her face and as flat as her smooth, tidy hair. My uncle screwed up his eyes looking after her and smiled. Mother looked intently at his smiling face and grew serious. "And so, brother, you've never married?" she sighed. No, I've not married. Why not? Asked Mother softly. How can I tell you? It has happened so. In my youth I was too hard at work, I had no time to live, and when I longed to live I looked round and there I had 50 years on my back already. I was too late, however, talking about it is depressing. My mother and my uncle both sighed at once and walked on, and I left them and flew off to find my tutor, that I might share my impressions with him. Pobiedimsky was standing in the middle of the yard, looking majestically at the heavens. One can see he is a man of culture, he said, twisting his head round. I hope we shall get on together. An hour later Mother came to us. I am in trouble, my dears, she began, sighing. You see, brother has brought a valet with him, and the valet, God bless him, is not one you can put in the kitchen or in the hall. We must give him a room apart. I can't think what I am to do. I tell you what, children, couldn't you move out somewhere to Fyodor's lodge, for instance, and give your room to the valet? What do you say? We gave our ready consent, for living in the lodge was a great deal more free than in the house, under Mother's eye. It's a nuisance, and that's a fact, said Mother. Brother says he won't have dinner in the middle of the day, but between 6 and 7, as they do in Petersburg. I am simply distracted with worry. By 7 o'clock the dinner will be done to rags in the oven. Really, men don't understand anything about housekeeping, though they have so much intellect. Oh dear, we shall have to cook 2 dinners every day. You will have dinner at midday as before, children, while your poor old mother has to wait till 7, for the sake of her brother. Then my mother heaved a deep sigh, bade me try and please my uncle, whose coming was a piece of luck for me for which we must thank God, and hurried off to the kitchen. Pobiedimsky and I moved into the lodge the same day. We were installed in a room which formed the passage from the entry to the bailiff's bedroom. Contrary to my expectations, life went on just as before, drearily and monotonously, in spite of my uncle's arrival and our move into new quarters. We were excused lessons on account of the visitor. Pobiedimsky, who never read anything or occupied himself in any way, spent most of his time sitting on his bed, with his long nose thrust into the air, thinking. Sometimes he would get up, try on his new suit, and sit down again to relapse into contemplation and silence. Only one thing worried him, the flies, which he used mercilessly to squash between his hands. After dinner he usually rested, and his snores were a cause of annoyance to the whole household. I ran about the garden from morning to night, or sat in the lodge sticking my kites together. For the first 2 or 3 weeks we did not see my uncle often. For days together he sat in his own room working, in spite of the flies and the heat. His extraordinary capacity for sitting as though glued to his table produced upon us the effect of an inexplicable conjuring trick. To us idlers, knowing nothing of systematic work, his industry seemed simply miraculous. Getting up at 9, he sat down to his table, and did not leave it till dinner time. After dinner he set to work again, and went on till late at night. Whenever I peeped through the keyhole I invariably saw the same thing, my uncle sitting at the table working. The work consisted in his writing with one hand while he turned over the leaves of a book with the other. And, strange to say, he kept moving all over, swinging his leg as though it were a pendulum, whistling, and nodding his head in time. He had an extremely careless and frivolous expression all the while, as though he were not working, but playing at noughts and crosses. I always saw him wearing a smart short jacket and a jauntily tied cravat, and he always smelt, even through the keyhole, of delicate feminine perfumery. He only left his room for dinner, but he ate little. I can't make brother out, Mother complained of him. Every day we kill a turkey and pigeons on purpose for him. I make a compote with my own hands, and he eats a plateful of broth and a bit of meat the size of a finger and gets up from the table. I begin begging him to eat. He comes back and drinks a glass of milk. And what is there in that, in a glass of milk? It's no better than washing up water. You may die of a diet like that. If I try to persuade him, he laughs and makes a joke of it. No, he does not care for our fare, poor dear. We spent the evenings far more gaily than the days. As a rule, by the time the sun was setting and long shadows were lying across the yard, we, that is, Tatiana Ivanovna, Pobiedimsky, and I were sitting on the steps of the lodge. We did not talk till it grew quite dusk. And indeed, what is one to talk of when every subject has been talked over already? There was only one thing new, my uncle's arrival, and even that subject was soon exhausted. My tutor never took his eyes off Tatiana Ivanovna's face, and frequently heaved deep sighs. At the time, I did not understand those sighs and did not try to fathom their significance. Now they explain a great deal to me. When the shadows merged into one thick mass of shade, the bailiff Fyodor would come in from shooting or from the field. This Fyodor gave me the impression of being a fierce and even a terrible man. The son of a Russianized gypsy from Izumsko, swarthy-faced and curly-headed, with big black eyes and a matted beard, he was never called among our Kachuvko peasants by any name but the devil. And, indeed, there was a great deal of the gypsy about him apart from his appearance. He could not, for instance, stay at home and went off for days together into the country or into the woods to shoot. He was gloomy, ill-humored, taciturn, was afraid of nobody, and refused to recognize any authority. He was rude to mother, addressed me familiarly, and was contemptuous of Pobyadimsky's learning. All this we forgave him, looking upon him as a hot-tempered and nervous man. Mother liked him because, in spite of his gypsy nature, he was ideally honest and industrious. He loved his Tatiana Ivanovna passionately, like a gypsy, but this love took in him a gloomy form, as though it cost him suffering. He was never affectionate to his wife in our presence, but simply rolled his eyes angrily at her and twisted his mouth. When he came in from the fields, he would noisily and angrily put down his gun, would come out to us on the steps, and sit down beside his wife. After resting a little, he would ask his wife a few questions about household matters, and then sink into silence. "Let us sing," I would suggest. My tutor would tune his guitar, and in a deep deacon's bass strike up in the midst of the valley. We would begin singing. My tutor took the bass, Fyodor sang in a hardly audible tenor, while I sang soprano in unison with Tatiana Ivanovna. When the whole sky was covered with stars and the frogs had left off croaking, they would bring in our supper from the kitchen. We went into the lodge and sat down to the meal. My tutor and the gypsy ate greedily, with such a sound that it was hard to tell whether it was the bones crunching or their jaws, and Tatiana Ivanovna and I scarcely succeeded in getting our share. After supper, the lodge was plunged in deep sleep. One evening, it was at the end of May, we were sitting on the steps waiting for supper. A shadow suddenly fell across us, and Gusev stood before us as though he had sprung out of the earth. He looked at us for a long time, then clasped his hands and laughed gaily. "An idyll," he said. "They sing and dream in the moonlight. It's charming, upon my soul. May I sit down and dream with you?" We looked at one another and said nothing. My uncle sat down on the bottom step, yawned, and looked at the sky. A silence followed. Pobyadimsky, who had for a long time been wanting to talk to somebody fresh, was delighted at the opportunity and was the first to break the silence. He had only one subject for intellectual conversation, the epizootic diseases. It sometimes happens that after one has been in an immense crowd, only some one countenance of the thousands remains long imprinted on the memory. In the same way, of all that Pobyadimsky had heard, during his 6 months at the Veterinary Institute, he remembered only one passage. The epizootics do immense damage to the stock of the country. It is the duty of society to work hand in hand with the government in waging war upon them. Before saying this to Gusev, my tutor cleared his throat 3 times, and several times, in his excitement, wrapped himself up in his Inverness. On hearing about the epizootics, my uncle looked intently at my tutor and made a sound between a snort and a laugh. "Upon my soul, that's charming," he said, scrutinizing us as though we were mannequins. "This is actually life. This is really what reality is bound to be. Why are you silent, Pelagia Ivanovna?" he said, addressing Tatiana Ivanovna. She coughed, overcome with confusion. "Talk, my friends, sing, play, don't lose time. You know time, the rascal, runs away and waits for no man. Upon my soul, before you have time to look round, old age is upon you. Then it is too late to live, that's how it is, Pelagia Ivanovna. We mustn't sit still and be silent." At that point, supper was brought out from the kitchen. Uncle went into the lodge with us, and to keep us company ate 5 curd fritters and the wing of a duck. He ate and looked at us. He was touched and delighted by us all. Whatever silly nonsense my precious tutor talked, and whatever Tatiana Ivanovna did, he thought charming and delightful. When after supper Tatiana Ivanovna sat quietly down and took up her knitting, he kept his eyes fixed on her fingers and chatted away without ceasing. "Make all the haste you can to live, my friends," he said. "God forbid you should sacrifice the present for the future. There is youth, health, fire in the present, the future is smoke and deception. As soon as you are 20, begin to live. Tatiana Ivanovna dropped a knitting needle. My uncle jumped up, picked up the needle, and handed it to Tatiana Ivanovna with a bow, and for the first time in my life, I learnt that there were people in the world more refined than Pobyedimsky. Yes, my uncle went on, love, marry, do silly things. Foolishness is a great deal more living and healthy than our straining and striving after rational life. My uncle talked a great deal, so much that he bored us. I sat on a box listening to him and dropping to sleep. It distressed me that he did not once all the evening pay attention to me. He left the lodge at 2 o'clock, when, overcome with drowsiness, I was sound asleep. From that time forth my uncle took to coming to the lodge every evening. He sang with us, had supper with us, and always stayed on till 2 o'clock in the morning, chatting incessantly, always about the same subject. His evening and night work was given up, and by the end of June, when the Privy Councillor had learned to eat mother's turkey and compote, his work by day was abandoned too. My uncle tore himself away from his table and plunged into life. In the daytime he walked up and down the garden, he whistled to the workmen and hindered them from working, making them tell him their various histories. When his eye fell on Tatiana Ivanovna, he ran up to her, and, if she were carrying anything, offered his assistance, which embarrassed her dreadfully. As the summer advanced my uncle grew more and more frivolous, volatile, and careless. Pobyedimsky was completely disillusioned in regard to him. He is too one-sided, he said. There is nothing to show that he is in the very foremost ranks of the service, and he doesn't even know how to talk. At every word it's upon my soul. No, I don't like him. From the time that my uncle began visiting the lodge, there was a noticeable change both in Fyodor and my tutor. Fyodor gave up going out shooting, came home early, sat more taciturn than ever, and stared with particular ill humor at his wife. In my uncle's presence, my tutor gave up talking about epizootics, frowned, and even laughed sarcastically. Here comes our little bantam cock. He growled on one occasion when my uncle was coming into the lodge. I put down this change in them both to their being offended with my uncle. My absent-minded uncle mixed up their names, and to the very day of his departure failed to distinguish which was my tutor and which was Tatiana Ivanovna's husband. Tatiana Ivanovna herself he sometimes called Nastasia, sometimes Pelagia, and sometimes Yevdokia. Touched and delighted by us, he laughed and behaved exactly as though in the company of small children. All this, of course, might well offend young men. It was not a case of offended pride, however, but, as I realize now, subtler feelings. I remember one evening I was sitting on the box struggling with sleep. My eyelids felt glued together and my body, tired out by running about all day, drooped sideways. But I struggled against sleep and tried to look on. It was about midnight. Tatiana Ivanovna, rosy and unassuming as always, was sitting at a little table sewing at her husband's shirt. Fyodor, sullen and gloomy, was staring at her from one corner, and in the other sat Pobyedimsky, snorting angrily and retreating into the high collar of his shirt. My uncle was walking up and down the room thinking. Silence reigned. Nothing was to be heard but the rustling of the linen in Tatiana Ivanovna's hands. Suddenly my uncle stood still before Tatiana Ivanovna and said, "You are all so young, so fresh, so nice, you live so peacefully in this quiet place, that I envy you. I have become attached to your way of life here. My heart aches when I remember I have to go away. You may believe in my sincerity." Sleep closed my eyes and I lost myself. When some sound waked me, my uncle was standing before Tatiana Ivanovna, looking at her with a softened expression. His cheeks were flushed. "My life has been wasted," he said. "I have not lived. Your young face makes me think of my own lost youth, and I should be ready to sit here watching you to the day of my death. It would be a pleasure to me to take you with me to Petersburg." "What for?" Fyodor asked in a husky voice. "I should put her under a glass case on my work table. I should admire her and show her to other people. You know, Pelagia Ivanovna, we have no women like you there. Among us there is wealth, distinction, sometimes beauty, but we have not this true sort of life, this healthy serenity." My uncle sat down facing Tatiana Ivanovna and took her by the hand. "So you won't come with me to Petersburg?" he laughed. "In that case give me your little hand. A charming little hand. You won't give it. Come, you miser, let me kiss it anyway. At that moment there was the scrape of a chair. Fyodor jumped up and with heavy, measured steps went up to his wife. His face was pale, gray, and quivering. He brought his fist down on the table with a bang and said in a hollow voice, "I won't allow it." At the same moment, Pobyadimsky jumped up from his chair. He, too, pale and angry, went up to Tatiana Ivanovna, and he, too, struck the table with his fist. I won't allow it," he said. What's the matter?" asked my uncle in surprise. "I won't allow it," repeated Fyodor, banging on the table. My uncle jumped up and blinked nervously. He tried to speak, but in his amazement and alarm could not utter a word. With an embarrassed smile, he shuffled out of the lodge with the hurried step of an old man, leaving his hat behind. When, a little later, my mother ran into the lodge, Fyodor and Pobyadimsky were still hammering on the table like blacksmiths and repeating, "I won't allow it." "What has happened here?" asked Mother. "Why has my brother been taken ill? What's the matter?" Looking at Tatiana's pale, frightened face and at her infuriated husband, Mother probably guessed what was the matter. She sighed and shook her head. "Come, give over banging on the table," she said. "Leave off, Fyodor, and why are you thumping, Yegor Alexeyevich? What have you got to do with it?" Pobyadimsky was startled and confused. Fyodor looked intently at him, then at his wife, and began walking about the room. When Mother had gone out of the lodge, I saw what for long afterwards I looked upon as a dream. I saw Fyodor seize my tutor, lift him up in the air, and thrust him out of the door. When I woke up in the morning, my tutor's bed was empty. To my question where he was, nurse told me in a whisper that he had been taken off early in the morning to the hospital, as his arm was broken. Distressed at this intelligence and remembering the scene of the previous evening, I went out of doors. It was a gray day. The sky was covered with storm clouds, and there was a wind blowing dust, bits of paper, and feathers along the ground. It felt as though rain were coming. There was a look of boredom in the servants and in the animals. When I went into the house, I was told not to make such a noise with my feet, as Mother was ill and in bed with a migraine. What was I to do? I went outside the gate, sat down on the little bench there, and fell to trying to discover the meaning of what I had seen and heard the day before. From our gate there was a road which, passing the forge and the pool which never dried up, ran into the main road. I looked at the telegraph posts, about which clouds of dust were whirling, and at the sleepy birds sitting on the wires, and I suddenly felt so dreary that I began to cry. A dusty wagonette crammed full of townspeople, probably going to visit the shrine, drove by along the main road. The wagonette was hardly out of sight when a light chaise with a pair of horses came into view. In it was Akim Nikitich, the police inspector, standing up and holding on to the coachman's belt. To my great surprise, the chaise turned into our road and flew by me in at the gate. While I was puzzling why the police inspector had come to see us, I heard a noise, and a carriage with 3 horses came into sight on the road. In the carriage stood the police captain, directing his coachman towards our gate. And why is he coming? I thought, looking at the dusty police captain. Most probably Pobyadimsky has complained of Fyodor to him, and they have come to take him to prison. But the mystery was not so easily solved. The police inspector and the police captain were only the first installment, for 5 minutes had scarcely passed when a coach drove in at our gate. It dashed by me so swiftly that I could only get a glimpse of a red beard. Lost in conjecture and full of misgivings, I ran to the house. In the passage first of all I saw Mother. She was pale and looking with horror towards the door, from which came the sounds of men's voices. The visitors had taken her by surprise in the very throes of migraine. "Who has come, Mother?" I asked. "Sister," I heard my uncle's voice, "will you send in something to eat for the governor and me?" "It is easy to say, something to eat," whispered my mother, numb with horror. "What have I time to get ready now? I am put to shame in my old age." Mother clutched at her head and ran into the kitchen. The governor's sudden visit stirred and overwhelmed the whole household. A ferocious slaughter followed. 12 fowls, 5 turkeys, 8 ducks were killed, and in the fluster the old gander, the progenitor of our whole flock of geese and a great favorite of Mother's, was beheaded. The coachman and the cook seemed frenzied and slaughtered birds at random, without distinction of age or breed. For the sake of some wretched sauce, a pair of valuable pigeons, as dear to me as the gander was to Mother, were sacrificed. It was a long while before I could forgive the governor their death. In the evening, when the governor and his suite, after a sumptuous dinner, had got into their carriages and driven away, I went into the house to look at the remains of the feast. Glancing into the drawing room from the passage, I saw my uncle and my mother. My uncle, with his hands behind his back, was walking nervously up and down close to the wall, shrugging his shoulders. Mother, exhausted and looking much thinner, was sitting on the sofa and watching his movements with heavy eyes. "Excuse me, sister, but this won't do at all," my uncle grumbled, wrinkling up his face. "I introduced the governor to you, and you didn't offer to shake hands. You covered him with confusion, poor fellow. No, that won't do. Simplicity is a very good thing, but there must be limits to it. Upon my soul, and then that dinner. How can one give people such things? What was that mess, for instance, that they served for the fourth course?" "That was duck with sweet sauce," Mother answered softly. "Duck, forgive me, sister, but here I've got heartburn. I am ill." My uncle made a sour, tearful face and went on. "It was the devil sent that governor, as though I wanted his visit, PFF. Heartburn, I can't work or sleep. I am completely out of sorts. And I can't understand how you can live here without anything to do. In this boredom, here I've got a pain coming under my shoulder blade." My uncle frowned and walked about more rapidly than ever. "Brother," my mother inquired softly, "what would it cost to go abroad?" "At least 3,000, my uncle answered in a tearful voice. "I would go, but where am I to get it? I haven't a farthing, PFF, heartburn." My uncle stopped to look dejectedly at the gray, overcast prospect from the window, and began pacing to and fro again. A silence followed. Mother looked a long while at the icon, pondering something, then she began crying and said, "I'll give you the 3,000, brother." 3 days later, the majestic boxes went off to the station, and the Privy Councillor drove off after them. As he said goodbye to Mother, he shed tears, and it was a long time before he took his lips from her hands, but when he got into his carriage his face beamed with childlike pleasure. Radiant and happy, he settled himself comfortably, kissed his hand to my mother, who was crying, and all at once his eye was caught by me. A look of the utmost astonishment came into his face. "What boy is this?" he asked. My mother, who had declared my uncle's coming was a piece of luck for which I must thank God, was bitterly mortified at this question. I was in no mood for questions. I looked at my uncle's happy face, and for some reason I felt fearfully sorry for him. I could not resist jumping up to the carriage and hugging that frivolous man, weak as all men are. Looking into his face and wanting to say something pleasant, I asked, "Uncle, have you ever been in a battle?" "Ah, the dear boy," laughed my uncle, kissing me. "A charming boy, upon my soul. How natural, how living it all is, upon my soul." The carriage set off. I looked after him, and long afterwards that farewell, upon my soul, was ringing in my ears. The man in a case. At the furthest end of the village of Myrnasitsko, some belated sportsmen lodged for the night in the elder Prokofy's barn. There were 2 of them, the veterinary surgeon Ivan Ivanovitch and the schoolmaster Birkin. Ivan Ivanovitch had a rather strange double-barreled surname Tichimsha Himalayski which did not suit him at all, and he was called simply Ivan Ivanovitch all over the province. He lived at a stud farm near the town, and had come out shooting now to get a breath of fresh air. Birkin, the high school teacher, stayed every summer at Count P.S., and had been thoroughly at home in this district for years. They did not sleep. Ivan Ivanovitch, a tall, lean old fellow with long mustaches, was sitting outside the door, smoking a pipe in the moonlight. Birkin was lying within on the hay and could not be seen in the darkness. They were telling each other all sorts of stories. Among other things, they spoke of the fact that the elder's wife, Mavra, a healthy and by no means stupid woman, had never been beyond her native village, had never seen a town nor a railway in her life, and had spent the last 10 years sitting behind the stove, and only at night going out into the street. "What is there wonderful in that?" said Birkin. "There are plenty of people in the world, solitary by temperament, who try to retreat into their shell like a hermit crab or a snail. Perhaps it is an instance of atavism, a return to the period when the ancestor of man was not yet a social animal and lived alone in his den, or perhaps it is only one of the diversities of human character, who knows. I am not a natural science man, and it is not my business to settle such questions. I only mean to say that people like Mavra are not uncommon. There is no need to look far. 2 months ago a man called Byelikov, a colleague of mine, the Greek master, died in our town. You have heard of him, no doubt. He was remarkable for always wearing galoshes and a warm wadded coat and carrying an umbrella even in the very finest weather. And his umbrella was in a case, and his watch was in a case made of gray chamois leather. And when he took out his penknife to sharpen his penknife, too, was in a little case. And his face seemed to be in a case, too, because he always hid it in his turned-up collar. He wore dark spectacles and flannel vests, stuffed up his ears with cotton wool, and when he got into a cab always told the driver to put up the hood. In short, the man displayed a constant and insurmountable impulse to wrap himself in a covering, to make himself, so to speak, a case which would isolate him and protect him from external influences. Reality irritated him, frightened him, kept him in continual agitation, and, perhaps to justify his timidity, his aversion for the actual, he always praised the past and what had never existed. And even the classical languages which he taught were in reality for him galoshes and umbrellas in which he sheltered himself from real life. "Oh, how sonorous, how beautiful is the Greek language," he would say with a sugary expression, and as though to prove his words he would screw up his eyes and, raising his finger, would pronounce anthropos. And Byelikov tried to hide his thoughts also in a case. The only things that were clear to his mind were government circulars and newspaper articles in which something was forbidden. When some proclamation prohibited the boys from going out in the streets after 9 o'clock in the evening, or some article declared carnal love unlawful, it was to his mind clear and definite. It was forbidden, and that was enough. For him there was always a doubtful element, something vague and not fully expressed, in any sanction or permission. When a dramatic club or a reading room or a tea shop was licensed in the town, he would shake his head and say softly, "It is all right, of course. It is all very nice, but I hope it won't lead to anything." Every sort of breach of order, deviation or departure from rule, depressed him, though one would have thought it was no business of his. If one of his colleagues was late for church, or if rumors reached him of some prank of the high school boys, or one of the mistresses was seen late in the evening in the company of an officer, he was much disturbed, and said he hoped that nothing would come of it. At the teachers' meetings, he simply oppressed us with his caution, his circumspection, and his characteristic reflection on the ill behavior of the young people in both male and female high schools, the uproar in the classes. Oh, he hoped it would not reach the ears of the authorities. Oh, he hoped nothing would come of it. And he thought it would be a very good thing if Petrov were expelled from the 2nd class and Yegorov from the 4th. And do you know, by his size, his despondency, his black spectacles on his pale little face, a little face like a polecat's, you know, he crushed us all, and we gave way, reduced Petrov's and Yegorov's marks for conduct, kept them in, and in the end expelled them both. He had a strange habit of visiting our lodgings. He would come to a teacher's, would sit down, and remain silent as though he were carefully inspecting something. He would sit like this in silence for an hour or two and then go away. This he called maintaining good relations with his colleagues, and it was obvious that coming to see us and sitting there was tiresome to him, and that he came to see us simply because he considered it his duty as our colleague. We teachers were afraid of him. And even the headmaster was afraid of him. Would you believe it? Our teachers were all intellectual, right-minded people, brought up on Turgenev and Sht Chedrin, yet this little chap, who always went about with galoshes and an umbrella, had the whole high school under his thumb for 15 long years. High school, indeed he had the whole town under his thumb. Our ladies did not get up private theatricals on Saturdays for fear he should hear of it, and the clergy dared not eat meat or play cards in his presence. Under the influence of people like Byelikov, we have got into the way of being afraid of everything in our town for the last 10 or 15 years. They are afraid to speak aloud, afraid to send letters, afraid to make acquaintances, afraid to read books, afraid to help the poor, to teach people to read and write. Ivan Ivanovitch cleared his throat, meaning to say something, but first lighted his pipe, gazed at the moon, and then said with pauses, "Yes, intellectual, right-minded people read Sht Chedrin and Turgenev, Buckle, and all the rest of them, yet they knocked under and put up with it. That's just how it is." Byelikov lived in the same house as I did, Birkin went on the same story, his door facing mine. We often saw each other, and I knew how he lived when he was at home. And at home it was the same story. dressing gown, nightcap, blinds, bolts, a perfect succession of prohibitions and restrictions of all sorts, and oh, I hope nothing will come of it. Lenten fare was bad for him, yet he could not eat meat. As people might perhaps say, Byelikov did not keep the fasts, and he ate freshwater fish with butternut, a Lenten dish, yet one could not say that it was meat. He did not keep a female servant for fear people might think evil of him, but had as cook an old man of 60, called a fantasy, half-witted and given to tippling, who had once been an officer's servant and could cook after a fashion. This Afanassy was usually standing at the door with his arms folded. With a deep sigh, he would mutter always the same thing. There are plenty of them about nowadays. Byelikov had a little bedroom like a box. His bed had curtains. When he went to bed, he covered his head over. It was hot and stuffy. The wind battered on the closed doors. There was a droning noise in the stove and a sound of sighs from the kitchen, ominous sighs. And he felt frightened under the bedclothes. He was afraid that something might happen, that a fantasy might murder him, that thieves might break in, and so he had troubled dreams all night. And in the morning, when we went together to the high school, he was depressed and pale, and it was evident that the high school full of people excited dread and aversion in his whole being, and that to walk beside me was irksome to a man of his solitary temperament. "They make a great noise in our classes," he used to say, as though trying to find an explanation for his depression. "It's beyond anything." And the Greek master, this man in a case, would you believe it, almost got married. Ivan Ivanovitch glanced quickly into the barn and said, "You are joking." Yes, strange as it seems, he almost got married. A new teacher of history and geography, Mihail Savich Kovalenko, a Little Russian, was appointed. He came, not alone, but with his sister Varenka. He was a tall, dark young man with huge hands, and one could see from his face that he had a bass voice, and in fact, he had a voice that seemed to come out of a barrel boom, boom, boom. And she was not so young, about 30, but she, too, was tall, well-made, with black eyebrows and red cheeks. In fact, she was a regular sugar plum, and so sprightly, so noisy. She was always singing Little Russian songs and laughing. For the least thing she would go off into a ringing laugh, ha ha ha. We made our first thorough acquaintance with the Kovalenkos at the headmaster's name-day party. Among the glum and intensely bored teachers who came even to the name-day party as a duty, we suddenly saw a new Aphrodite risen from the waves. She walked with her arms akimbo, laughed, sang, danced. She sang with feeling "The winds do blow," then another song, and she fascinated us all, even Byelikov. He sat down by her and said with a honeyed smile, "The Little Russian reminds one of the ancient Greek in its softness and agreeable resonance." That flattered her, and she began telling him with feeling and earnestness that they had a farm in the Gadyatsky district, and that her mamma lived at the farm, and that they had such pears, such melons, such kabaks. The Little Russians call pumpkins kabaks, i.e., pothouses, while their pothouses they call shinky, and they make a beetroot soup with tomatoes and aubergines in it, which was so nice, awfully nice. We listened, and suddenly the same idea dawned upon us all. "It would be a good thing to make a match of it," the headmaster's wife said to me softly. We all, for some reason, recalled the fact that our friend Byelikov was not married, and it now seemed to us strange that we had hitherto failed to observe, and had in fact completely lost sight of, a detail so important in his life. What was his attitude to woman? How had he settled this vital question for himself? This had not interested us in the least till then. Perhaps we had not even admitted the idea that a man who went out in all weathers in galoshes and slept under curtains could be in love. "He is a good deal over 40 and she is 30, the headmaster's wife went on, developing her idea. "I believe she would marry him. All sorts of things are done in the provinces through boredom, all sorts of unnecessary and nonsensical things, and that is because what is necessary is not done at all. What need was there, for instance, for us to make a match for this Byelikov, whom one could not even imagine married? The headmaster's wife, the inspector's wife, and all our high school ladies grew livelier and even better looking, as though they had suddenly found a new object in life. The headmaster's wife would take a box at the theater, and we beheld sitting in her box Varenka, with such a fan, beaming and happy, and beside her Byelikov, a little bent figure, looking as though he had been extracted from his house by pincers. I would give an evening party, and the ladies would insist on my inviting Byelikov and Varenka. In short, the machine was set in motion. It appeared that Varenka was not averse to matrimony. She had not a very cheerful life with her brother. They could do nothing but quarrel and scold one another from morning till night. Here is a scene, for instance. Kovalenko would be coming along the street, a tall, sturdy young ruffian in an embroidered shirt, his love-locks falling on his forehead under his cap, in one hand a bundle of books, in the other a thick knotted stick, followed by his sister, also with books in her hand. "But you haven't read it, Mihalik," she would be arguing loudly. "I tell you, I swear you have not read it at all." "And I tell you I have read it," cries Kovalenko, thumping his stick on the pavement. "Oh my goodness, Mihalik, why are you so cross? We are arguing about principles." "I tell you that I have read it," Kovalenko would shout, more loudly than ever. And at home, if there was an outsider present, there was sure to be a skirmish. Such a life must have been wearisome, and of course she must have longed for a home of her own. Besides, there was her age to be considered. There was no time left to pick and choose. It was a case of marrying anybody, even a Greek master. And indeed, most of our young ladies don't mind whom they marry so long as they do get married. However that may be, Varenka began to show an unmistakable partiality for Byelikov. And Byelikov, he used to visit Kovalenko just as he did us. He would arrive, sit down, and remain silent. He would sit quiet, and Varenka would sing to him, "The winds do blow," or would look pensively at him with her dark eyes, or would suddenly go off into a peal ha-ha-ha. Suggestion plays a great part in love affairs, and still more in getting married. Everybody, both his colleagues and the ladies, began assuring Byelikov that he ought to get married, that there was nothing left for him in life but to get married. We all congratulated him, with solemn countenances delivered ourselves of various platitudes, such as, "Marriage is a serious step." Besides, Varenka was good-looking and interesting. She was the daughter of a civil councillor, and had a farm, and what was more, she was the first woman who had been warm and friendly in her manner to him. His head was turned, and he decided that he really ought to get married. "Well, at that point you ought to have taken away his galoshes and umbrella," said Ivan Ivanovitch. "Only fancy, that turned out to be impossible. He put Varenka's portrait on his table, kept coming to see me and talking about Varenka and home life, saying marriage was a serious step. He was frequently at Kovalenko's, but he did not alter his manner of life in the least. On the contrary, indeed, his determination to get married seemed to have a depressing effect on him. He grew thinner and paler, and seemed to retreat further and further into his case. 'I like Varvara Savishna,' he used to say to me, with a faint and wry smile, 'and I know that everyone ought to get married, but, you know, all this has happened so suddenly. One must think a little.' 'What is there to think over?' I used to say to him. 'Get married, that is all.' 'No, marriage is a serious step. One must first weigh the duties before one, the responsibilities, that nothing may go wrong afterwards. It worries me so much that I don't sleep at night. And I must confess I am afraid. Her brother and she have a strange way of thinking. They look at things strangely, you know, and her disposition is very impetuous. One may get married, and then, there is no knowing, one may find oneself in an unpleasant position.' And he did not make an offer. He kept putting it off, to the great vexation of the headmaster's wife and all our ladies. He went on weighing his future duties and responsibilities, and meanwhile he went for a walk with Varenka almost every day. Possibly he thought that this was necessary in his position, and came to see me to talk about family life. And in all probability in the end he would have proposed to her, and would have made one of those unnecessary, stupid marriages such as are made by thousands among us from being bored and having nothing to do, if it had not been for a colossalish scandal. I must mention that Varenka's brother, Kovalenko, detested Byelikov from the first day of their acquaintance, and could not endure him. "I don't understand," he used to say to us, shrugging his shoulders, "I don't understand how you can put up with that sneak, that nasty fizz. Ugh, how can you live here? The atmosphere is stifling and unclean. Do you call yourselves schoolmasters, teachers? You are paltry government clerks. You keep not a temple of science, but a department for red tape and loyal behavior, and it smells as sour as a police station. No, my friends, I will stay with you for a while, and then I will go to my farm and there catch crabs and teach the little Russians. I shall go, and you can stay here with your Judas damn his soul." Or he would laugh till he cried, first in a loud bass, then in a shrill, thin laugh, and ask me, waving his hands, "What does he sit here for? What does he want? He sits and stares. He even gave Byelikov a nickname, the Spider. And it will readily be understood that we avoided talking to him of his sister's being about to marry the Spider. And on one occasion, when the headmaster's wife hinted to him what a good thing it would be to secure his sister's future with such a reliable, universally respected man as Byelikov, he frowned and muttered, "It's not my business, let her marry a reptile if she likes. I don't like meddling in other people's affairs." Now hear what happened next. Some mischievous person drew a caricature of Byelikov walking along in his galoshes with his trousers tucked up under his umbrella with Varenka on his arm. Below, the inscription Anthropos in love. The expression was caught to a marvel, you know. The artist must have worked for more than one night, for the teachers of both the boys' and girls' high schools, the teachers of the seminary, the government officials, all received a copy. Byelikov received one too. The caricature made a very painful impression on him. We went out together. It was the 1st of May, a Sunday, and all of us, the boys and the teachers, had agreed to meet at the high school and then to go for a walk together to a wood beyond the town. We set off, and he was green in the face and gloomier than a storm cloud. "What wicked, ill-natured people there are," he said, and his lips quivered. I felt really sorry for him. We were walking along, and all of a sudden, would you believe it, Kovalenko came bowling along on a bicycle, and after him, also on a bicycle, Varenka, flushed and exhausted, but good-humored and gay. "We are going on ahead," she called. "What lovely weather, awfully lovely." And they both disappeared from our sight. Byelikov turned white instead of green and seemed petrified. He stopped short and stared at me. "What is the meaning of it? Tell me, please," he asked. "Can my eyes have deceived me? Is it the proper thing for high school masters and ladies to ride bicycles?" "What is there improper about it?" I said. "Let them ride and enjoy themselves." "But how can that be?" he cried, amazed at my calm. "What are you saying?" And he was so shocked that he was unwilling to go on, and returned home. Next day he was continually twitching and nervously rubbing his hands, and it was evident from his face that he was unwell. And he left before his work was over, for the first time in his life. And he ate no dinner. Towards evening he wrapped himself up warmly, though it was quite warm weather, and sallied out to the Kovalenkos. Varenka was out. He found her brother, however. "Pray sit down," Kovalenko said coldly, with a frown. His face looked sleepy. He had just had a nap after dinner and was in a very bad humor. Byelikov sat in silence for 10 minutes, and then began. "I have come to see you to relieve my mind. I am very, very much troubled. Some scurrilous fellow has drawn an absurd caricature of me and another person, in whom we are both deeply interested. I regard it as a duty to assure you that I have had no hand in it. I have given no sort of ground for such ridicule. On the contrary, I have always behaved in every way like a gentleman." Kovalenko sat sulky and silent. Byelikov waited a little and went on slowly in a mournful voice. "And I have something else to say to you. I have been in the service for years, while you have only lately entered it, and I consider it my duty as an older colleague to give you a warning. You ride on a bicycle, and that pastime is utterly unsuitable for an educator of youth." "Why so?" asked Kovalenko in his bass. "Surely that needs no explanation, Mihail Savich, surely you can understand that. If the teacher rides a bicycle, what can you expect the pupils to do? You will have them walking on their heads next. And so long as there is no formal permission to do so, it is out of the question. I was horrified yesterday. When I saw your sister, everything seemed dancing before my eyes. A lady or a young girl on a bicycle, it's awful." "What is it you want exactly?" "All I want is to warn you, Mihail Savich. You are a young man, you have a future before you, you must be very, very careful in your behavior, and you are so careless, so careless. You go about in an embroidered shirt, are constantly seen in the street carrying books, and now the bicycle, too. The headmaster will learn that you and your sister ride the bicycle, and then it will reach the higher authorities. Will that be a good thing? It's no business of anybody else if my sister and I do bicycle," said Kovalenko, and he turned crimson. "And damnation take anyone who meddles in my private affairs." Byelikov turned pale and got up. "If you speak to me in that tone, I cannot continue," he said. "And I beg you never to express yourself like that about our superiors in my presence. You ought to be respectful to the authorities." Why have I said any harm of the authorities? Asked Kovalenko, looking at him wrathfully. Please leave me alone. I am an honest man and do not care to talk to a gentleman like you. I don't like sneaks. Byelikov flew into a nervous flutter and began hurriedly putting on his coat, with an expression of horror on his face. It was the first time in his life he had been spoken to so rudely. You can say what you please, he said, as he went out from the entry to the landing on the staircase. I ought only to warn you, possibly someone may have overheard us, and that our conversation may not be misunderstood and harm come of it. I shall be compelled to inform our headmaster of our conversation. In its main features, I am bound to do so. Inform him, you can go and make your report. Kovalenko seized him from behind by the collar and gave him a push, and Byelikov rolled downstairs, thudding with his galoshes. The staircase was high and steep, but he rolled to the bottom unhurt, got up, and touched his nose to see whether his spectacles were all right. But just as he was falling down the stairs, Varenka came in, and with her 2 ladies, they stood below staring, and to Byelikov this was more terrible than anything. I believe he would rather have broken his neck or both legs than have been an object of ridicule. Why, now the whole town would hear of it. It would come to the headmaster's ears, would reach the higher authorities, it might lead to something. There would be another caricature, and it would all end in his being asked to resign his post. When he got up, Varenka recognized him, and, looking at his ridiculous face, his crumpled overcoat, and his galoshes, not understanding what had happened and supposing that he had slipped down by accident, could not restrain herself, and laughed loud enough to be heard by all the flats. Ha ha ha. And this pealing, ringing ha 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 was the last straw that put an end to everything, to the proposed match and to Byelikov's earthly existence. He did not hear what Varenka said to him, he saw nothing. On reaching home, the first thing he did was to remove her portrait from the table. Then he went to bed, and he never got up again. 3 days later a fantasy came to me and asked whether we should not send for the doctor, as there was something wrong with his master. I went in to Byelikov. He lay silent behind the curtain, covered with a quilt. If one asked him a question, he said yes or no and not another sound. He lay there while a fantasy, gloomy and scowling, hovered about him, sighing heavily and smelling like a pothouse. A month later Byelikov died. We all went to his funeral, that is, both the high schools and the seminary. Now when he was lying in his coffin, his expression was mild, agreeable, even cheerful, as though he were glad that he had at last been put into a case which he would never leave again. Yes, he had attained his ideal. And, as though in his honor, it was dull, rainy weather on the day of his funeral, and we all wore galoshes and took our umbrellas. Varenka, too, was at the funeral, and when the coffin was lowered into the grave, she burst into tears. I have noticed that little Russian women are always laughing or crying no intermediate mood. One must confess that to bury people like Byelikov is a great pleasure. As we were returning from the cemetery, we wore discreet Lenten faces. No one wanted to display this feeling of pleasure, a feeling like that we had experienced long ago as children when our elders had gone out and we ran about the garden for an hour or two, enjoying complete freedom. Ah, freedom, freedom. The merest hint, the faintest hope of its possibility gives wings to the soul, does it not? We returned from the cemetery in a good humor. But not more than a week had passed before life went on as in the past, as gloomy, oppressive, and senseless a life not forbidden by government prohibition, but not fully permitted either. It was no better. And indeed, though we had buried Byelikov, how many such men in cases were left, how many more of them there will be. That's just how it is, said Ivan Ivanovitch, and he lighted his pipe. How many more of them there will be, repeated Birkin. The schoolmaster came out of the barn. He was a short, stout man, completely bald, with a black beard down to his waist. The 2 dogs came out with him. What a moon, he said, looking upwards. It was midnight. On the right could be seen the whole village, a long street stretching far away for 4 miles. All was buried in deep silent slumber. Not a movement, not a sound. One could hardly believe that nature could be so still. When on a moonlight night you see a broad village street, with its cottages, haystacks, and slumbering willows, a feeling of calm comes over the soul. In this peace, wrapped away from care, toil, and sorrow in the darkness of night, it is mild, melancholy, beautiful, and it seems as though the stars look down upon it kindly and with tenderness, and as though there were no evil on earth and all were well. On the left, the open country began from the end of the village. It could be seen stretching far away to the horizon, and there was no movement, no sound in that whole expanse bathed in moonlight. "Yes, that is just how it is," repeated Ivan Ivanovitch. "And isn't our living in town, airless and crowded, our writing useless papers, our playing vintisn't that all a sort of case for us? And our spending our whole lives among trivial, fussy men and silly, idle women, our talking and our listening to all sorts of nonsense isn't that a case for us, too? If you like, I will tell you a very edifying story." "No, it's time we were asleep," said Birkin. "Tell it tomorrow." They went into the barn and lay down on the hay, and they were both covered up and beginning to doze when they suddenly heard light footsteps patter. Someone was walking not far from the barn, walking a little and stopping, and a minute later patter again. The dogs began growling. "That's Mavra," said Birkin. The footsteps died away. "You see and hear that they lie," said Ivan Ivanovitch, turning over on the other side, "and they call you a fool for putting up with their lying. You endure insult and humiliation, and dare not openly say that you are on the side of the honest and the free, and you lie and smile yourself. And all that for the sake of a crust of bread, for the sake of a warm corner, for the sake of a wretched little worthless rank in the service. No, one can't go on living like this." "Well, you are off on another tack now, Ivan Ivanovitch," said the schoolmaster. "Let us go to sleep." And 10 minutes later Birkin was asleep. But Ivan Ivanovitch kept sighing and turning over from side to side. Then he got up, went outside again, and, sitting in the doorway, lighted his pipe. Gooseberries. The whole sky had been overcast with rain clouds from early morning. It was a still day, not hot, but heavy, as it is in gray dull weather when the clouds have been hanging over the country for a long while, when one expects rain and it does not come. Ivan Ivanovitch, the veterinary surgeon, and Birkin, the high school teacher, were already tired from walking, and the fields seemed to them endless. Far ahead of them they could just see the windmills of the village of Myrnasitsko. On the right stretched a row of hillocks which disappeared in the distance behind the village, and they both knew that this was the bank of the river, that there were meadows, green willows, homesteads there, and that if one stood on one of the hillocks one could see from it the same vast plain, telegraph wires, and a train which in the distance looked like a crawling caterpillar, and that in clear weather one could even see the town. Now, in still weather, when all nature seemed mild and dreamy, Ivan Ivanovitch and Birkin were filled with love of that countryside, and both thought how great, how beautiful a land it was. "Last time we were in Prokofy's barn," said Birkin, "you were about to tell me a story." "Yes, I meant to tell you about my brother." Ivan Ivanovitch heaved a deep sigh and lighted a pipe to begin to tell his story, but just at that moment the rain began. And 5 minutes later heavy rain came down, covering the sky, and it was hard to tell when it would be over. Ivan Ivanovitch and Birkin stopped in hesitation. The dogs, already drenched, stood with their tails between their legs gazing at them feelingly. "We must take shelter somewhere," said Birkin. "Let us go to Alehin's, it's close by." "Come along." They turned aside and walked through mown fields, sometimes going straight forward, sometimes turning to the right, till they came out on the road. Soon they saw poplars, a garden, then the red roofs of barns, there was a gleam of the river, and the view opened on to a broad expanse of water with a windmill and a white bathhouse. This was Safino, where Alehin lived. The watermill was at work, drowning the sound of the rain, the dam was shaking. Here wet horses with drooping heads were standing near their carts, and men were walking about covered with sacks. It was damp, muddy, and desolate. The water looked cold and malignant. Ivan Ivanovitch and Birkin were already conscious of a feeling of wetness, messiness, and discomfort all over. Their feet were heavy with mud, and when, crossing the dam, they went up to the barns, they were silent, as though they were angry with one another. In one of the barns there was the sound of a winnowing machine, the door was open, and clouds of dust were coming from it. In the doorway was standing Alehin himself, a man of 40, tall and stout, with long hair, more like a professor or an artist than a landowner. He had on a white shirt that badly needed washing, a rope for a belt, drawers instead of trousers, and his boots, too, were plastered up with mud and straw. His eyes and nose were black with dust. He recognized Ivan Ivanovitch and Birkin, and was apparently much delighted to see them. "Go into the house, gentlemen," he said, smiling. "I'll come directly this minute." It was a big 2-storied house. Ailhin lived in the lower story, with arched ceilings and little windows. Where the bailiffs had once lived, here everything was plain, and there was a smell of rye bread, cheap vodka, and harness. He went upstairs into the best rooms only on rare occasions, when visitors came. Ivan Ivanovich and Birkin were met in the house by a maidservant, a young woman so beautiful that they both stood still and looked at one another. "You can't imagine how delighted I am to see you, my friends," said Ailhin, going into the hall with them. "It is a surprise. Pelagia," he said, addressing the girl, "give our visitors something to change into, and by the way, I will change too. Only I must first go and wash, for I almost think I have not washed since spring. Wouldn't you like to come into the bathhouse? And meanwhile they will get things ready here." Beautiful Pelagia, looking so refined and soft, brought them towels and soap, and Ailhin went to the bathhouse with his guests. "It's a long time since I had a wash," he said, undressing. "I have got a nice bathhouse, as you see my father built it, but I somehow never have time to wash." He sat down on the steps and soaped his long hair and his neck, and the water round him turned brown. "Yes, I must say," said Ivan Ivanovich meaningly, looking at his head. "It's a long time since I washed," said Ailhin with embarrassment, giving himself a second soaping, and the water near him turned dark blue, like ink. Ivan Ivanovich went outside, plunged into the water with a loud splash, and swam in the rain, flinging his arms out wide. He stirred the water into waves which set the white lilies bobbing up and down. He swam to the very middle of the mill pond and dived, and came up a minute later in another place, and swam on, and kept on diving, trying to touch the bottom. "Oh my goodness," he repeated continually, enjoying himself thoroughly. "Oh my goodness." He swam to the mill, talked to the peasants there, then returned and lay on his back in the middle of the pond, turning his face to the rain. Birkin and Ailhin were dressed and ready to go, but he still went on swimming and diving. "Oh my goodness," he said. "Oh Lord, have mercy on me." "That's enough," Birkin shouted to him. They went back to the house. And only when the lamp was lighted in the big drawing room upstairs, and Birkin and Ivan Ivanovich, attired in silk dressing gowns and warm slippers, were sitting in armchairs. And Ailhin, washed and combed in a new coat, was walking about the drawing room, evidently enjoying the feeling of warmth, cleanliness, dry clothes, and light shoes. And when lovely Pelagia, stepping noiselessly on the carpet and smiling softly, handed tea and jam on a tray only, then Ivan Ivanovich began on his story. And it seemed as though not only Birkin and Ailhin were listening, but also the ladies, young and old, and the officers who looked down upon them sternly and calmly from their gold frames. "There are two of us brothers," he began, Ivan Ivanovich, and my brother Nikolay Ivanovich, 2 years younger. I went in for a learned profession and became a veterinary surgeon, while Nikolay sat in a government office from the time he was 19. Our father, Chimsha Himalaysky, was a cantonist, but he rose to be an officer and left us a little estate and the rank of nobility. After his death, the little estate went in debts and legal expenses, but anyway, we had spent our childhood running wild in the country. Like peasant children, we passed our days and nights in the fields and the woods, looked after horses, stripped the bark off the trees, fished, and so on. And you know, whoever has once in his life caught perch or has seen the migrating of the thrushes in autumn, watched how they float in flocks over the village on bright, cool days, he will never be a real townsman, and will have a yearning for freedom to the day of his death. My brother was miserable in the government office. Years passed by, and he went on sitting in the same place, went on writing the same papers and thinking of one and the same thing, how to get into the country. And this yearning by degrees passed into a definite desire, into a dream of buying himself a little farm somewhere on the banks of a river or a lake. He was a gentle, good-natured fellow, and I was fond of him, but I never sympathized with this desire to shut himself up for the rest of his life in a little farm of his own. It's the correct thing to say that a man needs no more than 6 feet of earth. But 6 feet is what a corpse needs, not a man. And they say, too, now, that if our intellectual classes are attracted to the land and yearn for a farm, it's a good thing. But these farms are just the same as 6 feet of earth. To retreat from town, from the struggle, from the bustle of life, to retreat and bury oneself in one's farm, it's not life. It's egoism, laziness, it's monasticism of a sort, but monasticism without good works. A man does not need 6 feet of earth or a farm, but the whole globe, all nature, where he can have room to display all the qualities and peculiarities of his free spirit. My brother Nikolay, sitting in his government office, dreamed of how he would eat his own cabbages, which would fill the whole yard with such a savory smell, take his meals on the green grass, sleep in the sun, sit for whole hours on the seat by the gate gazing at the fields and the forest. Gardening books and the agricultural hints in calendars were his delight, his favorite spiritual sustenance. He enjoyed reading newspapers, too, but the only things he read in them were the advertisements of so many acres of arable land and a grass meadow with farmhouses and buildings, a river, a garden, a mill and mill ponds for sale. And his imagination pictured the garden paths, flowers and fruit, starling coats, the carp in the pond, and all that sort of thing, you know. These imaginary pictures were of different kinds according to the advertisements which he came across, but for some reason in every one of them he had always to have gooseberries. He could not imagine a homestead, he could not picture an idyllic nook without gooseberries. Country life has its conveniences, he would sometimes say. You sit on the veranda and you drink tea, while your ducks swim on the pond, there is a delicious smell everywhere and the gooseberries are growing. He used to draw a map of his property, and in every map there were the same things: A, house for the family; B, servants' quarters; C, kitchen garden; D, gooseberry bushes. He lived parsimoniously, was frugal in food and drink, his clothes were beyond description, he looked like a beggar, but kept on saving and putting money in the bank. He grew fearfully avaricious. I did not like to look at him, and I used to give him something and send him presents for Christmas and Easter, but he used to save that too. Once a man is absorbed by an idea, there is no doing anything with him. Years passed, he was transferred to another province. He was over 40, and he was still reading the advertisements in the papers and saving up. Then I heard he was married. Still with the same object of buying a farm and having gooseberries, he married an elderly and ugly widow without a trace of feeling for her, simply because she had filthy lucre. He went on living frugally after marrying her, and kept her short of food, while he put her money in the bank in his name. Her first husband had been a postmaster, and with him she was accustomed to pies and homemade wines, while with her second husband she did not get enough black bread. She began to pine away with this sort of life, and 3 years later she gave up her soul to God. And I need hardly say that my brother never for one moment imagined that he was responsible for her death. Money, like vodka, makes a man queer. In our town there was a merchant who, before he died, ordered a plateful of honey and ate up all his money and lottery tickets with the honey, so that no one might get the benefit of it. While I was inspecting cattle at a railway station, a cattle dealer fell under an engine and had his leg cut off. We carried him into the waiting room. The blood was flowing, it was a horrible thing, and he kept asking them to look for his leg and was very much worried about it. There were 20 rubles in the boot on the leg that had been cut off, and he was afraid they would be lost. That's a story from a different opera, said Birkin. After his wife's death, Ivan Ivanovich went on, after thinking for half a minute, my brother began looking out for an estate for himself. Of course, you may look about for 5 years and yet end by making a mistake and buying something quite different from what you have dreamed of. My brother Nikolay bought through an agent a mortgaged estate of 330 acres, with a house for the family, with servants' quarters, with a park, but with no orchard, no gooseberry bushes, and no duck pond. There was a river, but the water in it was the color of coffee, because on one side of the estate there was a brickyard and on the other a factory for burning bones. But Nikolay Ivanovich did not grieve much. He ordered 20 gooseberry bushes, planted them, and began living as a country gentleman. Last year I went to pay him a visit. I thought I would go and see what it was like. In his letters my brother called his estate Tichumbaraklev Waste, alias Himalaysko. I reached alias Himalaysko in the afternoon. It was hot. Everywhere there were ditches, fences, hedges, fir trees planted in rows, and there was no knowing how to get to the yard where to put one's horse. I went up to the house and was met by a fat red dog that looked like a pig. It wanted to bark, but it was too lazy. The cook, a fat, barefooted woman, came out of the kitchen, and she too looked like a pig and said that her master was resting after dinner. I went in to see my brother. He was sitting up in bed with a quilt over his legs. He had grown older, fatter, wrinkled. His cheeks, his nose, and his mouth all stuck out. He looked as though he might begin grunting into the quilt at any moment. We embraced each other, and shed tears of joy and of sadness at the thought that we had once been young and now were both gray-headed and near the grave. He dressed and led me out to show me the estate. "Well, how are you getting on here?" I asked. "Oh, all right, thank God. I am getting on very well." He was no more a poor timid clerk, but a real landowner, a gentleman. He was already accustomed to it, had grown used to it, and liked it. He ate a great deal, went to the bath-house, was growing stout, was already at law with the village commune and both factories, and was very much offended when the peasants did not call him Your Honor. And he concerned himself with the salvation of his soul in a substantial, gentlemanly manner, and performed deeds of charity, not simply, but with an air of consequence. And what deeds of charity? He treated the peasants for every sort of disease with soda and castor oil, and on his name day had a thanksgiving service in the middle of the village, and then treated the peasants to a gallon of vodka. He thought that was the thing to do. Oh, those horrible gallons of vodka. One day the fat landowner hauls the peasants up before the district captain for trespass, and next day, in honor of a holiday, treats them to a gallon of vodka, and they drink and shout hurrah? And when they are drunk, bow down to his feet. A change of life for the better, and being well-fed and idle develop in a Russian the most insolent self-conceit. Nikolay Ivanovitch, who at one time in the government office was afraid to have any views of his own, now could say nothing that was not gospel truth, and uttered such truths in the tone of a prime minister. Education is essential, but for the peasants it is premature. Corporal punishment is harmful as a rule, but in some cases it is necessary, and there is nothing to take its place. "I know the peasants and understand how to treat them," he would say. "The peasants like me. I need only to hold up my little finger, and the peasants will do anything I like." And all this, observe, was uttered with a wise, benevolent smile. He repeated 20 times over, "We noblemen. I as a noble." Obviously, he did not remember that our grandfather was a peasant and our father a soldier. Even our surname Tchimshahimalaysky, in reality so incongruous, seemed to him now melodious, distinguished, and very agreeable. But the point just now is not he, but myself. I want to tell you about the change that took place in me during the brief hours I spent at his country place. In the evening, when we were drinking tea, the cook put on the table a plateful of gooseberries. They were not bought, but his own gooseberries, gathered for the first time since the bushes were planted. Nikolay Ivanovitch laughed and looked for a minute in silence at the gooseberries, with tears in his eyes. He could not speak for excitement. Then he put one gooseberry in his mouth, looked at me with the triumph of a child who has at last received his favorite toy, and said, "How delicious!" And he ate them greedily, continually repeating, "Ah, how delicious! Do taste them." They were sour and unripe, but as Pushkin says, "Dearer to us the falsehood that exalts than hosts of baser truths." I saw a happy man whose cherished dream was so obviously fulfilled, who had attained his object in life, who had gained what he wanted, who was satisfied with his fate and himself. There is always, for some reason, an element of sadness mingled with my thoughts of human happiness, and on this occasion, at the sight of a happy man, I was overcome by an oppressive feeling that was close upon despair. It was particularly oppressive at night. A bed was made up for me in the room next to my brother's bedroom, and I could hear that he was awake, and that he kept getting up and going to the plate of gooseberries and taking one. I reflected how many satisfied, happy people there really are. What a suffocating force it is. You look at life. The insolence and idleness of the strong, the ignorance and brutishness of the weak, incredible poverty all about us, overcrowding, degeneration, drunkenness, hypocrisy, lying. Yet all is calm and stillness in the houses and in the streets. Of the 50,000 living in a town, there is not one who would cry out, who would give vent to his indignation aloud. We see the people going to market for provisions, eating by day, sleeping by night, talking their silly nonsense, getting married, growing old, serenely escorting their dead to the cemetery. But we do not see and we do not hear those who suffer, and what is terrible in life goes on somewhere behind the scenes. Everything is quiet and peaceful, and nothing protests but mute statistics. So many people gone out of their minds, so many gallons of vodka drunk, so many children dead from malnutrition. And this order of things is evidently necessary. Evidently, the happy man only feels at ease because the unhappy bear their burdens in silence, and without that silence happiness would be impossible. It's a case of general hypnotism. There ought to be behind the door of every happy, contented man someone standing with a hammer, continually reminding him with a tap that there are unhappy people. That however happy he may be, life will show him her laws sooner or later. Trouble will come for him, disease, poverty, losses, and no one will see or hear, just as now he neither sees nor hears others. But there is no man with a hammer. The happy man lives at his ease, and trivial daily cares faintly agitate him like the wind in the aspen tree, and all goes well. That night I realized that I, too, was happy and contented. Ivan Ivanovitch went on, getting up. I, too, at dinner and at the hunt liked to lay down the law on life and religion, and the way to manage the peasantry. I, too, used to say that science was light, that culture was essential, but for the simple people reading and writing was enough for the time. Freedom is a blessing, I used to say. We can no more do without it than without air, but we must wait a little. Yes, I used to talk like that, and now I ask, for what reason are we to wait? Asked Ivan Ivanovitch, looking angrily at Birkin. Why wait, I ask you? What grounds have we for waiting? I shall be told it can't be done all at once. Every idea takes shape in life gradually in its due time. But who is it says that? Where is the proof that it's right? You will fall back upon the natural order of things, the uniformity of phenomena. But is there order and uniformity in the fact that I, a living, thinking man, stand over a chasm and wait for it to close of itself, or to fill up with mud at the very time when perhaps I might leap over it or build a bridge across it? And again, wait for the sake of what? Wait till there's no strength to live, and meanwhile one must live, and one wants to live. I went away from my brothers early in the morning, and ever since then it has been unbearable for me to be in town. I am oppressed by its peace and quiet. I am afraid to look at the windows, for there is no spectacle more painful to me now than the sight of a happy family sitting round the table drinking tea. I am old and am not fit for the struggle. I am not even capable of hatred. I can only grieve inwardly, feel irritated and vexed. But at night my head is hot from the rush of ideas, and I cannot sleep. Ah, if I were young. Ivan Ivanovitch walked backwards and forwards in excitement and repeated, if I were young. He suddenly went up to Ailhin and began pressing first one of his hands, and then the other. Pavel Konstantinovitch, he said in an imploring voice, don't be calm and contented, don't let yourself be put to sleep. While you are young, strong, confident, be not weary in well-doing. There is no happiness, and there ought not to be, but if there is a meaning and an object in life, that meaning and object is not our happiness, but something greater and more rational. Do good. And all this Ivan Ivanovitch said with a pitiful, imploring smile, as though he were asking him a personal favor. Then all three sat in armchairs at different ends of the drawing-room and were silent. Ivan Ivanovitch's story had not satisfied either Birkin or Ailhin. When the generals and ladies gazed down from their gilt frames, looking in the dusk as though they were alive, it was dreary to listen to the story of the poor clerk who ate gooseberries. They felt inclined, for some reason, to talk about elegant people, about women. And their sitting in the drawing-room where everything these chandeliers in their covers, the armchairs, and the carpet under their feet reminded them that those very people who were now looking down from their frames had once moved about, sat, drunk tea in this room, and the fact that lovely Pelagia was moving noiselessly about was better than any story. Ailhin was fearfully sleepy. He had got up early, before 3 o'clock in the morning, to look after his work, and now his eyes were closing. But he was afraid his visitors might tell some interesting story after he had gone, and he lingered on. He did not go into the question whether what Ivan Ivanovitch had just said was right and true. His visitors did not talk of groats, nor of hay, nor of tar, but of something that had no direct bearing on his life, and he was glad and wanted them to go on. It's bedtime, though, said Birkin, getting up. Allow me to wish you good night. Ailhin said good night and went downstairs to his own domain, while the visitors remained upstairs. They were both taken for the night to a big room where there stood 2 old wooden beds decorated with carvings, and in the corner was an ivory crucifix. The big cool beds, which had been made by the lovely Pelagia, smelt agreeably of clean linen. Ivan Ivanovitch undressed in silence and got into bed. Lord forgive us sinners, he said, and put his head under the quilt. His pipe lying on the table smelt strongly of stale tobacco, and Birkin could not sleep for a long while, and kept wondering where the oppressive smell came from. The rain was pattering on the window panes all night. About love. At lunch next day there were very nice pies, crayfish and mutton cutlets, and while we were eating, Nicanor, the cook, came up to ask what the visitors would like for dinner. He was a man of medium height with a puffy face and little eyes. He was close-shaven, and it looked as though his mustaches had not been shaved, but had been pulled out by the roots. Ailhin told us that the beautiful Pelagia was in love with this cook. As he drank and was of a violent character, she did not want to marry him, but was willing to live with him without. He was very devout, and his religious convictions would not allow him to live in sin. He insisted on her marrying him and would consent to nothing else, and when he was drunk, he used to abuse her and even beat her. Whenever he got drunk, she used to hide upstairs and sob, and on such occasions, Ailhin and the servants stayed in the house to be ready to defend her in case of necessity. We began talking about love. "How love is born," said Ailhin. "Why Pelagia does not love somebody more like herself in her spiritual and external qualities, and why she fell in love with Nicanor, that ugly snout we all call him. The snout how far questions of personal happiness are of consequence in love all that is known. One can take what view one likes of it. So far only one incontestable truth has been uttered about love. This is a great mystery. Everything else that has been written or said about love is not a conclusion, but only a statement of questions which have remained unanswered. The explanation which would seem to fit one case does not apply in a dozen others, and the very best thing, to my mind, would be to explain every case individually without attempting to generalize. We ought, as the doctors say, to individualize each case." "Perfectly true," Birkin assented. "We Russians of the educated class have a partiality for these questions that remain unanswered. Love is usually poeticized, decorated with roses, nightingales. We Russians decorate our loves with these momentous questions and select the most uninteresting of them, too. In Moscow, when I was a student, I had a friend who shared my life, a charming lady, and every time I took her in my arms she was thinking what I would allow her a month for housekeeping and what was the price of beef a pound. In the same way, when we are in love we are never tired of asking ourselves questions, whether it is honorable or dishonorable, sensible or stupid, what this love is leading up to, and so on. Whether it is a good thing or not I don't know, but that it is in the way unsatisfactory and irritating, I do know." It looked as though he wanted to tell some story. People who lead a solitary existence always have something in their hearts which they are eager to talk about. In town, bachelors visit the baths and the restaurants on purpose to talk, and sometimes tell the most interesting things to bath attendants and waiters. In the country, as a rule, they unbosom themselves to their guests. Now from the window we could see a gray sky, trees drenched in the rain. In such weather we could go nowhere, and there was nothing for us to do but to tell stories and to listen. "I have lived at Sofino and been farming for a long time," Ailhin began, "ever since I left the university. I am an idle gentleman by education, a studious person by disposition, but there was a big debt owing on the estate when I came here, and as my father was in debt partly because he had spent so much on my education, I resolved not to go away, but to work till I paid off the debt. I made up my mind to this and set to work, not, I must confess, without some repugnance. The land here does not yield much, and if one is not to farm at a loss, one must employ serf labor or hired laborers, which is almost the same thing, or put it on a peasant footing, that is, work the fields oneself and with one's family. There is no middle path, but in those days I did not go into such subtleties. I did not leave a clod of earth unturned. I gathered together all the peasants, men and women, from the neighboring villages. The work went on at a tremendous pace. I myself plowed and sowed and reaped, and was bored doing it, and frowned with disgust, like a village cat driven by hunger to eat cucumbers in the kitchen garden. My body ached, and I slept as I walked. At first it seemed to me that I could easily reconcile this life of toil with my cultured habits. To do so, I thought, all that is necessary is to maintain a certain external order in life. I established myself upstairs here in the best rooms, and ordered them to bring me their coffee and liquor after lunch and dinner. And when I went to bed I read every night the Yesnik Evropi. But one day our priest, Father Ivan, came and drank up all my liquor at one sitting, and the Yesnik Evropi went to the priest's daughters. As in the summer, especially at the haymaking, I did not succeed in getting to my bed at all, and slept in the sledge in the barn or somewhere in the forester's lodge, what chance was there of reading? Little by little I moved downstairs, began dining in the servants' kitchen, and of my former luxury nothing is left but the servants who were in my father's service, and whom it would be painful to turn away. In the first years I was elected here an honorary justice of the peace. I used to have to go to the town and take part in the sessions of the Congress and of the Circuit Court, and this was a pleasant change for me. When you live here for 2 or 3 months without a break, especially in the winter, you begin at last to pine for a black coat. And in the Circuit Court there were frock coats and uniforms and dress coats, too, all lawyers, men who have received a general education. I had someone to talk to. After sleeping in the sledge and dining in the kitchen, to sit in an armchair in clean linen, in thin boots, with a chain on one's waistcoat, is such luxury. I received a warm welcome in the town. I made friends eagerly. And of all my acquaintanceships the most intimate, and to tell the truth, the most agreeable to me was my acquaintance with Luganovich, the vice president of the Circuit Court. You both know him, a most charming personality. It all happened just after a celebrated case of incendiarism. The preliminary investigation lasted 2 days. We were exhausted. Luganovich looked at me and said, "Look here, come round to dinner with me." This was unexpected, as I knew Luganovich very little, only officially, and I had never been to his house. I only just went to my hotel room to change and went off to dinner. And here it was my lot to meet Anna Alexievna, Luganovich's wife. At that time she was still very young, not more than 22, and her first baby had been born just 6 months before. It is all a thing of the past, and now I should find it difficult to define what there was so exceptional in her, what it was in her attracted me so much. At the time, at dinner, it was all perfectly clear to me. I saw a lovely young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before. And I felt her at once someone close and already familiar, as though that face, those cordial, intelligent eyes, I had seen somewhere in my childhood, in the album which lay on my mother's chest of drawers. 4 Jews were charged with being incendiaries, were regarded as a gang of robbers, and, to my mind, quite groundlessly. At dinner, I was very much excited. I was uncomfortable, and I don't know what I said, but Anna Alexievna kept shaking her head and saying to her husband, "Dmitri, how is this?" Luganovich is a good-natured man, one of those simple-hearted people who firmly maintain the opinion that once a man is charged before a court he is guilty, and to express doubt of the correctness of a sentence cannot be done except in legal form on paper, and not at dinner and in private conversation. "You and I did not set fire to the place," he said softly, "and you see we are not condemned and not in prison." And both husband and wife tried to make me eat and drink as much as possible. From some trifling details, from the way they made the coffee together, for instance, and from the way they understood each other at half a word, I could gather that they lived in harmony and comfort, and that they were glad of a visitor. After dinner, they played a duet on the piano, then it got dark, and I went home. That was at the beginning of spring. After that, I spent the whole summer at Sofino without a break, and I had no time to think of the town either, but the memory of the graceful, fair-haired woman remained in my mind all those days. I did not think of her, but it was as though her light shadow were lying on my heart. In the late autumn, there was a theatrical performance for some charitable object in the town. I went into the governor's box. I was invited to go there in the interval. I looked, and there was Anna Alexievna sitting beside the governor's wife. And again the same irresistible, thrilling impression of beauty and sweet, caressing eyes, and again the same feeling of nearness. We sat side by side, then went to the foyer. "You've grown thinner," she said. "Have you been ill?" "Yes, I've had rheumatism in my shoulder, and in rainy weather I can't sleep." "You look dispirited. In the spring, when you came to dinner, you were younger, more confident. You were full of eagerness and talked a great deal then. You were very interesting, and I really must confess I was a little carried away by you. For some reason, you often came back to my memory during the summer, and when I was getting ready for the theater today, I thought I should see you." And she laughed. "But you look dispirited today," she repeated. "It makes you seem older." The next day I lunched at the Luganovichs. After lunch they drove out to their summer villa in order to make arrangements there for the winter, and I went with them. I returned with them to the town, and at midnight drank tea with them in quiet domestic surroundings, while the fire glowed, and the young mother kept going to see if her baby girl was asleep. And after that, every time I went to town, I never failed to visit the Luganovichs. They grew used to me, and I grew used to them. As a rule, I went in unannounced, as though I were one of the family. "Who is there?" I would hear from a faraway room, in the drawling voice that seemed to me so lovely. "It is Pavel Konstantinovich," answered the maid or the nurse. Anna Alexievna would come out to me with an anxious face, and would ask every time, "Why is it so long since you have been? Has anything happened?" Her eyes, the elegant, refined hand she gave me, her indoor dress, the way she did her hair, her voice, her step, always produced the same impression on me of something new and extraordinary in my life, and very important. We talked together for hours, were silent, thinking each our own thoughts, or she played for hours to me on the piano. If there were no one at home, I stayed and waited, talked to the nurse, played with the child, or lay on the sofa in the study and read. And when Anna Alexievna came back, I met her in the hall, took all her parcels from her. And for some reason, I carried those parcels every time with as much love, with as much solemnity, as a boy. There is a proverb that if a peasant woman has no troubles, she will buy a pig. The Luganovichs had no troubles, so they made friends with me. If I did not come to the town, I must be ill or something must have happened to me, and both of them were extremely anxious. They were worried that I, an educated man with a knowledge of languages, should, instead of devoting myself to science or literary work, live in the country, rush round like a squirrel in a rage, work hard with never a penny to show for it. They fancied that I was unhappy, and that I only talked, laughed, and ate to conceal my sufferings, and even at cheerful moments when I felt happy I was aware of their searching eyes fixed upon me. They were particularly touching when I really was depressed, when I was being worried by some creditor or had not money enough to pay interest on the proper day. The two of them, husband and wife, would whisper together at the window. Then he would come to me and say with a grave face, "If you really are in need of money at the moment, Pavel Konstantinovich, my wife and I beg you not to hesitate to borrow from us." And he would blush to his ears with emotion. And it would happen that, after whispering in the same way at the window, he would come up to me with red ears and say, "My wife and I earnestly beg you to accept this present." And he would give me studs, a cigar case, or a lamp, and I would send them game, butter, and flowers from the country. They both, by the way, had considerable means of their own. In early days, I often borrowed money, and was not very particular about it borrowed wherever I could, but nothing in the world would have induced me to borrow from the Luganovichs. But why talk of it? I was unhappy. At home, in the fields, in the barn, I thought of her. I tried to understand the mystery of a beautiful, intelligent young woman's marrying someone so uninteresting, almost an old man, her husband was over 40, and having children by him. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man who argued with such wearisome good sense, at balls and evening parties kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression, as though he had been brought there for sale, who yet believed in his right to be happy, to have children by her. And I kept trying to understand why she had met him first and not me, and why such a terrible mistake in our lives need have happened. And when I went to the town, I saw every time from her eyes that she was expecting me, and she would confess to me herself that she had had a peculiar feeling all that day, and had guessed that I should come. We talked a long time, and were silent, yet we did not confess our love to each other, but timidly and jealously concealed it. We were afraid of everything that might reveal our secret to ourselves. I loved her tenderly, deeply, but I reflected and kept asking myself what our love could lead to if we had not the strength to fight against it. It seemed to be incredible that my gentle, sad love could all at once coarsely break up the even tenor of the life of her husband, her children, and all the household in which I was so loved and trusted. Would it be honorable? She would go away with me, but where? Where could I take her? It would have been a different matter if I had had a beautiful, interesting life if, for instance, I had been struggling for the emancipation of my country, or had been a celebrated man of science, an artist, or a painter. But as it was, it would mean taking her from one everyday humdrum life to another as humdrum, or perhaps more so. And how long would our happiness last? What would happen to her in case I was ill, in case I died, or if we simply grew cold to one another? And she apparently reasoned in the same way. She thought of her husband, her children, and of her mother, who loved the husband like a son. If she abandoned herself to her feelings, she would have to lie, or else to tell the truth, and in her position either would have been equally terrible and inconvenient. And she was tormented by the question whether her love would bring me happiness, would she not complicate my life, which, as it was hard enough and full of all sorts of trouble. She fancied she was not young enough for me, that she was not industrious nor energetic enough to begin a new life. And she often talked to her husband of the importance of my marrying a girl of intelligence and merit, who would be a capable housewife and a help to me, and she would immediately add that it would be difficult to find such a girl in the whole town. Meanwhile, the years were passing. Anna Alexievna already had 2 children. When I arrived at the Luganovichs, the servants smiled cordially, the children shouted that Uncle Pavel Konstantinovich had come and hung on my neck. Everyone was overjoyed. They did not understand what was passing in my soul and thought that I, too, was happy. Everyone looked on me as a noble being. And grown-ups and children alike felt that a noble being was walking about their rooms, and that gave a peculiar charm to their manner towards me, as though in my presence their life, too, was purer and more beautiful. Anna Alexievna and I used to go to the theater together, always walking there. We used to sit side by side in the stalls, our shoulders touching. I would take the opera glass from her hands without a word, and feel at that minute that she was near me, that she was mine, that we could not live without each other. But by some strange misunderstanding, when we came out of the theater, we always said goodbye and parted as though we were strangers. Goodness knows what people were saying about us in the town already, but there was not a word of truth in it all. In the latter years, Anna Alexievna took to going away for frequent visits to her mother or to her sister. She began to suffer from low spirits, she began to recognize that her life was spoilt and unsatisfied, and at times she did not care to see her husband nor her children. She was already being treated for neurasthenia. We were silent and still silent, and in the presence of outsiders she displayed a strange irritation in regard to me. Whatever I talked about, she disagreed with me, and if I had an argument she sided with my opponent. If I dropped anything, she would say coldly, "I congratulate you." If I forgot to take the opera glass when we were going to the theater, she would say afterwards, "I knew you would forget it." Luckily or unluckily, there is nothing in our lives that does not end sooner or later. The time of parting came, as Luganovich was appointed president in one of the western provinces. They had to sell their furniture, their horses, their summer villa. When they drove out to the villa, and afterwards looked back as they were going away, to look for the last time at the garden, at the green roof, everyone was sad, and I realized that I had to say goodbye not only to the villa. It was arranged that at the end of August, we should see Anna Alexievna off to the Crimea, where the doctors were sending her, and that a little later Luganovich and the children would set off for the western province. We were a great crowd to see Anna Alexievna off. When she had said goodbye to her husband and her children, and there was only a minute left before the 3rd bell, I ran into her compartment to put a basket, which she had almost forgotten, on the rack, and I had to say goodbye. When our eyes met in the compartment, our spiritual fortitude deserted us both. I took her in my arms, she pressed her face to my breast, and tears flowed from her eyes. Kissing her face, her shoulders, her hands wet with tears, oh, how unhappy we were, I confessed my love for her, and with a burning pain in my heart I realized how unnecessary, how petty, and how deceptive all that had hindered us from loving was. I understood that when you love you must either, in your reasonings about that love, start from what is highest, from what is more important than happiness or unhappiness, sin or virtue in their accepted meaning, or you must not reason at all. I kissed her for the last time, pressed her hand, and parted forever. The train had already started. I went into the next compartment, it was empty, and, until I reached the next station, I sat there crying. Then I walked home to Sofino. While Ailhin was telling his story, the rain left off and the sun came out. Birkin and Ivan Ivanovich went out on the balcony, from which there was a beautiful view over the garden and the mill pond, which was shining now in the sunshine like a mirror. They admired it, and at the same time they were sorry that this man with the kind, clever eyes, who had told them this story with such genuine feeling, should be rushing round and round this huge estate like a squirrel on a wheel, instead of devoting himself to science or something else, which would have made his life more pleasant. And they thought what a sorrowful face Anna Alexievna must have had when he said goodbye to her in the railway carriage and kissed her face and shoulders. Both of them had met her in the town, and Birkin knew her and thought her beautiful. The lottery ticket. Ivan Dmitritch, a middle-class man who lived with his family on an income of 1,200 a year and was very well satisfied with his lot, sat down on the sofa after supper and began reading the newspaper. "I forgot to look at the newspaper today," his wife said to him as she cleared the table. "Look and see whether the list of drawings is there." "Yes, it is," said Ivan Dmitritch, "but hasn't your ticket lapsed?" "No, I took the interest on Tuesday." "What is the number?" "Series 9499, number 26. "All right, we will look. 9499 and 26. Ivan Dmitritch had no faith in lottery luck, and would not, as a rule, have consented to look at the lists of winning numbers. But now, as he had nothing else to do, and as the newspaper was before his eyes, he passed his finger downwards along the column of numbers. And immediately, as though in mockery of his skepticism, no further than the second line from the top, his eye was caught by the figure 9499. Unable to believe his eyes, he hurriedly dropped the paper on his knees without looking to see the number of the ticket, and just as though someone had given him a douche of cold water, he felt an agreeable chill in the pit of the stomach, tingling and terrible and sweet. "Masha, 9499 is there," he said in a hollow voice. His wife looked at his astonished and panic-stricken face and realized that he was not joking. 9499, she asked, turning pale and dropping the folded tablecloth on the table. "Yes, yes, it really is there." "And the number of the ticket." "Oh yes, there's the number of the ticket too. But stay, wait, no, I say, anyway the number of our series is there. Anyway, you understand." Looking at his wife, Ivan Dmitritch gave a broad, senseless smile, like a baby when a bright object is shown it. His wife smiled too. It was as pleasant to her as to him that he only mentioned the series and did not try to find out the number of the winning ticket. To torment and tantalize oneself with hopes of possible fortune is so sweet, so thrilling. "It is our series," said Ivan Dmitritch after a long silence. "So there is a probability that we have one. It's only a probability, but there it is." "Well, now look. Wait a little, we have plenty of time to be disappointed. It's on the second line from the top, so the prize is 75,000. That's not money, but power capital, and in a minute I shall look at the list, and they're 26. I say, what if we really have won?" The husband and wife began laughing and staring at one another in silence. The possibility of winning bewildered them. They could not have said, could not have dreamed, what they both needed that 75,000 for, what they would buy, where they would go. They thought only of the figures 9499 and 75,000 and pictured them in their imagination, while somehow they could not think of the happiness itself which was so possible. Ivan Dmitritch, holding the paper in his hand, walked several times from corner to corner, and only when he had recovered from the first impression began dreaming a little. "And if we have one," he said, "why, it will be a new life, it will be a transformation. The ticket is yours, but if it were mine I should, first of all, of course, spend 25,000 on real property in the shape of an estate, 10,000 on immediate expenses, new furnishing, traveling, paying debts, and so on. The other 40,000 I would put in the bank and get interest on it." "Yes, an estate, that would be nice," said his wife, sitting down and dropping her hands in her lap. "Somewhere in the Tula or Oriol provinces. In the first place, we shouldn't need a summer villa, and besides, it would always bring in an income." And pictures came crowding on his imagination, each more gracious and poetical than the last. And in all these pictures he saw himself well-fed, serene, healthy, felt warm, even hot. Here, after eating a summer soup, cold as ice, he lay on his back on the burning sand close to a stream or in the garden under a lime tree. It is hot. His little boy and girl are crawling about near him, digging in the sand or catching ladybirds in the grass. He dozes sweetly, thinking of nothing, and feeling all over that he need not go to the office today, tomorrow, or the day after. Or, tired of lying still, he goes to the hayfield, or to the forest for mushrooms, or watches the peasants catching fish with a net. When the sun sets, he takes a towel and soap and saunters to the bathing shed, where he undresses at his leisure, slowly rubs his bare chest with his hands, and goes into the water. And in the water, near the opaque soapy circles, little fish flit to and fro and green water weeds nod their heads. After bathing, there is tea with cream and milk rolls. In the evening, a walk or vint with the neighbors. Yes, it would be nice to buy an estate, said his wife, also dreaming, and from her face it was evident that she was enchanted by her thoughts. Ivan Dmitrich pictured to himself autumn with its rains, its cold evenings, and its St. Martin's summer. At that season, he would have to take longer walks about the garden and beside the river, so as to get thoroughly chilled, and then drink a big glass of vodka and eat a salted mushroom or a soused cucumber, and then drink another. The children would come running from the kitchen garden, bringing a carrot and a radish smelling of fresh earth. And then he would lie stretched full length on the sofa, and in leisurely fashion turn over the pages of some illustrated magazine, or, covering his face with it and unbuttoning his waistcoat, give himself up to slumber. The St. Martin's summer is followed by cloudy, gloomy weather. It rains day and night, the bare trees weep, the wind is damp and cold. The dogs, the horses, the fowls all are wet, depressed, downcast. There is nowhere to walk, one can't go out for days together, one has to pace up and down the room, looking despondently at the gray window. It is dreary. Ivan Dmitrich stopped and looked at his wife. I should go abroad, you know, Masha, he said. And he began thinking how nice it would be in late autumn to go abroad somewhere to the south of France, to Italy, to India. I should certainly go abroad too, his wife said, but look at the number of the ticket. Wait. He walked about the room and went on thinking. It occurred to him, what if his wife really did go abroad? It is pleasant to travel alone, or in the society of light, careless women who live in the present, and not such as think and talk all the journey about nothing but their children, sigh, and tremble with dismay over every farthing. Ivan Dmitrich imagined his wife in the train with a multitude of parcels, baskets, and bags. She would be sighing over something, complaining that the train made her headache, that she had spent so much money. At the stations, he would continually be having to run for boiling water, bread, and butter. She wouldn't have dinner because of its being too dear. She would begrudge me every farthing, he thought, with a glance at his wife. The lottery ticket is hers, not mine. Besides, what is the use of her going abroad? What does she want there? She would shut herself up in the hotel and not let me out of her sight. I know. And for the first time in his life, his mind dwelt on the fact that his wife had grown elderly and plain, and that she was saturated through and through with the smell of cooking, while he was still young, fresh, and healthy, and might well have got married again. Of course, all that is silly nonsense, he thought, but why should she go abroad? What would she make of it? And yet she would go, of course. I can fancy. In reality, it is all one to her, whether it is Naples or Klin. She would only be in my way. I should be dependent upon her. I can fancy how, like a regular woman, she will lock the money up as soon as she gets it. She will hide it from me. She will look after her relations and grudge me every farthing. Ivan Dmitrich thought of her relations. All those wretched brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles would come crawling about as soon as they heard of the winning ticket, would begin whining like beggars, and fawning upon them with oily, hypocritical smiles. Wretched, detestable people. If they were given anything, they would ask for more, while if they were refused, they would swear at them, slander them, and wish them every kind of misfortune. Ivan Dmitrich remembered his own relations, and their faces, at which he had looked impartially in the past, struck him now as repulsive and hateful. They are such reptiles, he thought. And his wife's face, too, struck him as repulsive and hateful. Anger surged up in his heart against her, and he thought malignantly. She knows nothing about money, and so she is stingy. If she won it, she would give me 100 rubles and put the rest away under lock and key. And he looked at his wife, not with a smile now, but with hatred. She glanced at him too, and also with hatred and anger. She had her own daydreams, her own plans, her own reflections. She understood perfectly well what her husband's dreams were. She knew who would be the first to try and grab her winnings. It's very nice making daydreams at other people's expense, is what her eyes expressed. No, don't you dare. Her husband understood her look. Hatred began stirring again in his breast, and in order to annoy his wife, he glanced quickly, to spite her at the 4th page on the newspaper and read out triumphantly. Series 9499, number 46, not 26. Hatred and hope both disappeared at once, and it began immediately to seem to Ivan Dmitrich and his wife that their rooms were dark and small and low-pitched, that the supper they had been eating was not doing them good, but lying heavy on their stomachs, that the evenings were long and wearisome. "What the devil's the meaning of it?" said Ivan Dmitrich, beginning to be ill-humored. "Wherever one steps there are bits of paper under one's feet, crumbs, husks, the rooms are never swept. One is simply forced to go out. Damnation take my soul entirely. I shall go and hang myself on the first aspen tree." The Witch and Other Stories. The Witch. It was approaching nightfall. The sexton, Savely Jikin, was lying in his huge bed in the hut adjoining the church. He was not asleep, though it was his habit to go to sleep at the same time as the hens. His coarse red hair peeped from under one end of the greasy patchwork quilt, made up of colored rags, while his big unwashed feet stuck out from the other. He was listening. His hut adjoined the wall that encircled the church, and the solitary window in it looked out upon the open country. And out there a regular battle was going on. It was hard to say who was being wiped off the face of the earth, and for the sake of whose destruction nature was being churned up into such a ferment. But judging from the unceasing malignant roar, someone was getting it very hot. A victorious force was in full chase over the fields, storming in the forest and on the church roof, battering spitefully with its fists upon the windows, raging and tearing, while something vanquished was howling and wailing. A plaintive lament sobbed at the window, on the roof, or in the stove. It sounded not like a call for help, but like a cry of misery, a consciousness that it was too late, that there was no salvation. The snowdrifts were covered with a thin coating of ice, tears quivered on them and on the trees, a dark slush of mud and melting snow flowed along the roads and paths. In short, it was thawing, but through the dark night the heavens failed to see it, and flung flakes of fresh snow upon the melting earth at a terrific rate. And the wind staggered like a drunkard. It would not let the snow settle on the ground, and whirled it round in the darkness at random. Savely listened to all this din and frowned. The fact was that he knew, or at any rate suspected, what all this racket outside the window was tending to, and whose handiwork it was. "I know," he muttered, shaking his finger menacingly under the bedclothes. "I know all about it." On a stool by the window sat the sexton's wife, Raisa Nilovna. A tin lamp standing on another stool, as though timid and distrustful of its powers, shed a dim and flickering light on her broad shoulders, on the handsome, tempting-looking contours of her person, and on her thick plait, which reached to the floor. She was making sacks out of coarse hempen stuff. Her hands moved nimbly, while her whole body, her eyes, her eyebrows, her full lips, her white neck were as still as though they were asleep, absorbed in the monotonous, mechanical toil. Only from time to time she raised her head to rest her weary neck, glanced for a moment towards the window, beyond which the snowstorm was raging, and bent again over her sacking. No desire, no joy, no grief, nothing was expressed by her handsome face with its turned-up nose and its dimples. So a beautiful fountain expresses nothing when it is not playing. But at last she had finished a sack. She flung it aside and, stretching luxuriously, rested her motionless, lackluster eyes on the window. The panes were swimming with drops like tears, and white with short-lived snowflakes which fell on the window, glanced at Raisa, and melted. "Come to bed," growled the sexton. Raisa remained mute, but suddenly her eyelashes flickered and there was a gleam of attention in her eye. Savely, all the time watching her expression from under the quilt, put out his head and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. I fancy someone's coming," she answered quietly. The sexton flung the quilt off with his arms and legs, knelt up in bed, and looked blankly at his wife. The timid light of the lamp illuminated his hirsute, pockmarked countenance, and glided over his rough matted hair. "Do you hear?" asked his wife. Through the monotonous roar of the storm, he caught a scarcely audible thin and jingling monotone like the shrill note of a gnat when it wants to settle on one's cheek, and is angry at being prevented. "It's the post," muttered Savely, squatting on his heels. 2 miles from the church ran the posting road. In windy weather, when the wind was blowing from the road to the church, the inmates of the hut caught the sound of bells. "Lord, fancy people wanting to drive about in such weather," sighed Raisa. "It's government work, you've to go whether you like or not." The murmur hung in the air and died away. It has driven by, said Savely, getting into bed. But before he had time to cover himself up with the bedclothes, he heard a distinct sound of the bell. The sexton looked anxiously at his wife, leapt out of bed and walked, waddling, to and fro by the stove. The bell went on ringing for a little, then died away again as though it had ceased. I don't hear it, said the sexton, stopping and looking at his wife with his eyes screwed up. But at that moment the wind rapped on the window, and with it floated a shrill, jingling note. Savely turned pale, cleared his throat, and flopped about the floor with his bare feet again. The postman is lost in the storm, he wheezed out, glancing malignantly at his wife. Do you hear? The postman has lost his way. I know, do you suppose I don't understand? He muttered. I know all about it, curse you. What do you know? Raisa asked quietly, keeping her eyes fixed on the window. I know that it's all you're doing, you she-devil. You're doing, damn you. This snowstorm and the post going wrong, you've done it all, you. You're mad, you silly, his wife answered calmly. I've been watching you for a long time past, and I've seen it. From the first day I married you, I noticed that you'd bitch's blood in you. Tifu, said Raisa, surprised, shrugging her shoulders and crossing herself. Cross yourself, you fool. A witch is a witch, Savely pronounced in a hollow, tearful voice, hurriedly blowing his nose on the hem of his shirt. Though you are my wife, though you are of a clerical family, I'd say what you are even at confession. Why, God have mercy upon us. Last year on the eve of the prophet Daniel and the 3 young men there was a snowstorm, and what happened then? The mechanic came in to warm himself. Then on St. Alexei's Day the ice broke on the river, and the district policeman turned up, and he was chatting with you all night. The damned brute, and when he came out in the morning and I looked at him, he had rings under his eyes and his cheeks were hollow. During the August fast there were 2 storms, and each time the Huntsman turned up. I saw it all, damn him. Oh, she is redder than a crab now, aha. You didn't see anything. Didn't I? And this winter before Christmas on the day of the 10 martyrs of Crete, when the storm lasted for a whole day and night, do you remember? The marshal's clerk was lost and turned up here, the hound. Tifu, to be tempted by the clerk. It was worth upsetting God's weather for him. A driveling scribbler, not a foot from the ground, pimples all over his mug and his neck awry. If he were good-looking anyway, but he, Tifu, he is as ugly as Satan. The sexton took breath, wiped his lips, and listened. The bell was not to be heard, but the wind banged on the roof, and again there came a tinkle in the darkness. And it's the same thing now, Savely went on. It's not for nothing the postman is lost. Blast my eyes if the postman isn't looking for you. Oh, the devil is a good hand at his work. He is a fine one to help. He will turn him round and bring him here. I know, I see. You can't conceal it, you devil's bauble, you heathen wanton. As soon as the storm began, I knew what you were up to. Here's a fool, smiled his wife. Why do you suppose, you thickhead, that I make the storm? Grin away. Whether it's your doing or not, I only know that when your blood's on fire, there's sure to be bad weather, and when there's bad weather, there's bound to be some crazy fellow turning up here. It happens so every time, so it must be you. To be more impressive, the sexton put his finger to his forehead, closed his left eye, and said in a sing-song voice, Oh, the madness! Oh, the unclean Judas! If you really are a human being and not a witch, you ought to think what if he is not the mechanic, or the clerk, or the huntsman, but the devil in their form. Ah, you'd better think of that. Why, you are stupid, Savely, said his wife, looking at him compassionately. When father was alive and living here, all sorts of people used to come to him to be cured of the ague, from the village and the hamlets and the Armenian settlement. They came almost every day, and no one called them devils. But if anyone once a year comes in bad weather to warm himself, you wonder at it, you silly, and take all sorts of notions into your head at once. His wife's logic touched Savely. He stood with his bare feet wide apart, bent his head, and pondered. He was not firmly convinced yet of the truth of his suspicions, and his wife's genuine and unconcerned tone quite disconcerted him. Yet after a moment's thought, he wagged his head and said, It's not as though they were old men or bandy-legged cripples. It's always young men who want to come for the night. Why is that? And if they only wanted to warm themselves, but they are up to mischief. No, woman, there's no creature in this world as cunning as your female sort. Of real brains you've not an ounce, less than a starling, but for devilish slyness. The Queen of Heaven protect us. There is the postman's bell. When the storm was only beginning, I knew all that was in your mind. That's your witchery, you spider. Why do you keep on at me, you heathen? His wife lost her patience at last. Why do you keep sticking to it like pitch? I stick to it because if anything God forbid happens tonight, do you hear? If anything happens tonight, I'll go straight off tomorrow morning to Father Nicodem and tell him all about it. Father Nicodem, I shall say, graciously excuse me, but she is a witch. Why so? Do you want to know why? Certainly. And I shall tell him. And woe to you, woman, not only at the dread seat of judgment, but in your earthly life you'll be punished too. It's not for nothing, there are prayers in the breviary against your kind. Suddenly there was a knock at the window, so loud and unusual that Savely turned pale and almost dropped backwards with fright. His wife jumped up, and she, too, turned pale. For God's sake, let us come in and get warm, they heard in a trembling deep bass. Who lives here? For mercy's sake, we've lost our way. Who are you? Asked Raisa, afraid to look at the window. The post, answered a second voice. You've succeeded with your devil's tricks, said Savely with a wave of his hand. No mistake, I am right. Well, you'd better look out. The sexton jumped onto the bed in 2 skips, stretched himself on the feather mattress, and sniffing angrily, turned with his face to the wall. Soon he felt a draft of cold air on his back. The door creaked, and the tall figure of a man, plastered over with snow from head to foot, appeared in the doorway. Behind him could be seen a second figure as white. Am I to bring in the bags? Asked the second in a hoarse bass voice. You can't leave them there. Saying this, the first figure began untying his hood, but gave it up, and pulling it off impatiently with his cap, angrily flung it near the stove. Then taking off his greatcoat, he threw that down beside it, and without saying good evening, began pacing up and down the hut. He was a fair-haired, young postman wearing a shabby uniform and black, rusty-looking high boots. After warming himself by walking to and fro, he sat down at the table, stretched out his muddy feet towards the sacks and leaned his chin on his fist. His pale face, reddened in places by the cold, still bore vivid traces of the pain and terror he had just been through. Though distorted by anger and bearing traces of recent suffering, physical and moral, it was handsome in spite of the melting snow on the eyebrows, mustaches, and short beard. It's a dog's life, muttered the postman, looking round the walls and seeming hardly able to believe that he was in the warmth. We were nearly lost. If it had not been for your light, I don't know what would have happened. Goodness only knows when it will all be over. There's no end to this dog's life. Where have we come? He asked, dropping his voice and raising his eyes to the sexton's wife. To the Gulievsky Hill on General Kalinovsky's estate, she answered, startled and blushing. Do you hear, Stepan? The postman turned to the driver, who was wedged in the doorway with a huge mailbag on his shoulders. We've got to Gulievsky Hill. Yes, we're a long way out. Jerking out these words like a horse sigh, the driver went out and soon after returned with another bag, then went out once more and this time brought the postman's sword on a big belt, of the pattern of that long flat blade with which Judith is portrayed by the bedside of Holofernes in cheap woodcuts. Laying the bags along the wall, he went out into the outer room, sat down there, and lighted his pipe. Perhaps you'd like some tea after your journey, Raisa inquired. How can we sit drinking tea? Said the postman, frowning. We must make haste and get warm and then set off, or we shall be late for the mail train. We'll stay 10 minutes and then get on our way. Only be so good as to show us the way. What an infliction it is, this weather, sighed Raisa. Yes, who may you be? We live here by the church. We belong to the clergy. There lies my husband. Savely, get up and say good evening. This used to be a separate parish till 18 months ago. Of course, when the gentry lived here there were more people, and it was worthwhile to have the services. But now the gentry have gone, and I need not tell you there's nothing for the clergy to live on. The nearest village is Markovka, and that's over 3 miles away. Savely is on the retired list now, and has got the watchman's job. He has to look after the church. And the postman was immediately informed that if Savely were to go to the general's lady and ask her for a letter to the bishop, he would be given a good berth. But he doesn't go to the general's lady because he is lazy and afraid of people. We belong to the clergy all the same, added Raisa. What do you live on? Asked the postman. There's a kitchen garden and a meadow belonging to the church. Only we don't get much from that, sighed Raisa. The old skinflint, Father Nicodem, from the next village celebrates here on St. Nicholas' Day in the winter and on St. Nicholas' Day in the summer, and for that he takes almost all the crops for himself. There's no one to stick up for us." "You are lying," Savely growled hoarsely. "Father Nicodem is a saintly soul, a luminary of the church, and if he does take it, it's the regulation." "You've a cross one," said the postman with a grin. "Have you been married long?" "It was 3 years ago the last Sunday before Lent. My father was sexton here in the old days, and when the time came for him to die, he went to the consistory and asked them to send some unmarried man to marry me that I might keep the place. So I married him." "Aha, so you killed 2 birds with 1 stone," said the postman, looking at Savely's back. "Got wife and job together." Savely wriggled his leg impatiently and moved closer to the wall. The postman moved away from the table, stretched, and sat down on the mail bag. After a moment's thought, he squeezed the bags with his hands, shifted his sword to the other side, and lay down with 1 foot touching the floor. "It's a dog's life," he muttered, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. "I wouldn't wish a wild totter such a life." Soon everything was still. Nothing was audible except the sniffing of Savely and the slow, even breathing of the sleeping postman, who uttered a deep, prolonged HHH at every breath. From time to time, there was a sound like a creaking wheel in his throat, and his twitching foot rustled against the bag. Savely fidgeted under the quilt and looked round slowly. His wife was sitting on the stool, and with her hands pressed against her cheeks was gazing at the postman's face. Her face was immovable, like the face of someone frightened and astonished. "Well, what are you gaping at?" Savely whispered angrily. "What is it to you? Lie down," answered his wife without taking her eyes off the flaxen head. Savely angrily puffed all the air out of his chest and turned abruptly to the wall. 3 minutes later he turned over restlessly again, knelt up on the bed, and with his hands on the pillow looked askance at his wife. She was still sitting motionless, staring at the visitor. Her cheeks were pale and her eyes were glowing with a strange fire. The sexton cleared his throat, crawled on his stomach off the bed, and going up to the postman, put a handkerchief over his face. "What's that for?" asked his wife. "To keep the light out of his eyes." "Then put out the light." Savely looked distrustfully at his wife, put out his lips towards the lamp, but at once thought better of it and clasped his hands. "Isn't that devilish cunning?" he exclaimed. "Ah, is there any creature slyer than womankind?" "Ah, you long-skirted devil," hissed his wife, frowning with vexation. "You wait a bit." And settling herself more comfortably, she stared at the postman again. It did not matter to her that his face was covered. She was not so much interested in his face as in his whole appearance, in the novelty of this man. His chest was broad and powerful, his hands were slender and well-formed, and his graceful, muscular legs were much comelier than Savely's stumps. There could be no comparison, in fact. "Though I am a long-skirted devil," Savely said after a brief interval, "they've no business to sleep here. It's government work, we shall have to answer for keeping them. If you carry the letters, carry them, you can't go to sleep. Hey, you!" Savely shouted into the outer room. "You, driver, what's your name? Shall I show you the way? Get up, postman mustn't sleep." And Savely, thoroughly roused, ran up to the postman and tugged him by the sleeve. "Hey, your honor, if you must go, go, and if you don't, it's not the thing. Sleeping won't do." The postman jumped up, sat down, looked with blank eyes round the hut, and lay down again. "But when are you going?" Savely pattered away. "That's what the post is for, to get there in good time, do you hear? I'll take you." The postman opened his eyes. Warmed and relaxed by his first sweet sleep, and not yet quite awake, he saw as through a mist the white neck and the immovable, alluring eyes of the sexton's wife. He closed his eyes and smiled as though he had been dreaming it all. "Come, how can you go in such weather?" He heard a soft feminine voice. "You ought to have a sound sleep, and it would do you good." "And what about the post?" said Savely anxiously. "Who's going to take the post? Are you going to take it, pray you?" The postman opened his eyes again, looked at the play of the dimples on Race's face, remembered where he was, and understood Savely. The thought that he had to go out into the cold darkness sent a chill shudder all down him, and he winced. "I might sleep another 5 minutes," he said, yawning. "I shall be late anyway." "We might be just in time," came a voice from the outer room. "All days are not alike. The train may be late for a bit of luck." The postman got up, and stretching lazily began putting on his coat. Savely positively neighed with delight when he saw his visitors were getting ready to go. "Give us a hand," the driver shouted to him as he lifted up a mailbag. The sexton ran out and helped him drag the postbags into the yard. The postman began undoing the knot in his hood. The sexton's wife gazed into his eyes and seemed trying to look right into his soul. "You ought to have a cup of tea," she said. "I wouldn't say no, but you see they're getting ready," he assented. "We are late anyway." "Do stay," she whispered, dropping her eyes and touching him by the sleeve. The postman got the knot undone at last and flung the hood over his elbow, hesitating. He felt it comfortable standing by Raisa. "What a neck you've got," and he touched her neck with 2 fingers. Seeing that she did not resist, he stroked her neck and shoulders. "I say you are. You'd better stay, have some tea." "Where are you putting it?" The driver's voice could be heard outside. "Lay it crossways." "You'd better stay, hark how the wind howls." And the postman, not yet quite awake, not yet quite able to shake off the intoxicating sleep of youth and fatigue, was suddenly overwhelmed by a desire for the sake of which mailbags, postal trains, and all things in the world are forgot. He glanced at the door in a frightened way, as though he wanted to escape or hide himself, seized Raisa round the waist, and was just bending over the lamp to put out the light, when he heard the tramp of boots in the outer room, and the driver appeared in the doorway. Savely peeped in over his shoulder. The postman dropped his hands quickly and stood still as though irresolute. "It's all ready," said the driver. The postman stood still for a moment, resolutely threw up his head as though waking up completely, and followed the driver out. Raisa was left alone. "Come, get in and show us the way," she heard. One bell sounded languidly, then another, and the jingling notes in a long, delicate chain floated away from the hut. When little by little they had died away, Raisa got up and nervously paced to and fro. At first she was pale, then she flushed all over. Her face was contorted with hate, her breathing was tremulous, her eyes gleamed with wild, savage anger, and, pacing up and down as in a cage, she looked like a tigress menaced with red-hot iron. For a moment she stood still and looked at her abode. Almost half of the room was filled up by the bed, which stretched the length of the whole wall and consisted of a dirty feather bed, coarse gray pillows, a quilt, and nameless rags of various sorts. The bed was a shapeless, ugly mass, which suggested the shock of hair that always stood up on Savely's head whenever it occurred to him to oil it. From the bed to the door that led into the cold outer room stretched the dark stove, surrounded by pots and hanging clouts. Everything, including the absent Savely himself, was dirty, greasy, and smutty to the last degree, so that it was strange to see a woman's white neck and delicate skin in such surroundings. Raisa ran up to the bed, stretched out her hands as though she wanted to fling it all about, stamp it underfoot, and tear it to shreds. But then, as though frightened by contact with the dirt, she leapt back and began pacing up and down again. When Savely returned 2 hours later, worn out and covered with snow, she was undressed and in bed. Her eyes were closed, but from the slight tremor that ran over her face, he guessed that she was not asleep. On his way home, he had vowed inwardly to wait till next day and not to touch her, but he could not resist a biting taunt at her. "Your witchery was all in vain. He's gone off," he said, grinning with malignant joy. His wife remained mute, but her chin quivered. Savely undressed slowly, clambered over his wife, and lay down next to the wall. "Tomorrow I'll let Father Nicodim know what sort of wife you are," he muttered, curling himself up. Raisa turned her face to him, and her eyes gleamed. "The job's enough for you, and you can look for a wife in the forest, blast you," she said. "I am no wife for you, a clumsy lout, a slug-a-bed, God forgive me. Come, come, go to sleep." "How miserable I am," sobbed his wife. "If it weren't for you, I might have married a merchant or some gentleman. If it weren't for you, I should love my husband now. And you haven't been buried in the snow, you haven't been frozen on the highroad, you Herod." Raisa cried for a long time. At last she drew a deep sigh and was still. The storm still raged without. Something wailed in the stove, in the chimney, outside the walls, and it seemed to Savely that the wailing was within him, in his ears. This evening had completely confirmed him in his suspicions about his wife. He no longer doubted that his wife, with the aid of the evil one, controlled the winds and the post sledges. But to add to his grief, this mysteriousness, This supernatural, weird power gave the woman beside him a peculiar, incomprehensible charm of which he had not been conscious before. The fact that in his stupidity he unconsciously threw a poetic glamour over her made her seem, as it were, whiter, sleeker, more unapproachable. "Which," he muttered indignantly, "Tifu, horrid creature." Yet, waiting till she was quiet and began breathing evenly, he touched her head with his finger, held her thick plate in his hand for a minute. She did not feel it. Then he grew bolder and stroked her neck. "Leave off," she shouted, and prodded him on the nose with her elbow with such violence that he saw stars before his eyes. The pain in his nose was soon over, but the torture in his heart remained. Peasant Wives. In the village of Rabuj, just facing the church, stands a two-storied house with a stone foundation and an iron roof. In the lower story, the owner himself, Philip Ivanov Kashin, nicknamed Dudia, lives with his family, and on the upper floor, where it is apt to be very hot in summer and very cold in winter, they put up government officials, merchants, or landowners who chance to be traveling that way. Dudia rents some bits of land, keeps a tavern on the highroad, does a trade in tar, honey, cattle, and jackdaws, and has already something like 8,000 rubles put by in the bank in the town. His elder son, Fyodor, is head engineer in the factory, and as the peasants say of him, he has risen so high in the world that he is quite out of reach now. Fyodor's wife, Sofia, a plain, ailing woman, lives at home at her father-in-law's. She is forever crying, and every Sunday she goes over to the hospital for medicine. Dudia's second son, the hunchback Alyashka, is living at home at his father's. He has only lately been married to Varvara, whom they singled out for him from a poor family. She is a handsome young woman, smart and buxom. When officials or merchants put up at the house, they always insist on having Varvara to bring in the samovar and make their beds. One June evening when the sun was setting and the air was full of the smell of hay, of steaming dung heaps and new milk, a plain-looking cart drove into Dudia's yard with 3 people in it. A man of about 30 in a canvas suit, beside him a little boy of 7 or 8 in a long black coat with big bone buttons, and on the driver's seat, a young fellow in a red shirt. The young fellow took out the horses and led them out into the street to walk them up and down a bit, while the traveler washed, said a prayer, turning towards the church, then spread a rug near the cart and sat down with the boy to supper. He ate without haste, sedately, and Dudia, who had seen a good many travelers in his time, knew him from his manners for a business-like man, serious and aware of his own value. Dudia was sitting on the step in his waistcoat without a cap on, waiting for the visitor to speak first. He was used to hearing all kinds of stories from the travelers in the evening, and he liked listening to them before going to bed. His old wife, Afanasyevna, and his daughter-in-law Sofia were milking in the cowshed. The other daughter-in-law, Varvara, was sitting at the open window of the upper story, eating sunflower seeds. "The little chap will be your son, I'm thinking," Dudia asked the traveler. "No, adopted, an orphan. I took him for my soul's salvation." They got into conversation. The stranger seemed to be a man fond of talking and ready of speech, and Dudia learned from him that he was from the town, was of the tradesman class, and had a house of his own, that his name was Matvey Savage, that he was on his way now to look at some gardens that he was renting from some German colonists, and that the boy's name was Kuska. The evening was hot and close, no one felt inclined for sleep. When it was getting dark and pale stars began to twinkle here and there in the sky, Matvey Savage began to tell how he had come by Kuska. Afanasyevna and Sofia stood a little way off, listening. Kuska had gone to the gate. "It's a complicated story, old man," began Matvey Savage, "and if I were to tell you all just as it happened, it would take all night and more. 10 years ago, in a little house in our street, next door to me, where now there's a tallow and oil factory, there was living an old widow, Marfa Semyonovna Kaplantsev, and she had 2 sons. One was a guard on the railway, but the other, Vasya, who was just my own age, lived at home with his mother. Old Kaplantsev had kept 5 pair of horses and sent carriers all over the town. His widow had not given up the business, but managed the carriers as well as her husband had done, so that some days they would bring in as much as 5 rubles from their rounds. The young fellow, too, made a trifle on his own account. He used to breed fancy pigeons and sell them to fanciers. At times he would stand for hours on the roof, waving a broom in the air and whistling. His pigeons were right up in the clouds, but it wasn't enough for him, and he'd want them to go higher yet. Siskins and starlings, too, he used to catch, and he made cages for sale. All trifles, but mind you, he'd pick up some 10 rubles a month over such trifles. Well, as time went on, the old lady lost the use of her legs and took to her bed. In consequence of which event the house was left without a woman to look after it, and that's for all the world like a man without an eye. The old lady bestirred herself and made up her mind to marry Vasya. They called in a matchmaker at once, the women got to talking of one thing and another, and Vasya went off to have a look at the girls. He picked out Mashenka, a widow's daughter. They made up their minds without loss of time, and in a week it was all settled. The girl was a little slip of a thing, 17, but fair-skinned and pretty-looking, and like a lady in all her ways, and a decent dowry with her, 500 rubles, a cow, a bed. Well, the old lady, it seemed as though she had known it was coming 3 days after the wedding, departed to the heavenly Jerusalem where is neither sickness nor sighing. The young people gave her a good funeral and began their life together. For just 6 months they got on splendidly, and then all of a sudden another misfortune. It never rains, but it pours. Vasya was summoned to the recruiting office to draw lots for the service. He was taken, poor chap, for a soldier and not even granted exemption. They shaved his head and packed him off to Poland. It was God's will, there was nothing to be done. When he said goodbye to his wife in the yard, he bore it all right. But as he glanced up at the hayloft and his pigeons for the last time, he burst out crying. It was pitiful to see him. At first, Mashenka got her mother to stay with her, that she mightn't be dull all alone. She stayed till the baby this very Kuska here was born, and then she went off to Aboyan to another married daughters and left Mashenka alone with the baby. There were 5 peasants, the carriers, a drunken, saucy lot. Horses, 2, and dray carts to see to, and then the fence would be broken or the soot afire in the chimney jobs beyond a woman, and through our being neighbors, she got into the way of turning to me for every little thing. Well, I'd go over, set things to rights, and give advice, naturally, not without going indoors, drinking a cup of tea and having a little chat with her. I was a young fellow, intellectual and fond of talking on all sorts of subjects. She, too, was well-bred and educated. She was always neatly dressed, and in summer she walked out with a sunshade. Sometimes I would begin upon religion or politics with her, and she was flattered and would entertain me with tea and jam. In a word, not to make a long story of it, I must tell you, old man, a year had not passed before the evil one, the enemy of all mankind, confounded me. I began to notice that any day I didn't go to see her, I seemed out of sorts and dull. And I'd be continually making up something that I must see her about. It's high time, I'd say to myself, to put the double windows in for the winter, and the whole day I'd idle away over at her place putting in the windows and take good care to leave a couple of them over for the next day too. I ought to count over Vasya's pigeons to see none of them have strayed, and so on. I used always to be talking to her across the fence, and in the end I made a little gate in the fence so as not to have to go so far round. From womankind comes much evil into the world and every kind of abomination. Not we sinners only, even the saints themselves have been led astray by them. Mashenka did not try to keep me at a distance. Instead of thinking of her husband and being on her guard, she fell in love with me. I began to notice that she was dull without me, and was always walking to and fro by the fence looking into my yard through the cracks. My brains were going round in my head in a sort of frenzy. On Thursday in Holy Week I was going early in the morning, it was scarcely light to market. I passed close by her gate, and the evil one was by me at my elbow. I looked, she had a gate with open trellis work at the top, and there she was, up already, standing in the middle of the yard, feeding the ducks. I could not restrain myself, and I called her name. She came up and looked at me through the trellis. Her little face was white, her eyes soft and sleepy-looking. I liked her looks immensely, and I began paying her compliments as though we were not at the gate, but just as one does on name days, while she blushed and laughed and kept looking straight into my eyes without winking. I lost all sense and began to declare my love to her. She opened the gate, and from that morning we began to live as man and wife. The hunchback Alyashka came into the yard from the street and ran out of breath into the house, not looking at anyone. A minute later he ran out of the house with a concertina. Jingling some coppers in his pocket and cracking sunflower seeds as he ran, he went out at the gate. "And who's that, pray?" asked Matvey Savage. "My son Alexei," answered Judia. "He's off on a spree, the rascal. God has afflicted him with a hump, so we are not very hard on him. And he's always drinking with the other fellows, always drinking, sighed Afanasyevna. Before carnival we married him, thinking he'd be steadier, but there, he's worse than ever. It's been no use, simply keeping another man's daughter for nothing, said Judia. Somewhere behind the church they began to sing a glorious, mournful song. The words they could not catch, and only the voices could be heard, two tenors and a bass. All were listening. There was complete stillness in the yard. Two voices suddenly broke off with a loud roar of laughter, but the third, a tenor, still sang on, and took so high a note that everyone instinctively looked upwards, as though the voice had soared to heaven itself. Varvara came out of the house, and screening her eyes with her hand, as though from the sun, she looked towards the church. "It's the priest's sons with the schoolmaster," she said. Again all the three voices began to sing together. Matvey Savage sighed and went on. "Well, that's how it was, old man. 2 years later we got a letter from Vasya from Warsaw. He wrote that he was being sent home sick. He was ill. By that time I had put all that foolishness out of my head, and I had a fine match picked out all ready for me, only I didn't know how to break it off with my sweetheart. Every day I'd make up my mind to have it out with Mashenka, but I didn't know how to approach her so as not to have a woman screeching about my ears. The letter freed my hands. I read it through with Mashenka. She turned white as a sheet while I said to her, 'Thank God, now,' says I, 'you'll be a married woman again.' But says she, 'I'm not going to live with him.' 'Why, isn't he your husband?' Said I, 'Is it an easy thing? I never loved him and I married him not of my own free will. My mother made me.' 'Don't try to get out of it, silly,' said I, 'but tell me this, were you married to him in church or not?' 'I was married,' she said, 'but it's you that I love, and I will stay with you to the day of my death. Folks major, I don't care.' 'You're a Christian woman,' said I, 'and have read the scriptures, what is written there.' 'Once married, with her husband she must live,' said Judia. 'Man and wife are one flesh. We have sinned,' I said, 'you and I, and it is enough. We must repent and fear God. We must confess it all to Vasya,' said I. 'He's a quiet fellow and soft, he won't kill you. And indeed,' said I, 'better to suffer torments in this world at the hands of your lawful master than to gnash your teeth at the dread seat of judgment.' The wench wouldn't listen. She stuck to her silly, 'It's you I love,' and nothing more could I get out of her. Vasya came back on the Saturday before Trinity, early in the morning. From my fence I could see everything. He ran into the house and came back a minute later with Kuska in his arms, and he was laughing and crying all at once. He was kissing Kuska and looking up at the hayloft, and hadn't the heart to put the child down, and yet he was longing to go to his pigeons. He was always a soft sort of chap, sentimental. That day passed off very well, all quiet and proper. They had begun ringing the church bells for the evening service when the thought struck me, tomorrow's Trinity Sunday, how is it they are not decking the gates and the fence with green? Something's wrong, I thought. I went over to them. I peeped in, and there he was, sitting on the floor in the middle of the room, his eyes staring like a drunken man's, the tears streaming down his cheeks and his hands shaking. He was pulling cracknels, necklaces, gingerbread nuts, and all sorts of little presents out of his bundle and flinging them on the floor. Kuski, was 3 years old, was crawling on the floor, munching the gingerbreads, while Mashenka stood by the stove, white and shivering all over, muttering, "I'm not your wife, I can't live with you," and all sorts of foolishness. I bowed down at Vasya's feet and said, "We have sinned against you, Vasily Maximitch, forgive us for Christ's sake." Then I got up and spoke to Mashenka. "You, Maria Semyonovna, ought now to wash Vasily Maximitch's feet and drink the water. Do you be an obedient wife to him, and pray to God for me that he in his mercy may forgive my transgression." It came to me like an inspiration from an angel of heaven. I gave her solemn counsel and spoke with such feeling that my own tears flowed too. And so 2 days later Vasya comes to me. "Matyusha," says he, "I forgive you and my wife. God have mercy on you. She was a soldier's wife, a young thing all alone. It was hard for her to be on her guard. She's not the first, nor will she be the last. Only," he says, "I beg you to behave as though there had never been anything between you, and to make no sign while I," says he, "will do my best to please her in every way so that she may come to love me again." He gave me his hand on it, drank a cup of tea, and went away more cheerful. Well, thought I, thank God, and I did feel glad that everything had gone off so well. But no sooner had Vasya gone out of the yard when in came Mashenka. Ah, what I had to suffer. She hung on my neck, weeping and praying, "For God's sake, don't cast me off, I can't live without you." The vile hussy, sighed Judia. I swore at her, stamped my foot, and dragging her into the passage, I fastened the door with the hook. Go to your husband, I cried. Don't shame me before folks. Fear God. And every day there was a scene of that sort. One morning I was standing in my yard near the stable cleaning a bridle. All at once I saw her running through the little gate into my yard, with bare feet, in her petticoat, and straight towards me. She clutched at the bridle, getting all smeared with the pitch, and shaking and weeping she cried, I can't stand him. I loathe him. I can't bear it. If you don't love me, better kill me. I was angry, and I struck her twice with the bridle, but at that instant Vasya ran in at the gate, and in a despairing voice he shouted, Don't beat her, don't beat her. But he ran up himself, and waving his arms as though he were mad, he let fly with his fists at her with all his might, then flung her on the ground and kicked her. I tried to defend her, but he snatched up the reins and thrashed her with them, and all the while, like a colt's whinny, he went, He. I'd take the reins and let you feel them, muttered Varvara, moving away. Murdering our sister, the damned brutes. Hold your tongue, you jade, Dudia shouted at her. He, Matvey Savage went on. A carrier ran out of his yard, I called to my workmen, and the three of us got Mashenka away from him and carried her home in our arms. The disgrace of it. The same day I went over in the evening to see how things were. She was lying in bed, all wrapped up in bandages, nothing but her eyes and nose to be seen. She was looking at the ceiling. I said, Good evening, Maria Semyonovna. She did not speak. And Vasya was sitting in the next room, his head in his hands, crying and saying, Brute that I am, I've ruined my life. Oh God, let me die. I sat for half an hour by Mashenka and gave her a good talking to. I tried to frighten her a bit. The righteous, said I, after this life go to paradise, but you will go to a Gehenna of fire like all adulteresses. Don't strive against your husband, go and lay yourself at his feet. But never a word from her. She didn't so much as blink an eyelid, for all the world as though I were talking to a post. The next day Vasya fell ill with something like cholera, and in the evening I heard that he was dead. Well, so they buried him, and Mashenka did not go to the funeral. She didn't care to show her shameless face and her bruises. And soon there began to be talk all over the district that Vasya had not died a natural death, that Mashenka had made away with him. It got to the ears of the police. They had Vasya dug up and cut open, and in his stomach they found arsenic. It was clear he had been poisoned. The police came and took Mashenka away, and with her the innocent Kuzka. They were put in prison. The woman had gone too far, God punished her. 8 months later they tried her. She sat, I remember, on a low stool with a little white kerchief on her head, wearing a gray gown, and she was so thin, so pale, so sharp-eyed it made one sad to look at her. Behind her stood a soldier with a gun. She would not confess her guilt. Some in the court said she had poisoned her husband, and others declared he had poisoned himself for grief. I was one of the witnesses. When they questioned me, I told the whole truth according to my oath. Hers, said I, is the guilt. It's no good to conceal it. She did not love her husband, and she had a will of her own. The trial began in the morning, and towards night they passed this sentence, to send her to hard labor in Siberia for 13 years. After that sentence, Mashenka remained 3 months longer in prison. I went to see her, and from Christian charity I took her a little tea and sugar. But as soon as she set eyes on me, she began to shake all over, wringing her hands and muttering, Go away, go away. And Kuzka she clasped to her, as though she were afraid I would take him away. See, said I, what you have come to. Ah, Masha, you would not listen to me when I gave you good advice, and now you must repent it. You are yourself to blame, said I, blame yourself. I was giving her good counsel, but she, go away, huddling herself and Kuzka against the wall and trembling all over. When they were taking her away to the chief town of our province, I walked by the escort as far as the station and slipped a ruble into her bundle for my soul's salvation. But she did not get as far as Siberia. She fell sick of fever and died in prison. Live like a dog and you must die a dog's death, said Judia. Kuzka was sent back home. I thought it over and took him to bring up. After, although a convict's child still, he was a living soul, a Christian. I was sorry for him. I shall make him my clerk, and if I have no children of my own, I'll make a merchant of him. Wherever I go now, I take him with me, let him learn his work. All the while Matvey Savage had been telling his story, Kuzka had sat on a little stone near the gate. His head propped in both hands, he gazed at the sky, and in the distance he looked in the dark like a stump of wood. Kuzka, come to bed, Matvey Savage bawled to him. Yes, it's time, said Judia, getting up. He yawned loudly and added, folks will go their own way, and that's what comes of it. Over the yard, the moon was floating now in the heavens. She was moving one way, while the clouds beneath moved the other way. The clouds were disappearing into the darkness, but still, the moon could be seen high above the yard. Matvey Savich said a prayer, facing the church, and saying good night, he lay down on the ground near his cart. Kuzka, too, said a prayer, lay down in the cart, and covered himself with his little overcoat. He made himself a little hole in the hay so as to be more comfortable, and curled up so that his elbows looked like knees. From the yard, Judia could be seen lighting a candle in his room below, putting on his spectacles, and standing in the corner with a book. He was along while reading and crossing himself. The travelers fell asleep. Afanasyevna and Sofia came up to the cart and began looking at Kuzka. The little orphan's asleep, said the old woman. He's thin and frail, nothing but bones, no mother and no one to care for him properly. My Grishutka must be 2 years older, said Sofia. Up at the factory, he lives like a slave without his mother. The foreman beats him, I dare say. When I looked at this poor mite just now, I thought of my own Grishutka, and my heart went cold within me. A minute passed in silence. Doesn't remember his mother, I suppose, said the old woman. How could he remember? And big tears began dropping from Sofia's eyes. He's curled himself up like a cat, she said, sobbing and laughing with tenderness and sorrow. Poor motherless mite. Kuzka started and opened his eyes. He saw before him an ugly, wrinkled, tear-stained face, and beside it another, aged and toothless, with a sharp chin and hooked nose, and high above them the infinite sky with the flying clouds and the moon. He cried out in fright, and Sofia, too, uttered a cry. Both were answered by the echo, and a faint stir passed over the stifling air. A watchman tapped somewhere near. A dog barked. Matvey Savich muttered something in his sleep and turned over on the other side. Late at night, when Judia and the old woman and the neighboring watchman were all asleep, Sofia went out to the gate and sat down on the bench. She felt stifled and her head ached from weeping. The street was a wide and long one. It stretched for nearly 2 miles to the right and as far to the left, and the end of it was out of sight. The moon was now not over the yard, but behind the church. One side of the street was flooded with moonlight, while the other side lay in black shadow. The long shadows of the poplars and the starling coats stretched right across the street, while the church cast a broad shadow, black and terrible, that enfolded Judia's gates and half his house. The street was still and deserted. From time to time, the strains of music floated faintly from the end of the street Alyashka, most likely playing his concertina. Someone moved in the shadow near the church enclosure, and Sofia could not make out whether it were a man or a cow, or perhaps merely a big bird rustling in the trees. But then a figure stepped out of the shadow, halted, and said something in a man's voice, then vanished down the turning by the church. A little later, not 3 yards from the gate, another figure came into sight. It walked straight from the church to the gate and stopped short, seeing Sofia on the bench. Varvara, is that you? Said Sofia. And if it were? It was Varvara. She stood still a minute, then came up to the bench and sat down. Where have you been? Asked Sofia. Varvara made no answer. You'd better mind you don't get into trouble with such goings-on, my girl, said Sofia. Did you hear how Mashenka was kicked and lashed with the reins? You'd better look out, or they'll treat you the same. Well, let them. Varvara laughed into her kerchief and whispered. I have just been with the priest's son. Nonsense. I have. It's a sin, whispered Sofia. Well, let it be. What do I care? If it's a sin, then it is a sin, but better be struck dead by thunder than live like this. I'm young and strong, and I've a filthy crooked hunchback for a husband, worse than Judia himself, curse him. When I was a girl, I hadn't bread to eat, or a shoe to my foot, and to get away from that wretchedness I was tempted by Alyashka's money, and got caught like a fish in a net, and I'd rather have a viper for my bedfellow than that scurvy Alyashka. And what's your life? It makes me sick to look at it. Your Fyodor sent you packing from the factory, and he's taken up with another woman. They have robbed you of your boy and made a slave of him. You work like a horse and never hear a kind word. I'd rather pine all my days an old maid, I'd rather get half a ruble from the priest's son, I'd rather beg my bread, or throw myself into the well. It's a sin, whispered Sofia again. Well, let it be. Somewhere behind the church, the same 3 voices, 2 tenors and a bass, began singing again a mournful song. And again the words could not be distinguished. "They are not early to bed," Varvara said, laughing. And she began telling in a whisper of her midnight walks with the priest's son, and of the stories he had told her, and of his comrades, and of the fun she had with the travelers who stayed in the house. The mournful song stirred a longing for life and freedom. Sofia began to laugh. She thought it sinful and terrible and sweet to hear about, and she felt envious and sorry that she, too, had not been a sinner when she was young and pretty. In the churchyard, they heard 12 strokes beaten on the watchman's board. "It's time we were asleep," said Sofia, getting up, "or maybe we shall catch it from Dudia." They both went softly into the yard. "I went away without hearing what he was telling about Mashenka," said Varvara, making herself a bed under the window. "She died in prison," he said. "She poisoned her husband." Varvara lay down beside Sofia a while and said softly, "I'd make away with my Alyashka and never regret it." "You talk nonsense, God forgive you." When Sofia was just dropping asleep, Varvara, coming close, whispered in her ear, "Let us get rid of Dudia and Alyashka." Sofia started and said nothing. Then she opened her eyes and gazed a long while steadily at the sky. "People would find out," she said. "No, they wouldn't. Dudia's an old man, it's time he did die, and they'd say Alyashka died of drink. I'm afraid God would chastise us." "Well, let him." Both lay awake thinking in silence. "It's cold," said Sofia, beginning to shiver all over. "It will soon be morning. Are you asleep?" "Number, don't you mind what I say, dear," whispered Varvara. "I get so mad with the damned brutes, I don't know what I do say. Go to sleep or it will be daylight directly. Go to sleep." Both were quiet, and soon they fell asleep. Earlier than all woke the old woman. She waked up Sofia, and they went together into the cowshed to milk the cows. The hunchback Alyashka came in hopelessly drunk without his concertina. His breast and knees had been in the dust, and straw he must have fallen down in the road. Staggering, he went into the cowshed, and without undressing, he rolled into a sledge and began to snore at once. When first the crosses on the church, and then the windows were flashing in the light of the rising sun, and shadows stretched across the yard over the dewy grass from the trees and the top of the well, Matvey Savich jumped up and began hurrying about. "Kuzka, get up," he shouted. "It's time to put in the horses, look sharp." The bustle of morning was beginning. A young Jewess in a brown gown with flounces led a horse into the yard to drink. The pulley of the well creaked plaintively, the bucket knocked as it went down. Kuzka, sleepy, tired, covered with dew, sat up in the cart, lazily putting on his little overcoat and listening to the drip of the water from the bucket into the well as he shivered with the cold. "Auntie," shouted Matvey Savich to Sofia, "tell my lad to hurry up and to harness the horses." And Dudia at the same instant shouted from the window, "Sofia, take a farthing from the Jewess for the horses' drink. They're always in here, the mangy creatures." In the street, sheep were running up and down, baaing. The peasant women were shouting at the shepherd, while he played his pipes, cracked his whip, or answered them in a thick, sleepy bass. 3 sheep strayed into the yard, and not finding the gate again, pushed at the fence. Varvara was waked by the noise, and bundling her bedding up in her arms, she went into the house. "You might at least drive the sheep out," the old woman bawled after her, "my lady." "I dare say, as if I were going to slave for you Herods," muttered Varvara, going into the house. Dudia came out of the house with his accounts in his hands, sat down on the step, and began reckoning how much the traveler owed him for the night's lodging, oats, and watering his horses. "You charge pretty heavily for the oats, my good man," said Matvey Savich. "If it's too much, don't take them. There's no compulsion, merchant." When the travelers were ready to start, they were detained for a minute. Kuzka had lost his cap. "Little swine, where did you put it?" Matvey Savich roared angrily. "Where is it?" Kuzka's face was working with terror. He ran up and down near the cart, and not finding it there, ran to the gate and then to the shed. The old woman and Sofia helped him look. "I'll pull your ears off," yelled Matvey Savich. "Dirty brat." The cap was found at the bottom of the cart. Kuzka brushed the hay off it with his sleeve, put it on, and timidly he crawled into the cart, still with an expression of terror on his face as though he were afraid of a blow from behind. Matvey Savich crossed himself. The driver gave a tug at the reins, and the cart rolled out of the yard. The post. It was 3 o'clock in the night. The postman, ready to set off, in his cap and his coat with a rusty sword in his hand, was standing near the door, waiting for the driver to finish putting the mail bags into the cart which had just been brought round with 3 horses. The sleepy postmaster sat at his table, which was like a counter. He was filling up a form and saying, "My nephew, the student, wants to go to the station at once. So look here, Ignatiev, let him get into the mail cart and take him with you to the station. Though it is against the regulations to take people with the mail, what's one to do? It's better for him to drive with you free than for me to hire horses for him." "Ready," they heard a shout from the yard. "Well, go then, and God be with you," said the postmaster. "Which driver is going?" "Semyon Glazov." "Come, sign the receipt." The postman signed the receipt and went out. At the entrance of the post office, there was the dark outline of a cart and 3 horses. The horses were standing still, except that one of the trace horses kept uneasily shifting from one leg to the other and tossing its head, making the bell clang from time to time. The cart with the mail bags looked like a patch of darkness. 2 silhouettes were moving lazily beside it, the student with a portmanteau in his hand and a driver. The latter was smoking a short pipe. The light of the pipe moved about in the darkness, dying away and flaring up again. For an instant it lighted up a bit of a sleeve, then a shaggy mustache and big copper-red nose, then stern-looking, overhanging eyebrows. The postman pressed down the mail bags with his hands, laid his sword on them and jumped into the cart. The student clambered irresolutely in after him, and accidentally touching him with his elbow, said timidly and politely, "I beg your pardon." The pipe went out. The postmaster came out of the post office just as he was, in his waistcoat and slippers. Shrinking from the night dampness and clearing his throat, he walked beside the cart and said, "Well, Godspeed. Give my love to your mother, Mihailo. Give my love to them all. And you, Ignatiev, mind you don't forget to give the parcel to Bystritsov. Off." The driver took the reins in one hand, blew his nose, and arranging the seat under himself, clicked to the horses. "Give them my love," the postmaster repeated. The big bell clanged something to the little bells gave it a friendly answer. The cart squeaked, moved. The big bell lamented, the little bells laughed. Standing up in his seat, the driver lashed the restless trace horse twice, and the cart rumbled with a hollow sound along the dusty road. The little town was asleep. Houses and trees stood black on each side of the broad street, and not a light was to be seen. Narrow clouds stretched here and there over the star-spangled sky, and where the dawn would soon be coming there was a narrow crescent moon. But neither the stars, of which there were many, nor the half-moon, which looked white, lighted up the night air. It was cold and damp, and there was a smell of autumn. The student, who thought that politeness required him to talk affably to a man who had not refused to let him accompany him, began. "In summer it would be light at this time, but now there is not even a sign of the dawn. Summer is over." The student looked at the sky and went on. "Even from the sky one can see that it is autumn. Look to the right. Do you see 3 stars side by side in a straight line? That is the constellation of Orion, which, in our hemisphere, only becomes visible in September." The postman, thrusting his hands into his sleeves and retreating up to his ears into his coat collar, did not stir and did not glance at the sky. Apparently the constellation of Orion did not interest him. He was accustomed to see the stars, and probably he had long grown weary of them. The student paused for a while and then said, "It's cold, it's time for the dawn to begin. Do you know what time the sun rises?" "What? What time does the sun rise now?" "Between 5 and 6, said the driver. The mail cart drove out of the town. Now nothing could be seen on either side of the road but the fences of kitchen gardens and here and there a solitary willow tree. Everything in front of them was shrouded in darkness. Here in the open country the half-moon looked bigger and the stars shone more brightly. Then came a scent of dampness. The postman shrank further into his collar. The student felt an unpleasant chill first creeping about his feet, then over the mail bags, over his hands and his face. The horses moved more slowly. The bell was mute as though it were frozen. There was the sound of the splash of water, and stars reflected in the water danced under the horses' feet and round the wheels. But 10 minutes later, it became so dark that neither the stars nor the moon could be seen. The mail cart had entered the forest. Prickly pine branches were continually hitting the student on his cap, and a spider's web settled on his face. Wheels and hoofs knocked against huge roots, and the mail cart swayed from side to side as though it were drunk. "Keep to the road," said the postman angrily. "Why do you run up the edge? My face is scratched all over by the twigs. Keep more to the right." But at that point there was nearly an accident. The cart suddenly bounded as though in the throes of a convulsion, began trembling, and, with a creak, lurched heavily first to the right and then to the left, and at a fearful pace dashed along the forest track. The horses had taken fright at something and bolted. "Whoa, whoa," the driver cried in alarm. "Whoa, you devils." The student, violently shaken, bent forward and tried to find something to catch hold of so as to keep his balance and save himself from being thrown out. But the leather mail bags were slippery, and the driver, whose belt the student tried to catch at, was himself tossed up and down and seemed every moment on the point of flying out. Through the rattle of the wheels and the creaking of the cart, they heard the sword fall with a clank on the ground. Then a little later something fell with two heavy thuds behind the mail cart. "Whoa," the driver cried in a piercing voice, bending backwards. "Stop." The student fell on his face and bruised his forehead against the driver's seat, but was at once tossed back again and knocked his spine violently against the back of the cart. "I am falling," was the thought that flashed through his mind. But at that instant the horses dashed out of the forest into the open, turned sharply to the right, and rumbling over a bridge of logs, suddenly stopped dead, and the suddenness of this halt flung the student forward again. The driver and the student were both breathless. The postman was not in the cart. He had been thrown out, together with his sword, the student's portmanteau, and one of the mail bags. "Stop, you rascal, stow up," they heard him shout from the forest. "You damned blackguard," he shouted, running up to the cart, and there was a note of pain and fury in his tearful voice. "You anathema, plague take you," he roared, dashing up to the driver and shaking his fist at him. "What a to-do, Lord have mercy on us," muttered the driver in a conscience-stricken voice, setting right something in the harness at the horses' heads. "It's all that devil of a trace-horse. Cursed filly, it is only a week since she has run in harness. She goes all right, but as soon as we go downhill there is trouble. She wants a touch or two on the nose, then she wouldn't play about like this. Steedy, damn." While the driver was setting the horses to rights and looking for the portmanteau, the mail bag, and the sword on the road, the postman in a plaintive voice, shrill with anger, ejaculated oaths. After replacing the luggage, the driver for no reason whatever led the horses for 100 paces, grumbled at the restless trace-horse, and jumped up on the box. When his fright was over, the student felt amused and good-humored. It was the first time in his life that he had driven by night in a mail cart, and the shaking he had just been through, the postman's having been thrown out, and the pain in his own back struck him as interesting adventures. He lighted a cigarette and said with a laugh, "Why, you might break your neck like that. I very nearly flew out, and I didn't even notice you had been thrown out. I can fancy what it is like driving in autumn." The postman did not speak. "Have you been going with the post for long?" the student asked. 11 years. "Oh-ho, every day?" "Yes, every day. I take this post and drive back again at once. Why?" Making the journey every day, he must have had a good many interesting adventures in 11 years. On bright summer and gloomy autumn nights, or in winter when a ferocious snowstorm whirled howling round the mail cart, it must have been hard to avoid feeling frightened and uncanny. No doubt more than once the horses had bolted, the mail cart had stuck in the mud, they had been attacked by highwaymen, or had lost their way in the blizzard. "I can fancy what adventures you must have had in 11 years, said the student. "I expect it must be terrible driving." He said this and expected that the postman would tell him something, but the latter preserved a sullen silence and retreated into his collar. Meanwhile, it began to get light. The sky changed color imperceptibly. It still seemed dark, but by now the horses and the driver and the road could be seen. The crescent moon looked bigger and bigger, and the cloud that stretched below it, shaped like a cannon in a gun carriage, showed a faint yellow on its lower edge. Soon the postman's face was visible. It was wet with dew, gray and rigid as the face of a corpse. An expression of dull, sullen anger was set upon it, as though the postman were still in pain and still angry with the driver. "Thank God it is daylight," said the student, looking at his chilled and angry face. "I am quite frozen. The nights are cold in September, but as soon as the sun rises it isn't cold. Shall we soon reach the station?" The postman frowned and made a wry face. "How fond you are of talking, upon my word," he said. "Can't you keep quiet when you are traveling?" The student was confused and did not approach him again all the journey. The morning came on rapidly. The moon turned pale and melted away into the dull gray sky. The cloud turned yellow all over. The stars grew dim, but the east was still cold-looking and the same color as the rest of the sky, so that one could hardly believe the sun was hidden in it. The chill of the morning and the surliness of the postman gradually infected the student. He looked apathetically at the country around him, waited for the warmth of the sun, and thought of nothing but how dreadful and horrible it must be for the poor trees and the grass to endure the cold nights. The sun rose dim, drowsy, and cold. The tree-tops were not gilded by the rays of the rising sun. As usually described, the sunbeams did not creep over the earth, and there was no sign of joy in the flight of the sleepy birds. The cold remained just the same now that the sun was up as it had been in the night. The student looked drowsily and ill-humoredly at the curtained windows of a mansion, by which the mail cart drove. Behind those windows, he thought, people were most likely enjoying their soundest morning sleep, not hearing the bells, nor feeling the cold, nor seeing the postman's angry face. And if the bell did wake some young lady, she would turn over on the other side, smile in the fullness of her warmth and comfort, and, drawing up her feet and putting her hand under her cheek, would go off to sleep more soundly than ever. The student looked at the pond, which gleamed near the house, and thought of the carp, and the pike, which find it possible to live in cold water. "It's against the regulations to take anyone with the post," the postman said unexpectedly. "It's not allowed, and since it is not allowed, people have no business to get in. Yes, it makes no difference to me, it's true, only I don't like it and I don't wish it." "Why didn't you say so before, if you don't like it?" The postman made no answer but still had an unfriendly, angry expression. When, a little later, the horses stopped at the entrance of the station, the student thanked him and got out of the cart. The mail train had not yet come in. A long goods train stood in a siding. In the tender, the engine driver and his assistant, with faces wet with dew, were drinking tea from a dirty tin teapot. The carriages, the platforms, the seats were all wet and cold. Until the train came and the student stood at the buffet drinking tea, while the postman, with his hands thrust up his sleeves and the same look of anger still on his face, paced up and down the platform in solitude, staring at the ground under his feet. With whom was he angry? Was it with people, with poverty, with the autumn nights? The new Villa I. 2 miles from the village of Obrachanovo, a huge bridge was being built. From the village, which stood up high on the steep riverbank, its trellis-like skeleton could be seen, and in foggy weather and on still winter days, when its delicate iron girders and all the scaffolding around was covered with hoar frost, it presented a picturesque and even fantastic spectacle. Kucherov, the engineer who was building the bridge, a stout, broad-shouldered, bearded man in a soft, crumpled cap, drove through the village in his racing droshky or his open carriage. Now and then on holidays, navvies working on the bridge would come to the village. They begged for alms, laughed at the women, and sometimes carried off something. But that was rare. As a rule, the days passed quietly and peacefully as though no bridge building were going on, and only in the evening, when campfires gleamed near the bridge, the wind faintly wafted the songs of the navvies. And by day there was sometimes the mournful clang of metal, don don don. It happened that the engineer's wife came to see him. She was pleased with the river banks and the gorgeous view over the green valley with trees, churches, flocks, and she began begging her husband to buy a small piece of ground and to build them a cottage on it. Her husband agreed. They bought 60 acres of land, and on the high bank in a field, where in earlier days the cows of Obrachanovo used to wander, they built a pretty house of 2 stories with a terrace and a veranda, with a tower and a flagstaff on which a flag fluttered on Sundays. They built it in about 3 months. And then all the winter they were planting big trees. And when spring came and everything began to be green, there were already avenues to the new house. A gardener and 2 laborers in white aprons were digging near it. There was a little fountain, and a globe of looking-glass flashed so brilliantly that it was painful to look at. The house had already been named the New Villa. On a bright, warm morning at the end of May, 2 horses were brought to Obrachanovo to the village blacksmith, Rodion Petrov. They came from the New Villa. The horses were sleek, graceful beasts, as white as snow and strikingly alike. "Perfect swans," said Rodion, gazing at them with reverent admiration. His wife Stepanida, his children and grandchildren came out into the street to look at them. By degrees, a crowd collected. The Lichkovs, father and son, both men with swollen faces and entirely beardless, came up bareheaded. Kazov, a tall, thin old man with a long, narrow beard, came up leaning on a stick with a crook handle. He kept winking with his crafty eyes and smiling ironically as though he knew something. "It's only that they are white. What is there in them?" he said. "Put mine on oats and they will be just as sleek. They ought to be in a plough and with a whip too." The coachman simply looked at him with disdain, but did not utter a word. And afterwards, while they were blowing up the fire at the forge, the coachman talked while he smoked cigarettes. The peasants learned from him various details. His employers were wealthy people. His mistress, Elena Ivanovna, had till her marriage lived in Moscow in a poor way as a governess. She was kind-hearted, compassionate, and fond of helping the poor. On the new estate, he told them, they were not going to plow or to sow, but simply to live for their pleasure, live only to breathe the fresh air. When he had finished and led the horses back, a crowd of boys followed him, the dogs barked, and Kazov, looking after him, winked sarcastically. "Landowners, too," he said. "They have built a house and set up horses, but I bet they are nobody's landowners, too." Kazov, for some reason, took a dislike from the first to the new house, to the white horses, and to the handsome, well-fed coachman. Kazov was a solitary man, a widower. He had a dreary life. He was prevented from working by a disease which he sometimes called a rupture and sometimes worms. He was maintained by his son, who worked at a confectioner's in Kharkov and sent him money. And from early morning till evening he sauntered at leisure about the river or about the village. If he saw, for instance, a peasant carting a log or fishing, he would say, "That log's dry wood, it is rotten," or, "They won't bite in weather like this." In times of drought, he would declare that there would not be a drop of rain till the frost came. And when the rains came, he would say that everything would rot in the fields, that everything was ruined. And as he said these things, he would wink as though he knew something. At the new villa, they burned Bengal lights and sent up fireworks in the evenings, and a sailing boat with red lanterns floated by Obrachinovo. One morning, the engineer's wife, Elena Ivanovna, and her little daughter drove to the village in a carriage with yellow wheels and a pair of dark bay ponies. Both mother and daughter were wearing broad-brimmed straw hats, bent down over their ears. This was exactly at the time when they were carting manure, and the blacksmith Rodion, a tall, gaunt old man, bareheaded and barefooted, was standing near his dirty and repulsive-looking cart, and, flustered, looked at the ponies, and it was evident by his face that he had never seen such little horses before. "The Kucherov lady has come," was whispered around. "Look, the Kucherov lady has come." Elena Ivanovna looked at the huts as though she were selecting one, and then stopped at the very poorest, at the windows of which there were so many children's heads flaxen, red, and dark. Stepanida, Rodion's wife, a stout woman, came running out of the hut. Her kerchief slipped off her gray head. She looked at the carriage facing the sun, and her face smiled and wrinkled up as though she were blind. "This is for your children," said Elena Ivanovna, and she gave her 3 rubles. Stepanida suddenly burst into tears and bowed down to the ground. Rodion, too, flopped to the ground, displaying his brownish, bald head, and as he did so, he almost caught his wife in the ribs with the fork. Elena Ivanovna was overcome with confusion and drove back. 2. The Lichkovs, father and son, caught in their meadows 2 cart horses, a pony, and a broad-faced all-house bull calf, and with the help of red-headed Volodka, son of the blacksmith Rodion, drove them to the village. They called the village elder, collected witnesses, and went to look at the damage. "All right, let 'em," said Kazov, winking. "Let 'em. Let them get out of it if they can, the engineers. Do you think there is no such thing as law? All right. Send for the police inspector, draw up a statement." "Draw up a statement," repeated Volodka. "I don't want to let this pass," shouted the younger Lichkov. He shouted louder and louder, and his beardless face seemed to be more and more swollen. "They've set up a nice fashion. Leave them free, and they will ruin all the meadows. You've no sort of right to ill-treat people. We are not serfs now." "We are not serfs now," repeated Volodka. "We got on all right without a bridge," said the elder Lichkov gloomily. "We did not ask for it. What do we want a bridge for? We don't want it. Brothers, good Christians, we cannot leave it like this. All right, let 'em, said Gusev, winking. Let them get out of it if they can. Landowners, indeed. They went back to the village, and as they walked the younger Chekhov beat himself on the breast with his fist and shouted all the way, and Volodka shouted, too, repeating his words. And meanwhile quite a crowd had gathered in the village round the thoroughbred bull calf and the horses. The bull calf was embarrassed and looked up from under his brows, but suddenly lowered his muzzle to the ground and took to his heels, kicking up his hind legs. Gusev was frightened and waved his stick at him, and they all burst out laughing. Then they locked up the beasts and waited. In the evening the engineer sent 5 rubles for the damage, and the 2 horses, the pony and the bull calf, without being fed or given water, returned home, their heads hanging with a guilty air as though they were convicted criminals. On getting the 5 rubles the Chekhovs, father and son, the village elder and Volodka, punted over the river in a boat and went to a hamlet on the other side where there was a tavern, and there had a long carousal. Their singing and the shouting of the younger Chekhov could be heard from the village. Their women were uneasy and did not sleep all night. Rodion did not sleep either. It's a bad business, he said, sighing and turning from side to side. The gentleman will be angry, and then there will be trouble. They have insulted the gentleman. Oh, they've insulted him. It's a bad business. It happened that the peasants, Rodion amongst them, went into their forest to divide the clearings for mowing, and as they were returning home they were met by the engineer. He was wearing a red cotton shirt and high boots. A setter dog with its long tongue hanging out followed behind him. Good day, brothers, he said. The peasants stopped and took off their hats. I have long wanted to have a talk with you, friends, he went on. This is what it is. Ever since the early spring your cattle have been in my copse and garden every day. Everything is trampled down, the pigs have rooted up the meadow, are ruining everything in the kitchen garden, and all the undergrowth in the copse is destroyed. There is no getting on with your herdsmen, one asks them civilly, and they are rude. Damage is done on my estate every day, and I do nothing. I don't fine you or make a complaint. Meanwhile you impounded my horses and my bull calf and exacted 5 rubles. Was that right? Is that neighborly? He went on, and his face was so soft and persuasive, and his expression was not forbidding. Is that the way decent people behave? A week ago one of your people cut down 2 oak saplings in my copse. You have dug up the road to Irasnevo, and now I have to go 2 miles round. Why do you injure me at every step? What harm have I done you? For God's sake, tell me. My wife and I do our utmost to live with you in peace and harmony. We help the peasants as we can. My wife is a kind, warm-hearted woman. She never refuses you help. That is her dream, to be of use to you and your children. You reward us with evil for our good. You are unjust, my friends. Think of that. I ask you earnestly to think it over. We treat you humanely. Repay us in the same coin. He turned and went away. The peasants stood a little longer, put on their caps and walked away. Rodion, who always understood everything that was said to him in some peculiar way of his own, heaved a sigh and said, We must pay, repay in coin, my friends, he said. They walked to the village in silence. On reaching home, Rodion said his prayer, took off his boots, and sat down on the bench beside his wife. Stepanida and he always sat side by side when they were at home, and always walked side by side in the street. They ate and they drank and they slept always together, and the older they grew the more they loved one another. It was hot and crowded in their hut, and there were children everywhere, on the floors, in the windows, on the stove. In spite of her advanced years, Stepanida was still bearing children, and now, looking at the crowd of children, it was hard to distinguish which were Rodion's and which were Volodka's. Volodka's wife, Lukeria, a plain young woman with prominent eyes and a nose like the beak of a bird, was kneading dough in a tub. Volodka was sitting on the stove with his legs hanging. On the road near Nikita's buckwheat, the engineer with his dog, Rodion began, after a rest, scratching his ribs and his elbow. You must pay, says he. Coin, says he. Coin or no coin, we shall have to collect 10 kopecks from every hut. We've offended the gentleman very much. I am sorry for him. We've lived without a bridge, said Volodka, not looking at anyone, and we don't want one. What next? The bridge is a government business. We don't want it. Your opinion is not asked. What is it to you? Your opinion is not asked, Volodka mimicked him. We don't want to drive anywhere. What do we want with a bridge? If we have to, we can cross by the boat. Someone from the yard, outside knocked at the window so violently that it seemed to shake the whole hut. "Is Volodka at home?" he heard the voice of the younger Chekhov. "Volodka, come out, come along." Volodka jumped down off the stove and began looking for his cap. "Don't go, Volodka," said Rodion diffidently. "Don't go with them, son, you are foolish like a little child, they will teach you no good, don't go." "Don't go, son," said Stepanida, and she blinked as though about to shed tears. "I bet they are calling you to the tavern." "To the tavern," Volodka mimicked. "You'll come back drunk again, you currish Herod," said Lukerya, looking at him angrily. Go along, and may you burn up with vodka, you tailless Satan." "You hold your tongue," shouted Volodka. "They've married me to a fool, they've ruined me, a luckless orphan, you red-headed drunkard," wailed Lukerya, wiping her face with a hand covered with dough. "I wish I had never set eyes on you." Volodka gave her a blow on the ear and went off. 3. Elena Ivanovna and her little daughter visited the village on foot. They were out for a walk. It was a Sunday, and the peasant women and girls were walking up and down the street in their brightly colored dresses. Rodion and Stepanida, sitting side by side at their door, bowed and smiled to Elena Ivanovna and her little daughter as to acquaintances. From the windows, more than a dozen children stared at them. Their faces expressed amazement and curiosity, and they could be heard whispering. "The Kucherov lady has come, the Kucherov lady." "Good morning," said Elena Ivanovna, and she stopped. She paused and then asked, "Well, how are you getting on?" "We get along all right, thank God," answered Rodion, speaking rapidly. "To be sure we get along." "The life we lead," smiled Stepanida. "You can see our poverty yourself, dear lady. The family is 14 souls in all and only 2 breadwinners. We are supposed to be blacksmiths, but when they bring us a horse to shoe we have no coal, nothing to buy it with. We are worried to death, lady," she went on and laughed. Oh, we are worried to death." Elena Ivanovna sat down at the entrance and, putting her arm round her little girl, pondered something, and judging from the little girl's expression, melancholy thoughts were straying through her mind, too. As she brooded, she played with the sumptuous lace on the parasol she had taken out of her mother's hands. "Poverty," said Rodion, "a great deal of anxiety, you see no end to it. Here, God sends no rain. Our life is not easy, there is no denying it." "You have a hard time in this life," said Elena Ivanovna, "but in the other world you will be happy." Rodion did not understand her, and simply coughed into his clenched hand by way of reply. Stepanida said, "Dear lady, the rich men will be all right in the next world, too. The rich put up candles, pay for services, the rich give to beggars, but what can the poor man do? He has no time to make the sign of the cross, he is the beggar of beggars himself. How can he think of his soul? And many sins come from poverty. From trouble we snarl at one another like dogs, we haven't a good word to say to one another, and all sorts of things happen, dear lady, God forbid. It seems we have no luck in this world nor the next. All the luck has fallen to the rich." She spoke gaily, she was evidently used to talking of her hard life. And Rodion smiled, too. He was pleased that his old woman was so clever, so ready of speech. "It is only on the surface that the rich seem to be happy," said Elena Ivanovna. "Every man has his sorrow. Here my husband and I do not live poorly, we have means, but are we happy? I am young, but I have had 4 children, my children are always being ill. I am ill, too, and constantly being doctored." "And what is your illness?" asked Rodion. "A woman's complaint. I get no sleep, a continual headache gives me no peace. Here I am sitting and talking, but my head is bad, I am weak all over, and I should prefer the hardest labor to such a condition. My soul, too, is troubled. I am in continual fear for my children, my husband. Every family has its own trouble of some sort, we have ours. I am not of noble birth. My grandfather was a simple peasant, my father was a tradesman in Moscow. He was a plain, uneducated man, too, while my husband's parents were wealthy and distinguished. They did not want him to marry me, but he disobeyed them, quarreled with them, and they have not forgiven us to this day. That worries my husband. It troubles him and keeps him in constant agitation. He loves his mother, loves her dearly. So I am uneasy, too, my soul is in pain." Peasants, men and women, were by now standing round Rodion's hut and listening. Gusev came up, too, and stood twitching his long, narrow beard. The Chekhovs, father and son, drew near. "And say what you like, One cannot be happy and satisfied if one does not feel in one's proper place. Elena Ivanovna went on. Each of you has his strip of land, each of you works and knows what he is working for. My husband builds bridges. In short, everyone has his place, while I simply walk about. I have not my bit to work. I don't work and feel as though I were an outsider. I am saying all this that you may not judge from outward appearances. If a man is expensively dressed and has means, it does not prove that he is satisfied with his life. She got up to go away and took her daughter by the hand. I like your place here very much, she said, and smiled, and from that faint, diffident smile one could tell how unwell she really was, how young and how pretty. She had a pale, thinnish face with dark eyebrows and fair hair. And the little girl was just such another as her mother, thin, fair, and slender. There was a fragrance of scent about them. I like the river and the forest and the village, Elena Ivanovna went on. I could live here all my life, and I feel as though here I should get strong and find my place. I want to help you. I want to dreadfully to be of use, to be a real friend to you. I know your need, and what I don't know I feel, my heart guesses. I am sick, feeble, and for me perhaps it is not possible to change my life as I would. But I have children. I will try to bring them up that they may be of use to you, may love you. I shall impress upon them continually that their life does not belong to them, but to you. Only I beg you earnestly, I beseech you, trust us, live in friendship with us. My husband is a kind, good man. Don't worry him, don't irritate him. He is sensitive to every trifle, and yesterday, for instance, your cattle were in our vegetable garden, and one of your people broke down the fence to the beehives, and such an attitude to us drives my husband to despair. I beg you, she went on in an imploring voice, and she clasped her hands on her bosom, I beg you to treat us as good neighbors, let us live in peace. There is a saying, you know, that even a bad peace is better than a good quarrel, and don't buy property but buy neighbors. I repeat, my husband is a kind man and good. If all goes well, we promise to do everything in our power for you. We will mend the roads, we will build a school for your children. I promise you. Of course we thank you humbly, lady, said Lichkov the father, looking at the ground. You are educated people, it is for you to know best. Only, you see, Voronov, a rich peasant at Irasnevo, promised to build a school. He too said, I will do this for you. I will do that for you. And he only put up the framework and refused to go on. And then they made the peasants put the roof on and finish it. It cost them 1,000 rubles. Voronov did not care, he only stroked his beard, but the peasants felt it a bit hard. That was a crow, but now there's a rook too, said Gusev, and he winked. There was the sound of laughter. We don't want a school, said Volodka sullenly. Our children go to Petrovsko, and they can go on going there, we don't want it. Elena Ivanovna seemed suddenly intimidated. Her face looked paler and thinner. She shrank into herself as though she had been touched with something coarse and walked away without uttering another word. And she walked more and more quickly, without looking round. Lady, said Rodion, walking after her, lady, wait a bit, hear what I would say to you. He followed her without his cap, and spoke softly as though begging. Lady, wait and hear what I will say to you. They had walked out of the village, and Elena Ivanovna stopped beside a cart in the shade of an old mountain ash. Don't be offended, lady, said Rodion. What does it mean, have patience? Have patience for a couple of years, you will live here, you will have patience, and it will all come round. Our folks are good and peaceable, there's no harm in them, it's God's truth I'm telling you. Don't mind Gusev and the Lichkovs, and don't mind Volodka. He's a fool, he listens to the first that speaks. The others are quiet folks, they are silent. Some would be glad, you know, to say a word from the heart and to stand up for themselves, but cannot. They have a heart and a conscience, but no tongue. Don't be offended. Have patience. What does it matter? Elena Ivanovna looked at the broad, tranquil river, pondering, and tears flowed down her cheeks. And Rodion was troubled by those tears. He almost cried himself. Never mind, he muttered. Have patience for a couple of years. You can have the school, you can have the roads, only not all at once. If you went, let us say, to sow corn on that mound, you would first have to weed it out, to pick out all the stones, and then to plow and work and work. And with the people, you see, it is the same. You must work and work until you overcome them. The crowd had moved away from Rodion's hut and was coming along the street towards the mountain ash. They began singing songs and playing the concertina, and they kept coming closer and closer. Mama, let us go away from here, said the little girl, huddling up to her mother, pale and shaking all over. Let us go away, Mama. Where? To Moscow, let us go, Mama. The child began crying. Rodion was utterly overcome. His face broke into profuse perspiration. He took out of his pocket a little crooked cucumber, like a half-moon, covered with crumbs of rye bread, and began thrusting it into the little girl's hands. Come, come, he muttered, scowling severely. Take the little cucumber, eat it up. You mustn't cry. Mama will whip you. She'll tell your father of you when you get home. Come, come. They walked on, and he still followed behind them, wanting to say something friendly and persuasive to them. And seeing that they were both absorbed in their own thoughts and their own griefs, and not noticing him, he stopped and, shading his eyes from the sun, looked after them for a long time till they disappeared into their copse. 4. The engineer seemed to grow irritable and petty, and in every trivial incident saw an act of robbery or outrage. His gate was kept bolted even by day, and at night too watchmen walked up and down the garden beating a board, and they gave up employing anyone from Obrachinovo as a laborer. As ill luck would have it, someone, either a peasant or one of the workmen, took the new wheels off the cart and replaced them by old ones. Then soon afterwards 2 bridles and a pair of pincers were carried off, and murmurs arose even in the village. People began to say that a search should be made at the Lichkovs and at Volodka's, and then the bridles and the pincers were found under the hedge in the engineer's garden. Someone had thrown them down there. It happened that the peasants were coming in a crowd out of the forest, and again they met the engineer on the road. He stopped, and without wishing them good day he began, looking angrily first at one, then at another. I have begged you not to gather mushrooms in the park and near the yard, but to leave them for my wife and children, but your girls come before daybreak, and there is not a mushroom left. Whether one asks you or not, it makes no difference. Entreaties and friendliness and persuasion, I see, are all useless. He fixed his indignant eyes on Rodion and went on. My wife and I behave to you as human beings, as to our equals, and you, but what's the use of talking? It will end by our looking down upon you. There is nothing left. And making an effort to restrain his anger, not to say too much, he turned and went on. On getting home, Rodion said his prayer, took off his boots, and sat down beside his wife. Yes, he began with a sigh, we were walking along just now and Mr. Kucherov met us. Yes, he saw the girls at daybreak. Why don't they bring mushrooms? He said to my wife and children, he said, and then he looked at me and he said, I and my wife will look after you, he said. I wanted to fall down at his feet, but I hadn't the courage. God give him health. God bless him. Stefania crossed herself and sighed. They are kind, simple-hearted people, Rodion went on. We shall look after you. He promised me that before everyone, in our old age, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I should always pray for them. Holy Mother, bless them. The Feast of the Exaltation of the Cross, the 14th of September, was the festival of the village church. The Lichkovs, father and son, went across the river early in the morning and returned to dinner drunk. They spent a long time going about the village, alternately singing and swearing. Then they had a fight and went to the new villa to complain. First Lichkov, the father, went into the yard with a long ashen stick in his hands. He stopped irresolutely and took off his hat. Just at that moment, the engineer and his family were sitting on the veranda, drinking tea. What do you want? Shouted the engineer. Your Honor, Lichkov began and burst into tears. Show the divine mercy, protect me. My son makes my life a misery, Your Honor. Lichkov the son walked up, too. He, too, was bareheaded and had a stick in his hand. He stopped and fixed his drunken, senseless eyes on the veranda. It is not my business to settle your affairs, said the engineer. Go to the rural captain or the police officer. I have been everywhere. I have lodged a petition, said Lichkov the father, and he sobbed. Where can I go now? He can kill me now, it seems. He can do anything. Is that the way to treat a father? A father. He raised his stick and hit his son on the head. The son raised his stick and struck his father just on his bald patch such a blow that the stick bounced back. The father did not even flinch, but hit his son again and again on the head. And so they stood and kept hitting one another on the head, and it looked not so much like a fight as some sort of a game. And peasants, men and women, stood in a crowd at the gate and looked into the garden, and the faces of all were grave. They were the peasants who had come to greet them for the holiday, but seeing the Lichkovs, they were ashamed and did not go in. The next morning Alina Ivanovna went with the children to Moscow, and there was a rumor that the engineer was selling his house. 5. The peasants had long ago grown used to the sight of the bridge, and it was difficult to imagine the river at that place without a bridge. The heap of rubble left from the building of it had long been overgrown with grass, the navvies were forgotten, and instead of the strains of the dubinushka that they used to sing, the peasants heard almost every hour the sounds of a passing train. The new villa has long ago been sold. Now it belongs to a government clerk who comes here from the town for the holidays with his family, drinks tea on the terrace, and then goes back to the town again. He wears a cockade on his cap. He talks and clears his throat as though he were a very important official, though he is only of the rank of a collegiate secretary, and when the peasants bow, he makes no response. In Obrachinovo, everyone has grown older. Gusev is dead. In Rodian's hut, there are even more children. Volodka has grown a long red beard. They are still as poor as ever. In the early spring, the Obrachinovo peasants were sawing wood near the station, and after work they were going home. They walked without haste one after the other. Broad saws curved over their shoulders. The sun was reflected in them. The nightingales were singing in the bushes on the bank. Larks were trilling in the heavens. It was quiet at the new villa. There was not a soul there, and only golden pigeons golden, because the sunlight was streaming upon them, were flying over the house. All of them Rodian, the two Lichkovs, and Volodka thought of the white horses, the little ponies, the fireworks, the boat with the lanterns. They remembered how the engineer's wife, so beautiful and so grandly dressed, had come into the village and talked to them in such a friendly way. And it seemed as though all that had never been. It was like a dream or a fairy tale. They trudged along, tired out, and mused as they went. In their village, they mused, the people were good, quiet, sensible, fearing God, and Alina Ivanovna, too, was quiet, kind, and gentle. It made one sad to look at her, but why had they not got on together? Why had they parted like enemies? How was it that some mist had shrouded from their eyes what mattered most, and had let them see nothing but damage done by cattle, bridles, pincers, and all those trivial things which now, as they remembered them, seemed so nonsensical? How was it that with the new owner they lived in peace, and yet had been on bad terms with the engineer? And not knowing what answer to make to these questions, they were all silent except Volodka, who muttered something. "What is it?" Rodion asked. "We lived without a bridge," said Volodka gloomily. "We lived without a bridge and did not ask for one, and we don't want it." No one answered him, and they walked on in silence with drooping heads. Dreams. Two peasant constables, one a stubby, black-bearded individual with such exceptionally short legs that if you looked at him from behind it, seemed as though his legs began much lower down than in other people. The other, long, thin, and straight as a stick, with a scanty beard of dark reddish color, were escorting to the district town a tramp who refused to remember his name. The first waddled along, looking from side to side, chewing now a straw, now his own sleeve, slapping himself on the haunches and humming, and altogether had a careless and frivolous air. The other, in spite of his lean face and narrow shoulders, looked solid, grave, and substantial. In the lines and expression of his whole figure, he was like the priests among the old believers, or the warriors who are painted on old-fashioned icons. For his wisdom God had added to his forehead, that is, he was bald, which increased the resemblance referred to. The first was called Andrei Taha, the second Nikander Sapozhnikov. The man they were escorting did not in the least correspond with the conception everyone has of a tramp. He was a frail little man, weak and sickly-looking, with small, colorless, and extremely indefinite features. His eyebrows were scanty, his expression mild and submissive. He had scarcely a trace of a mustache, though he was over 30. He walked along timidly, bent forward, with his hands thrust into his sleeves. The collar of his shabby cloth overcoat, which did not look like a peasant's, was turned up to the very brim of his cap, so that only his little red nose ventured to peep out into the light of day. He spoke in an ingratiating tenor, continually coughing. It was very, very difficult to believe that he was a tramp concealing his surname. He was more like an unsuccessful priest's son, stricken by God and reduced to beggary. A clerk discharged for drunkenness. A merchant's son or nephew who had tried his feeble powers in a theatrical career, and was now going home to play the last act in the parable of the prodigal son. Perhaps, judging by the dull patience with which he struggled with the hopeless autumn mud, he might have been a fanatical monk, wandering from one Russian monastery to another, continually seeking a peaceful life, free from sin, and not finding it. The travelers had been a long while on their way, but they seemed to be always on the same small patch of ground. In front of them there stretched 30 feet of muddy black-brown mud, behind them the same, and wherever one looked further, an impenetrable wall of white fog. They went on, but the ground remained the same, the wall was no nearer, and the patch on which they walked seemed still the same patch. They got a glimpse of a white, clumsy-looking stone, a small ravine, or a bundle of hay dropped by a passerby, the brief glimmer of a great muddy puddle. Or suddenly, a shadow with vague outlines would come into view ahead of them. The nearer they got to it, the smaller and darker it became. Nearer still, and there stood up before the wayfarers a slanting milestone with the number rubbed off, or a wretched birch tree drenched and bare like a wayside beggar. The birch tree would whisper something with what remained of its yellow leaves, one leaf would break off and float lazily to the ground. And then again fog, mud, the brown grass at the edges of the road. On the grass hung dingy, unfriendly tears. They were not the tears of soft joy such as the earth weeps at welcoming the summer sun and parting from it, and such as she gives to drink at dawn to the corncrakes, quails, and graceful, long-beaked crested snipes. The travelers' feet stuck in the heavy, clinging mud. Every step cost an effort. Andrei Taha was somewhat excited. He kept looking round at the tramp and trying to understand how a live, sober man could fail to remember his name. "You are an Orthodox Christian, aren't you?" he asked. "Yes," the tramp answered mildly. Then you've been christened." "Why, to be sure, I'm not a Turk. I go to church and to the sacrament, and do not eat meat when it is forbidden, and I observe my religious duties punctually." "Well, what are you called then?" "Call me what you like, good man." Taha shrugged his shoulders and slapped himself on the haunches in extreme perplexity. The other constable, Nikander Sapozhnikov, maintained a staid silence. He was not so naive as Taha, and apparently knew very well the reasons which might induce an Orthodox Christian to conceal his name from other people. His expressive face was cold and stern. He walked apart and did not condescend to idle chatter with his companions, but, as it were, tried to show everyone, even the fog, his sedateness and discretion. "God knows what to make of you," Taha persisted in addressing the tramp. "Peasant you are not, and gentleman you are not, but some sort of a thing between. The other day I was washing a sieve in the pond and caught a reptile as long as a finger, with gills and a tail. The first minute I thought it was a fish, then I looked and, blow it, if it hadn't paws, it was not a fish, it was a viper, and the deuce only knows what it was. So that's like you. What's your calling?" "I am a peasant and of peasant family," sighed the tramp. "My mamma was a house serf. I don't look like a peasant, that's true, for such has been my lot, good man. My mamma was a nurse with the gentry, and had every comfort, and as I was of her flesh and blood, I lived with her in the master's house. She petted and spoiled me, and did her best to take me out of my humble class and make a gentleman of me. I slept in a bed, every day I ate a real dinner, I wore breeches and shoes like a gentleman's child. What my mamma ate I was fed on, too. They gave her stuffs as a present, and she dressed me up in them. We lived well. I ate so many sweets and cakes in my childish years that if they could be sold now, it would be enough to buy a good horse. Mamma taught me to read and write. She instilled the fear of God in me from my earliest years, and she so trained me that now I can't bring myself to utter an unrefined peasant word. And I don't drink vodka, my lad, and am neat in my dress, and know how to behave with decorum in good society. If she is still living, God give her health. And if she is dead, then, O Lord, give her soul peace in thy kingdom, wherein the just are at rest." The tramp bared his head with the scanty hair standing up like a brush on it, turned his eyes upward, and crossed himself twice. "Grant her, O Lord, a verdant and peaceful resting place," he said in a drawling voice, more like an old woman's than a man's. "Teach thy servant Xenia thy justifications, O Lord. If it had not been for my beloved mamma, I should have been a peasant with no sort of understanding. Now, young man, ask me about anything and I understand it all, the holy scriptures and profane writings, and every prayer and catechism. I live according to the scriptures. I don't injure anyone, I keep my flesh in purity and continence, I observe the fasts, I eat at fitting times. Another man will take no pleasure in anything but vodka and lewd talk, but when I have time I sit in a corner and read a book. I read and I weep and weep. What do you weep for? They write so pathetically. For some books one gives but a 5 kopeck piece, and yet one weeps and sighs exceedingly over it. Is your father dead? Asked Taha. I don't know, good man. I don't know my parent. It is no use concealing it. I judge that I was Mama's illegitimate son. My Mama lived all her life with the gentry and did not want to marry a simple peasant. And so she fell into the master's hands, laughed Taha. She did transgress, that's true. She was pious, God-fearing, but she did not keep her maiden purity. It is a sin, of course, a great sin, there's no doubt about it, but to make up for it there is, maybe, noble blood in me. Maybe I am only a peasant by class, but in nature a noble gentleman. The noble gentleman uttered all this in a soft, sugary tenor, wrinkling up his narrow forehead and emitting creaking sounds from his red, frozen little nose. Taha listened and looked askance at him in wonder, continually shrugging his shoulders. After going nearly 5 miles the constables and the tramp sat down on a mound to rest. Even a dog knows his name, Taha muttered. My name is Andrushka, his is Nikander. Every man has his holy name, and it can't be forgot, nohow. Who has any need to know my name? Sighed the tramp, leaning his cheek on his fist. And what advantage would it be to me if they did know it? If I were allowed to go where I would, but it would only make things worse. I know the law, Christian brothers. Now I am a tramp who doesn't remember his name, and it's the very most if they send me to eastern Siberia and give me 30 or 40 lashes. But if I were to tell them my real name and description, they would send me back to hard labor, I know. Why have you been a convict? I have, dear friend. For 4 years I went about with my head shaved and fetters on my legs. What for? For murder, my good man. When I was still a boy of 18 or so, my mamma accidentally poured arsenic instead of soda and acid into my master's glass. There were boxes of all sorts in the storeroom, numbers of them. It was easy to make a mistake over them. The tramp sighed, shook his head, and said, She was a pious woman, but who knows? Another man's soul is a slumbering forest. It may have been an accident, or maybe she could not endure the affront of seeing the master prefer another servant. Perhaps she put it in on purpose, God knows. I was young then and did not understand it all. Now I remember that our master had taken another mistress, and Mama was greatly disturbed. Our trial lasted nearly 2 years. Mama was condemned to penal servitude for 20 years, and I, on account of my youth, only to 7. And why were you sentenced? As an accomplice. I handed the glass to the master. That was always the custom. Mama prepared the soda and I handed it to him. Only I tell you all this as a Christian, brothers, as I would say it before God. Don't you tell anybody. Oh, nobody's going to ask us, said Taha. So you've run away from prison, have you? I have, dear friend. 14 of us ran away. Some folks, God bless them, ran away and took me with them. Now you tell me, on your conscience, good man, what reason have I to disclose my name? They will send me back to penal servitude, you know, and I am not fit for penal servitude. I am a refined man in delicate health. I like to sleep and eat in cleanliness. When I pray to God, I like to light a little lamp or a candle and not to have a noise around me. When I bow down to the ground, I like the floor not to be dirty or spat upon. And I bow down 40 times every morning and evening, praying for Mama. The tramp took off his cap and crossed himself. And let them send me to eastern Siberia, he said. I am not afraid of that. Surely that's no better. It is quite a different thing. In penal servitude, you are like a crab in a basket. Crowding, crushing, jostling, there's no room to breathe, it's downright hell, such hell. May the Queen of Heaven keep us from it. You are a robber and treated like a robber, worse than any dog. You can't sleep, you can't eat or even say your prayers. But it's not like that in a settlement. In a settlement, I shall be a member of a commune like other people. The authorities are bound by law to give me my share. Ease. They say the land costs nothing, no more than snow, you can take what you like. They will give me corn land and building land and garden. I shall plow my fields like other people, sow seed. I shall have cattle and stock of all sorts, bees, sheep, and dogs. A Siberian cat that rats and mice may not devour my goods. I will put up a house, I shall buy icons. Please God, I'll get married, I shall have children. The tramp muttered and looked, not at his listeners, but away into the distance. Naive as his dreams were, they were uttered in such a genuine and heartfelt tone that it was difficult not to believe in them. The tramp's little mouth was screwed up in a smile. His eyes and little nose and his whole face were fixed and blank with blissful anticipation of happiness in the distant future. The constables listened and looked at him gravely, not without sympathy. They, too, believed in his dreams. "I am not afraid of Siberia," the tramp went on muttering. "Siberia is just as much Russia and has the same god and czar as here. They are just as orthodox Christians as you and I, only there is more freedom there and people are better off. Everything is better there. Take the rivers there, for instance. They are far better than those here. There's no end of fish and all sorts of wild fowl. And my greatest pleasure, brothers, is fishing. Give me no bread to eat, but let me sit with a fish hook. Yes, indeed. I fish with a hook and with a wire line and set creels, and when the ice comes I catch with a net. I am not strong to draw up the net, so I shall hire a man for 5 kopecks. And, Lord, what a pleasure it is. You catch an eel pout or a roach of some sort and are as pleased as though you had met your own brother. And would you believe it, there's a special art for every fish. You catch one with a live bait, you catch another with a grub, the third with a frog or a grasshopper. One has to understand all that, of course. For example, take the eel pout. It is not a delicate fish, it will take a perch, and a pike loves a gudgeon, the shillishbur likes a butterfly. If you fish for a roach in a rapid stream, there is no greater pleasure. You throw the line of 70 feet without lead, with a butterfly or a beetle, so that the bait floats on the surface. You stand in the water without your trousers and let it go with the current and tug. The roach pulls at it, only you have got to be artful that he doesn't carry off the bait, the damned rascal. As soon as he tugs at your line, you must whip it up. It's no good waiting. It's wonderful what a lot of fish I've caught in my time. When we were running away, the other convicts would sleep in the forest. I could not sleep, but I was off to the river. The rivers there are wide and rapid, the banks are steep awfully. It's all slumbering forests on the bank. The trees are so tall that if you look to the top it makes you dizzy. Every pine would be worth 10 rubles by the prices here. In the overwhelming rush of his fancies, of artistic images of the past and sweet presentiments of happiness in the future, the poor wretch sank into silence, merely moving his lips as though whispering to himself. The vacant, blissful smile never left his lips. The constables were silent. They were pondering with bent heads. In the autumn stillness, when the cold, sullen mist that rises from the earth lies like a weight on the heart, when it stands like a prison wall before the eyes, and reminds man of the limitation of his freedom, it is sweet to think of the broad, rapid rivers, with steep banks wild and luxuriant, of the impenetrable forests, of the boundless steppes. Slowly and quietly, the fancy pictures how early in the morning, before the flush of dawn has left the sky, a man makes his way along the steep deserted bank like a tiny speck. The ancient, mast-like pines rise up in terraces on both sides of the torrent, gaze sternly at the free man, and murmur menacingly. Rocks, huge stones, and thorny bushes bar his way, but he is strong in body and bold in spirit, and has no fear of the pine trees, nor stones, nor of his solitude, nor of the reverberating echo which repeats the sound of every footstep that he takes. The peasants called up a picture of a free life such as they had never lived. Whether they vaguely recalled the images of stories heard long ago, or whether notions of a free life had been handed down to them, with their flesh and blood from far-off free ancestors, God knows. The first to break the silence was Nikanor Sapozhnikov, who had not till then let fall a single word. Whether he envied the tramp's transparent happiness, or whether he felt in his heart that dreams of happiness were out of keeping with the gray fog and the dirty brown mud anyway, he looked sternly at the tramp and said, "It's all very well, to be sure, only you won't reach those plenteous regions, brother. How could you? Before you'd gone 200 miles, you'd give up your soul to God. Just look what a weakling you are. Here you've hardly gone 5 miles and you can't get your breath." The tramp turned slowly toward Nikanor, and the blissful smile vanished from his face. He looked with a scared and guilty air at the peasant's staid face, apparently remembered something, and bent his head. A silence followed again. All three were pondering. The peasants were racking their brains in the effort to grasp in their imagination what can be grasped by none but God, that is, the vast expanse dividing them from the land of freedom. Into the tramp's mind thronged clear and distinct pictures more terrible than that expanse. Before him rose vividly the picture of the long legal delays and procrastinations, the temporary and permanent prisons, the convict boats, the wearisome stoppages on the way, the frozen winters, illnesses, deaths of companions. The tramp blinked guiltily, wiped the tiny drops of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, drew a deep breath as though he had just leapt out of a very hot bath, then wiped his forehead with the other sleeve and looked round fearfully. "That's true, you won't get there," Taha agreed. "You are not much of a walker, look at you, nothing but skin and bone, you'll die, brother." "Of course he'll die, what could he do?" said Nikinder. "He's fit for the hospital now, for sure." The man who had forgotten his name looked at the stern, unconcerned faces of his sinister companions, and without taking off his cap, hurriedly crossed himself, staring with wide-open eyes. He trembled, his head shook, and he began twitching all over, like a caterpillar when it is stepped upon. "Well, it's time to go," said Nikinder, getting up. "We've had a rest." A minute later they were stepping along the muddy road. The tramp was more bent than ever, and he thrust his hands further up his sleeves. Taha was silent. The pipe. Meliton Shishkin, a bailiff from the Dementiev farm, exhausted by the sultry heat of the firwood and covered with spiders' webs and pine needles, made his way with his gun to the edge of the wood. His Damka mongrel between a yard dog and a setteren, extremely thin bitch-heavy with young, trailed after her master with her wet tail between her legs, doing all she could to avoid pricking her nose. It was a dull, overcast morning. Big drops dripped from the bracken and from the trees that were wrapped in a light mist. There was a pungent smell of decay from the dampness of the wood. There were birch trees ahead of him where the wood ended, and between their stems and branches he could see the misty distance. Beyond the birch trees, someone was playing on a shepherd's rustic pipe. The player produced no more than 5 or 6 notes, dragged them out languidly with no attempt at forming a tune, and yet there was something harsh and extremely dreary in the sound of the piping. As the copse became sparser and the pines were interspersed with young birch trees, Meliton saw a herd. Hobbled horses, cows, and sheep were wandering among the bushes and, snapping the dry branches, sniffed at the herbage of the copse. A lean old shepherd, bareheaded in a torn gray smock, stood leaning against the wet trunk of a birch tree. He stared at the ground, pondering something, and played his pipe, it seemed mechanically. "Good day, grandfather, God help you." Meliton greeted him in a thin, husky voice which seemed incongruous with his huge stature and big fleshy face. "How cleverly you are playing your pipe. Whose herd are you minding?" "The Artemonovs," the shepherd answered reluctantly, and he thrust the pipe into his bosom. "So I suppose the wood is the Artemonovs, too?" Meliton inquired, looking about him. "Yes, it is the Artemonovs, only fancy. I had completely lost myself. I got my face scratched all over in the thicket." He sat down on the wet earth and began rolling up a bit of newspaper into a cigarette. Like his voice, everything about the man was small and out of keeping with his height, his breadth, and his fleshy face. His smiles, his eyes, his buttons, his tiny cap, which would hardly keep on his big, closely cropped head. When he talked and smiled there was something womanish, timid, and meek about his puffy, shaven face and his whole figure. "What weather, God help us," he said, and he turned his head from side to side. "Folk have not carried the oats yet, and the rain seems as though it had been taken on for good, God bless it." The shepherd looked at the sky, from which a drizzling rain was falling, at the wood, at the bailiff's wet clothes, pondered, and said nothing. "The whole summer has been the same," sighed Meliton. "A bad business for the peasants and no pleasure for the gentry." The shepherd looked at the sky again, thought a moment, and said deliberately, as though chewing each word, "It's all going the same way. There is nothing good to be looked for." "How are things with you here?" Meliton inquired, lighting his cigarette. "Haven't you seen any coveys of grouse in the Artemonovs' clearing?" The shepherd did not answer at once. He looked again at the sky and to right and left, thought a little, blinked. Apparently he attached no little significance to his words, and to increase their value tried to pronounce them with deliberation and a certain solemnity. The expression of his face had the sharpness and staidness of old age, and the fact that his nose had a saddle-shaped depression across the middle, and his nostrils turned upwards gave him a sly and sarcastic look. "No, I believe I haven't," he said. "Our huntsman Aryamka was saying that on Elijah's day he started one covey near Pustashai, but I dare say he was lying. There are very few birds." "Yes, brother, very few everywhere." The shooting here, if one is to look at it with common sense, is good for nothing and not worth having. There is no game at all, and what there is not worth dirtying your hands over. It is not full grown. It is such poor stuff that one is ashamed to look at it. Melityn gave a laugh and waved his hands. Things happen so queerly in this world that it is simply laughable and nothing else. Birds nowadays have become so unaccountable. They sit late on their eggs, and there are some, I declare, that have not hatched them by St. Peter's Day. It's all going the same, said the shepherd, turning his face upwards. There was little game last year. This year there are fewer birds still, and in another 5 years, mark my words, there will be none at all. As far as I can see, there will soon be not only no game, but no birds at all. Yes, Melityn assented after a moment's thought. That's true. The shepherd gave a bitter smile and shook his head. It's a wonder, he said. What has become of them all? I remember 20 years ago there used to be geese here, and cranes and ducks and grouse clouds and clouds of them. The gentry used to meet together for shooting, and one heard nothing but poof poof poof. Poof poof poof. There was no end to the woodcocks, the snipe and the little teals, and the water snipe were as common as starlings, or let us say sparrows, lots and lots of them. And what has become of them all? We don't even see the birds of prey. The eagles, the hawks, and the owls have all gone. There are fewer of every sort of wild beast, too. Nowadays, brother, even the wolf and the fox have grown rare, let alone the bear or the otter. And you know, in old days there were even elks. For 40 years I have been observing the works of God from year to year, and it is my opinion that everything is going the same way. What way? To the bad, young man, to ruin, we must suppose. The time has come for God's world to perish. The old man put on his cap and began gazing at the sky. It's a pity, he sighed after a brief silence. Oh God, what a pity! Of course it is God's will. The world was not created by us, but yet it is a pity, brother. If a single tree withers away, or let us say a single cow dies, it makes one sorry, but what will it be, good man, if the whole world crumbles into dust? Such blessings, Lord Jesus. The sun and the sky and the forest and the rivers and the creatures, all these have been created, adapted, and adjusted to one another. Each has been put to its appointed task and knows its place, and all that must perish. A mournful smile gleamed on the shepherd's face, and his eyelids quivered. You say the world is perishing, said Melityn, pondering. It may be that the end of the world is near at hand, but you can't judge by the birds. I don't think the birds can be taken as a sign. Not the birds only, said the shepherd. It's the wild beasts, too, and the cattle and the bees and the fish. If you don't believe me, ask the old people. Every old man will tell you that the fish are not at all what they used to be. In the seas, in the lakes, and in the rivers, there are fewer fish from year to year. In our Peschanka, I remember, pike used to be caught a yard long, and there were eelpouts and roach and bream, and every fish had a presentable appearance, while nowadays, if you catch a wretched little pikelet or perch 6 inches long, you have to be thankful. There are not any gudgeon even worth talking about. Every year it is worse and worse, and in a little while there will be no fish at all. And take the rivers now. The rivers are drying up, for sure. It is true, they are drying up. To be sure, that's what I say. Every year they are shallower and shallower, and there are not the deep holes there used to be. And do you see the bushes yonder? The old man asked, pointing to one side. Beyond them is an old riverbed. It's called a backwater. In my father's time the Peschanka flowed there, but now look, where have the evil spirits taken it to? It changes its course, and mind you, it will go on changing till such time as it has dried up altogether. There used to be marshes and ponds beyond Kurgasovo, and where are they now? And what has become of the streams? Here in this very wood we used to have a stream flowing, and such a stream that the peasants used to set creels in it and caught pike. Wild ducks used to spend the winter by it, and nowadays there is no water in it worth speaking of, even at the spring floods. Yes, brother, look where you will, things are bad everywhere, everywhere. A silence followed. Melityn sank into thought, with his eyes fixed on one spot. He wanted to think of some one part of nature as yet untouched by the all-embracing ruin. Spots of light glistened on the mist, and the slanting streaks of rain, as though on opaque glass, and immediately died away again. It was the rising sun trying to break through the clouds and peep at the earth. Yes, the forests too, Melityn muttered. The forests too, the shepherd repeated. They cut them down, and they catch fire, and they wither away, and no new ones are growing. Whatever does grow up is cut down at once. One day it shoots up, and the next it has been cut down, and so on without end till nothing's left. I have kept the herds of the commune ever since the time of freedom, good man. Before the time of freedom, I was shepherd of the master's herds. I have watched them in this very spot, and I can't remember a summer day in all my life that I have not been here. And all the time I have been observing the works of God. I have looked at them in my time till I know them, and it is my opinion that all things growing are on the decline. Whether you take the rye, or the vegetables, or flowers of any sort, they are all going the same way. But people have grown better, observed the bailiff. In what way better? Cleverer. Clever, maybe, that's true, young man, but what's the use of that? What earthly good is cleverness to people on the brink of ruin? One can perish without cleverness. What's the good of cleverness to a huntsman if there is no game? What I think is that God has given men brains and taken away their strength. People have grown weak, exceedingly weak. Take me, for instance. I am not worth a halfpenny. I am the humblest peasant in the whole village, and yet, young man, I have strength. Mind you, I am in my 70s, and I tend my herd day in and day out, and keep the night watch, too, for 20 kopecks, and I don't sleep, and I don't feel the cold. My son is cleverer than I am, but put him in my place and he would ask for a raise next day, or would be going to the doctor's. There it is. I eat nothing but bread, for give us this day our daily bread, and my father ate nothing but bread, and my grandfather, but the peasant nowadays must have tea and vodka and white loaves, and must sleep from sunset to dawn, and he goes to the doctor and pampers himself in all sorts of ways. And why is it? He has grown weak. He has not the strength to endure. If he wants to stay awake, his eyes close there is no doing anything. That's true, Meliton agreed. The peasant is good for nothing nowadays. It's no good hiding what is wrong, we get worse from year to year. And if you take the gentry into consideration, they've grown feebler even more than the peasants have. The gentleman nowadays has mastered everything. He knows what he ought not to know, and what is the sense of it? It makes you feel pitiful to look at him. He is a thin, puny little fellow, like some Hungarian or Frenchman. There is no dignity nor air about him. It's only in name he is a gentleman. There is no place for him, poor dear, and nothing for him to do, and there is no making out what he wants. Either he sits with a hook catching fish, or he lolls on his back reading, or trots about among the peasants saying all sorts of things to them, and those that are hungry go in for being clerks. So he spends his life in vain, and he has no notion of doing something real and useful. The gentry in old days were half of them generals, but nowadays they are a poor lot. They are badly off nowadays, said Meliton. They are poorer because God has taken away their strength. You can't go against God. Meliton stared at a fixed point again. After thinking a little, he heaved a sigh, as staid, reasonable people do sigh, shook his head, and said, "And all because of what? We have sinned greatly, we have forgotten God. And it seems that the time has come for all to end, and after all, the world can't last for ever its time to know when to take leave." The shepherd sighed, and, as though wishing to cut short an unpleasant conversation, he walked away from the birch tree and began silently reckoning over the cows. "Hey, hey, hey," he shouted. "Hey, hey, hey, bother you, the plague take you. The devil has taken you into the thicket. Tululu." With an angry face, he went into the bushes to collect his herd. Meliton got up and sauntered slowly along the edge of the wood. He looked at the ground at his feet and pondered. He still wanted to think of something which had not yet been touched by death. Patches of light crept upon the slanting streaks of rain again. They danced on the tops of the trees and died away among the wet leaves. Damka found a hedgehog under a bush, and wanting to attract her master's attention to it, barked and howled. "Did you have an eclipse or not?" the shepherd called from the bushes. "Yes, we had," answered Meliton. "Ah, folks are complaining all about that there was one. It shows there is disorder even in the heavens. It's not for nothing. Hey, 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 hey." Driving his herd together to the edge of the wood, the shepherd leaned against the birch tree, looked up at the sky, without haste took his pipe from his bosom and began playing. As before, he played mechanically and took no more than 5 or 6 notes. As though the pipe had come into his hands for the first time, the sounds floated from it uncertainly, with no regularity, not blending into a tune, but to Meliton, brooding on the destruction of the world, there was a sound in it of something very depressing and revolting which he would much rather not have heard. The highest, shrillest notes, which quivered and broke, seemed to be weeping disconsolately, as though the pipe were sick and frightened, while the lowest notes for some reason reminded him of the mist, the dejected trees, the gray sky. Such music seemed in keeping with the weather, the old man and his sayings. Meliton wanted to complain. He went up to the old man and, looking at his mournful, mocking face and at the pipe, muttered, "And life has grown worse, grandfather. It is utterly impossible to live. Bad crops, want, cattle plague continually, diseases of all sorts. We are crushed by poverty." The bailiff's puffy face turned crimson and took a dejected, womanish expression. He twirled his fingers as though seeking words to convey his vague feeling and went on. 8 children, a wife, and my mother still living, and my whole salary 10 rubles a month and to board myself. My wife has become a Satan from poverty. I go off drinking myself. I am a sensible, steady man. I have education. I ought to sit at home in peace, but I stray about all day with my gun like a dog because it is more than I can stand. My home is hateful to me. Feeling that his tongue was uttering something quite different from what he wanted to say, the bailiff waved his hand and said bitterly, "If the world's going to end, I wish it would make haste about it. There's no need to drag it out and make folks miserable for nothing." The old man took the pipe from his lips and, screwing up one eye, looked into its little opening. His face was sad and covered with thick drops like tears. He smiled and said, "It's a pity, my friend. My goodness, what a pity. The earth, the forest, the sky, the beasts of all sorts, all this has been created, adapted. They all have their intelligence. It is all going to ruin, and most of all I am sorry for people." There was the sound in the wood of heavy rain coming nearer. Meliton looked in the direction of the sound, did up all his buttons, and said, "I am going to the village. Goodbye, grandfather. What is your name?" "Luka the Poor." "Well, goodbye, Luka. Thank you for your good words. Damka Isai." After parting from the shepherd, Meliton made his way along the edge of the wood, and then downhill to a meadow which by degrees turned into a marsh. There was a squelch of water under his feet, and the rusty marsh sedge, still green and juicy, drooped down to the earth as though afraid of being trampled underfoot. Beyond the marsh, on the bank of the Pestchenka, of which the old man had spoken, stood a row of willows, and beyond the willows a barn looked dark blue in the mist. One could feel the approach of that miserable, utterly inevitable season, when the fields grow dark and the earth is muddy and cold, when the weeping willow seems still more mournful and tears trickle down its stem, and only the cranes fly away from the general misery, and even they, as though afraid of insulting dispirited nature by the expression of their happiness, fill the air with their mournful, dreary notes. Meliton plodded along to the river and heard the sounds of the pipe gradually dying away behind him. He still wanted to complain. He looked dejectedly about him, and he felt insufferably sorry for the sky and the earth and the sun and the woods and his Damka, and when the highest drawn-out note of the pipe floated quivering in the air, like a voice weeping, he felt extremely bitter and resentful of the impropriety in the conduct of nature. The high note quivered, broke off, and the pipe was silent. Agafya. During my stay in the district of Si, often used to go to see the watchman Savastukech, or simply Savka, in the kitchen gardens of Dubovo. These kitchen gardens were my favorite resort for so-called mixed fishing, when one goes out without knowing what day or hour one may return, taking with one every sort of fishing tackle as well as a store of provisions. To tell the truth, it was not so much the fishing that attracted me as the peaceful stroll, the meals at no set time, the talk with Savka, and being for so long face to face with the calm summer nights. Savka was a young man of 25, well-grown and handsome, and as strong as a flint. He had the reputation of being a sensible and reasonable fellow. He could read and write, and very rarely drank, but as a workman, this strong and healthy young man was not worth a farthing. A sluggish, overpowering sloth was mingled with the strength in his muscles, which were strong as cords. Like everyone else in his village, he lived in his own hut, and had his share of land, but neither tilled it nor sowed it, and did not work at any sort of trade. His old mother begged alms at people's windows, and he himself lived like a bird of the air. He did not know in the morning what he would eat at midday. It was not that he was lacking in will, or energy, or feeling for his mother. It was simply that he felt no inclination for work, and did not recognize the advantage of it. His whole figure suggested unruffled serenity, an innate, almost artistic passion for living carelessly, never with his sleeves tucked up. When Savka's young, healthy body had a physical craving for muscular work, the young man abandoned himself completely for a brief interval to some free but nonsensical pursuit, such as sharpening skates not wanted for any special purpose, or racing about after the peasant women. His favorite attitude was one of concentrated immobility. He was capable of standing for hours at a stretch in the same place with his eyes fixed on the same spot without stirring. He never moved except on impulse, and then only when an occasion presented itself for some rapid and abrupt action, catching a running dog by the tail, pulling off a woman's kerchief, or jumping over a big hole. It need hardly be said that with such parsimony of movement Savka was as poor as a mouse and lived worse than any homeless outcast. As time went on, I suppose he accumulated arrears of taxes, and, young and sturdy as he was sent by the commune to do an old man's job to be watchman and scarecrow in the kitchen gardens. However much they laughed at him for his premature senility, he did not object to it. This position, quiet and convenient for motionless contemplation, exactly fitted his temperament. It happened I was with this Savka one fine May evening. I remember I was lying on a torn and dirty sackcloth cover close to the shanty from which came a heavy, fragrant scent of hay. Clasping my hands under my head, I looked before me. At my feet was lying a wooden fork. Behind it, Savka's dog Kutka stood out like a black patch, and not a dozen feet from Kutka, the ground ended abruptly in the steep bank of the little river. Lying down, I could not see the river. I could only see the tops of the young willows growing thickly on the nearer bank, and the twisting, as it were gnawed away, edges of the opposite bank. At a distance, beyond the bank on the dark hillside, the huts of the village in which Savka lived lay huddling together like frightened young partridges. Beyond the hill, the afterglow of sunset still lingered in the sky. One pale crimson streak was all that was left, and even that began to be covered by little clouds as a fire with ash. A copse with alder trees, softly whispering, and from time to time shuddering in the fitful breeze, lay, a dark blur, on the right of the kitchen gardens. On the left stretched the immense plain. In the distance, where the eye could not distinguish between the sky and the plain, there was a bright gleam of light. A little way off from me sat Savka. With his legs tucked under him like a Turk and his head hanging, he looked pensively at Kutka. Our hooks with live bait on them had long been in the river, and we had nothing left to do but to abandon ourselves to repose, which Savka, who was never exhausted and always rested, loved so much. The glow had not yet quite died away, but the summer night was already enfolding nature in its caressing, soothing embrace. Everything was sinking into its first deep sleep except some night bird unfamiliar to me, which indolently uttered a long, protracted cry in several distinct notes like the phrase, "Have you seen Nikaita?" and immediately answered itself, "Seen him, seen him, seen him." "Why is it the nightingales aren't singing tonight?" I asked Savka. He turned slowly towards me. His features were large, but his face was open, soft, and expressive as a woman's. Then he gazed with his mild, dreamy eyes at the copse, at the willows, slowly pulled a whistle out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and whistled the note of a hen nightingale. And at once, as though in answer to his call, a landrill called on the opposite bank. "There's a nightingale for you," laughed Savka. "Drag, drag, 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 just like pulling at a hook, and yet I bet he thinks he is singing too." "I like that bird," I said. "Do you know, when the birds are migrating, the landrill does not fly, but runs along the ground. It only flies over the rivers and the sea, but all the rest it does on foot." "Upon my word, the dog," muttered Savka, looking with respect in the direction of the calling landrill. Knowing how fond Savka was of listening, I told him all I had learned about the landrill from sportsmen's books. From the landrill, I passed imperceptibly to the migration of the birds. Savka listened attentively, looking at me without blinking, and smiling all the while with pleasure. "In which country is most the birds' home, ours or those foreign parts?" he asked. "Ours, of course. The bird itself is hatched here, and it hatches out its little ones here in its native country, and they only fly off there to escape being frozen." "It's interesting," said Savka. "Whatever one talks about, it is always interesting. Take a bird now, or a man, or take this little stone, there's something to learn about all of them. Ah, sir, if I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have told a woman to come here this evening. She asked to come today." "Oh, please don't let me be in your way," I said. "I can lie down in the wood." What next? She wouldn't have died if she hadn't come till tomorrow. If only she would sit quiet and listen, but she always wants to be slobbering. You can't have a good talk when she's here. Are you expecting Daria? I asked after a pause. No, a new one has asked to come this evening. Agafya, the signalman's wife. Savka said this in his usual passionless, somewhat hollow voice, as though he were talking of tobacco or porridge, while I started with surprise. I knew Agafya. She was quite a young peasant woman of 19 or 20 who had been married not more than a year before to a railway signalman, a fine young fellow. She lived in the village, and her husband came home there from the line every night. Your goings-on with the women will lead to trouble, my boy, said I. Well, maybe. And after a moment's thought, Savka added, I've said so to the women, they won't heed me. I don't trouble about it, the silly things. Silence followed. Meanwhile, the darkness was growing thicker and thicker, and objects began to lose their contours. The streak behind the hill had completely died away, and the stars were growing brighter and more luminous. The mournfully monotonous chirping of the grasshoppers, the call of the landrail, and the cry of the quail did not destroy the stillness of the night, but on the contrary, gave it an added monotony. It seemed as though the soft sounds that enchanted the ear came, not from birds or insects, but from the stars looking down upon us from the sky. Savka was the first to break the silence. He slowly turned his eyes from Black Kutka and said, I see you are dull, sir. Let's have supper. And without waiting for my consent, he crept on his stomach into the shanty, rummaged about there, making the whole edifice tremble like a leaf. Then he crawled back and set before me my vodka and an earthenware bowl. In the bowl there were baked eggs, large scones made of rye, pieces of black bread, and something else. We had a drink from a little crooked glass that wouldn't stand, and then we fell upon the food. Coarse gray salt, dirty, greasy cakes, eggs tough as India rubber, but how nice it all was. You live all alone, but what lots of good things you have, I said, pointing to the bowl. Where do you get them from? The women bring them, mumbled Savka. What do they bring them to you for? Oh, it's from pity. Not only Savka's menu, but his clothing, too, bore traces of feminine pity. Thus I noticed that he had on, that evening, a new woven belt and a crimson ribbon on which a copper cross hung round his dirty neck. I knew of the weakness of the fair sex for Savka, and I knew that he did not like talking about it, and so I did not carry my inquiries any further. Besides, there was not time to talk. Kutka, who had been fidgeting about near us and patiently waiting for scraps, suddenly pricked up his ears and growled. We heard in the distance repeated splashing of water. Someone is coming by the ford, said Savka. 3 minutes later, Kutka growled again and made a sound like a cough. SHSH, his master shouted at him. In the darkness, there was a muffled thud of timid footsteps, and the silhouette of a woman appeared out of the copse. I recognized her. Although it was dark, it was Agafya. She came up to us diffidently and stopped, breathing hard. She was breathless, probably not so much from walking as from fear and the unpleasant sensation everyone experiences in wading across a river at night. Seeing near the shanty not one but 2 persons, she uttered a faint cry and fell back a step. Ah, that is you, said Savka, stuffing a scone into his mouth. Yees, I, she muttered, dropping on the ground a bundle of some sort and looking sideways at me. Chekhov sent his greetings to you and told me to give you something here. Come, why tell stories? Chekhov, laughed Savka. There is no need for lying, the gentleman knows why you have come. Sit down, you shall have supper with us. Agafya looked sideways at me and sat down irresolutely. I thought you weren't coming this evening, Savka said, after a prolonged silence. Why sit like that? Eat, or shall I give you a drop of vodka? What an idea, laughed Agafya. Do you think you have got hold of a drunkard? Oh, drink it up. Your heart will feel warmer. There. Savka gave Agafya the crooked glass. She slowly drank the vodka, ate nothing with it, but drew a deep breath when she had finished. You've brought something, said Savka, untying the bundle and throwing a condescending, jesting shade into his voice. Women can never come without bringing something. Ah, pie and potatoes. They live well, he sighed, turning to me. They are the only ones in the whole village who have got potatoes left from the winter. In the darkness, I did not see Agafya's face, but from the movement of her shoulders and head, it seemed to me that she could not take her eyes off Savka's face. To avoid being the third person at this tryst, I decided to go for a walk and got up. But at that moment, a nightingale in the woods suddenly uttered 2 low contralto notes. Half a minute later, it gave a tiny high trill, and then, having thus tried its voice, began singing. Savka jumped up and listened. "It's the same one as yesterday," he said. "Wait a minute." And getting up, he went noiselessly to the wood. "Why, what do you want with it?" I shouted out after him. "Stop." Savka shook his hand as much as to say, "Don't shout," and vanished into the darkness. Savka was an excellent sportsman and fisherman when he liked, but his talents in this direction were as completely thrown away as his strength. He was too slothful to do things in the routine way and vented his passion for sport in useless tricks. For instance, he would catch nightingales only with his hands, would shoot pike with a fowling piece. He would spend whole hours by the river trying to catch little fish with a big hook. Left alone with me, Agafya coughed and passed her hand several times over her forehead. She began to feel a little drunk from the vodka. "How are you getting on, Agafya?" I asked her, after a long silence, when it began to be awkward to remain mute any longer. "Very well, thank God. Don't tell anyone, sir, will you?" she added suddenly in a whisper. "That's all right," I reassured her. "But how reckless you are, Agafya. What if Chekhov finds out?" "He won't find out." "But what if he does?" "No, I shall be at home before he is. He is on the line now, and he will come back when the mail train brings him, and from here I can hear when the train's coming." Agafya once more passed her hand over her forehead and looked away in the direction in which Savka had vanished. The nightingale was singing. Some night bird flew low down close to the ground and, noticing us, was startled, fluttered its wings and flew across to the other side of the river. Soon the nightingale was silent, but Savka did not come back. Agafya got up, took a few steps uneasily, and sat down again. "What is he doing?" she could not refrain from saying. "The train's not coming in tomorrow. I shall have to go away directly." "Savka," I shouted. "Savka." I was not answered even by an echo. Agafya moved uneasily and sat down again. "It's time I was going," she said in an agitated voice. "The train will be here directly. I know when the trains come in." The poor woman was not mistaken. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, a sound was heard in the distance. Agafya kept her eyes fixed on the copse for a long time and moved her hands impatiently. "Why, where can he be?" she said, laughing nervously. "Where has the devil carried him? I am going, I really must be going." Meanwhile, the noise was growing more and more distinct. By now one could distinguish the rumble of the wheels from the heavy gasps of the engine. Then we heard the whistle. The train crossed the bridge with a hollow rumble. Another minute, and all was still. "I'll wait 1 minute more," said Agafya, sitting down resolutely. "So be it, I'll wait." At last, Savka appeared in the darkness. He walked noiselessly on the crumbling earth of the kitchen gardens and hummed something softly to himself. "Here's a bit of luck. What do you say to that now?" he said gaily. As soon as I got up to the bush and began taking aim with my hand it left off singing, "Ah, the bald dog," I waited and waited to see when it would begin again, but I had to give it up. Savka flopped clumsily down to the ground beside Agafya, and to keep his balance, clutched at her waist with both hands. "Why do you look cross, as though your aunt were your mother?" he asked. With all his soft-heartedness and good nature, Savka despised women. He behaved carelessly, condescendingly with them, and even stooped to scornful laughter of their feelings for himself. God knows, perhaps this careless, contemptuous manner was one of the causes of his irresistible attraction for the village Dulcineas. He was handsome and well-built. In his eyes there was always a soft friendliness, even when he was looking at the women he so despised, but the fascination was not to be explained by merely external qualities. Apart from his happy exterior and original manner, one must suppose that the touching position of Savka as an acknowledged failure and an unhappy exile from his own hut to the kitchen gardens also had an influence upon the women. "Tell the gentleman what you have come here for," Savka went on, still holding Agafya by the waist. "Come, tell him, you good married woman, ho-ho, shall we have another drop of vodka, friend Agafya?" I got up and, threading my way between the plots, I walked the length of the kitchen garden. The dark beds looked like flattened-out graves. They smelt of dug earth and the tender dampness of plants beginning to be covered with dew. A red light was still gleaming on the left. It winked genially and seemed to smile. I heard a happy laugh. It was Agafya laughing. And the train, I thought, the train has come in long ago. Waiting a little longer, I went back to the shanty. Savka was sitting motionless, his legs crossed like a Turk, and was softly, scarcely audibly humming a song consisting of words of one syllable, something like, "Out on you, fie on you, I and you." Agafya, intoxicated by the vodka, by Savka's scornful caresses, and by the stifling warmth of the night, was lying on the earth beside him, pressing her face convulsively to his knees. She was so carried away by her feelings that she did not even notice my arrival. "Agafya, the train has been in a long time," I said. It's time you were gone," Savka, tossing his head, took up my thought. "What are you sprawling here for, you shameless hussy?" Agafya started, took her head from his knees, glanced at me, and sank down beside him again. "You ought to have gone long ago," I said. Agafya turned round and got up on one knee. She was unhappy. For half a minute her whole figure, as far as I could distinguish it through the darkness, expressed conflict and hesitation. There was an instant when, seeming to come to herself, she drew herself up to get upon her feet, but then some invincible and implacable force seemed to push her whole body, and she sank down beside Savka again. "Bother him," she said, with a wild, guttural laugh, and reckless determination, impotence, and pain could be heard in that laugh. I strolled quietly away to the copse, and from there down to the river, where our fishing lines were set. The river slept. Some soft, fluffy petalled flower on a tall stalk touched my cheek tenderly like a child who wants to let one know it's awake. To pass the time, I felt for one of the lines and pulled at it. It yielded easily and hung limply. Nothing had been caught. The further bank and the village could not be seen. A light gleamed in one hut, but soon went out. I felt my way along the bank, found a hollow place which I had noticed in the daylight, and sat down in it as in an armchair. I sat there a long time. I saw the stars begin to grow misty and lose their brightness. A cool breath passed over the earth like a faint sigh and touched the leaves of the slumbering osiers. "Agafya," a hollow voice called from the village. "Agafya." It was the husband, who had returned home, and in alarm was looking for his wife in the village. At that moment there came the sound of unrestrained laughter. The wife, forgetful of everything, sought in her intoxication to make up by a few hours of happiness for the misery awaiting her next day. I dropped asleep. When I woke up, Savka was sitting beside me and lightly shaking my shoulder. The river, the copse, both banks, green and washed, trees and fields all were bathed in bright morning light. Through the slim trunks of the trees, the rays of the newly risen sun beat upon my back. "So that's how you catch fish," laughed Savka. "Get up." I got up, gave a luxurious stretch, and began greedily drinking in the damp and fragrant air. "Has Agafya gone?" I asked. "There she is," said Savka, pointing in the direction of the ford. I glanced and saw Agafya. Disheveled, with her kerchief dropping off her head, she was crossing the river, holding up her skirt. Her legs were scarcely moving. "The cat knows whose meat it has eaten," muttered Savka, screwing up his eyes as he looked at her. "She goes with her tail hanging down. They are sly as cats, these women, and timid as hares. She didn't go, silly thing, in the evening when we told her to. Now she will catch it, and they'll flog me again at the peasant court. All on account of the women." Agafya stepped upon the bank and went across the fields to the village. At first, she walked fairly boldly, but soon terror and excitement got the upper hand. She turned round fearfully, stopped, and took breath. "Yes, you are frightened." Savka laughed mournfully, looking at the bright green streak left by Agafya in the dewy grass. "She doesn't want to go. Her husband's been standing waiting for her for a good hour. Did you see him?" Savka said the last words with a smile, but they sent a chill to my heart. In the village, near the furthest hut, Chekhov was standing in the road, gazing fixedly at his returning wife. He stood without stirring and was as motionless as a post. What was he thinking as he looked at her? What words was he preparing to greet her with? Agafya stood still a little while, looked round once more as though expecting help from us, and went on. I have never seen anyone, drunk or sober, move as she did. Agafya seemed to be shriveled up by her husband's eyes. At one time she moved in zigzags, then she moved her feet up and down without going forward, bending her knees and stretching out her hands, then she staggered back. When she had gone another 100 paces, she looked round once more and sat down. "You ought at least to hide behind a bush," I said to Savka, "if the husband sees you." "He knows, anyway. who it is Agafya has come from. The women don't go to the kitchen garden at night for cabbages, we all know that. I glanced at Savka's face. It was pale and puckered up with a look of fastidious pity, such as one sees in the faces of people watching tortured animals. What's fun for the cat is tears for the mouse, he muttered. Agafya suddenly jumped up, shook her head, and with a bold step went towards her husband. She had evidently plucked up her courage and made up her mind. At Christmas time What shall I write? Said Yegor, and he dipped his pen in the ink. Vasilissa had not seen her daughter for 4 years. Her daughter Yefimia had gone after her wedding to Petersburg, had sent them 2 letters, and since then seemed to vanish out of their lives. There had been no sight nor sound of her. And whether the old woman were milking her cow at dawn, or heating her stove, or dozing at night, she was always thinking of one and the same thing: what was happening to Yefimia, whether she were alive out yonder. She ought to have sent a letter, but the old father could not write, and there was no one to write. But now Christmas had come, and Vasilissa could not bear it any longer, and went to the tavern to Yegor, the brother of the innkeeper's wife, who had sat in the tavern doing nothing ever since he came back from the army. People said that he could write letters very well if he were properly paid. Vasilissa talked to the cook at the tavern, then to the mistress of the house, then to Yegor himself. They agreed upon 15 kopecks. And now it happened on the second day of the holidays, in the tavern kitchen. Yegor was sitting at the table, holding the pen in his hand. Vasilissa was standing before him, pondering with an expression of anxiety and woe on her face. Pyotr, her husband, a very thin old man with a brownish bald patch, had come with her. He stood looking straight before him like a blind man. On the stove, a piece of pork was being braised in a saucepan. It was spurting and hissing and seemed to be actually saying, "Flu, flu, flu." It was stifling. "What am I to write?" Yegor asked again. "What?" asked Vasilissa, looking at him angrily and suspiciously. "Don't worry me, you are not writing for nothing. No fear, you'll be paid for it. Come, write. To our dear son-in-law, Andrei Hrisenfich, and to our only beloved daughter, Yefimia Petrovna, with our love we send a low bow and our parental blessing abiding forever. Writ and fire away. And we wish them a happy Christmas. We are alive and well, and I wish you the same, please the Lord, the Heavenly King." Vasilissa pondered and exchanged glances with the old man. "And I wish you the same, please the Lord the Heavenly King," she repeated, beginning to cry. She could say nothing more, and yet before, when she lay awake thinking at night, it had seemed to her that she could not get all she had to say into a dozen letters. Since the time when her daughter had gone away with her husband, much water had flowed into the sea. The old people had lived feeling bereaved, and sighed heavily at night as though they had buried their daughter. And how many events had occurred in the village since then, how many marriages and deaths. How long the winters had been, how long the nights. "It's hot," said Yegor, unbuttoning his waistcoat. "It must be 70 degrees. What more?" he asked. The old people were silent. "What does your son-in-law do in Petersburg?" asked Yegor. "He was a soldier, my good friend," the old man answered in a weak voice. "He left the service at the same time as you did. He was a soldier, and now, to be sure, he is at Petersburg at a hydropathic establishment. The doctor treats the sick with water, so he, to be sure, is house-boarder at the doctor's." "Here it is written down," said the old woman, taking a letter out of her pocket. "We got it from Yefimia, goodness knows when. Maybe they are no longer in this world." Yegor thought a little and began writing rapidly. "At the present time," he wrote, "since your destiny, through your own doing, allotted you to the military career, we counsel you to look into the code of disciplinary offenses and fundamental laws of the War Office, and you will see in that law the civilization of the officials of the War Office." He wrote and kept reading aloud what was written, while Vasilissa considered what she ought to write. How great had been their want the year before, how their corn had not lasted even till Christmas, how they had to sell their cow. She ought to ask for money, ought to write that the old father was often ailing and would soon no doubt give up his soul to God. But how to express this in words? What must be said first and what afterwards? "Take note," Yegor went on writing. "In Volume 5 of the Army Regulations, soldier is a common noun and a proper one. A soldier of the first rank is called a general, and of the last a private." The old man stirred his lips and said softly, "It would be all right to have a look at the grandchildren." "What grandchildren?" asked the old woman, and she looked angrily at him. Perhaps there are none. Well, but perhaps there are, who knows? And thereby you can judge, Yeager hurried on. What is the enemy without and what is the enemy within? The foremost of our enemies within is Bacchus. The pen squeaked, executing upon the paper flourishes like fish hooks. Yeager hastened and read over every line several times. He sat on a stool, sprawling his broad feet under the table, well-fed, bursting with health, with a coarse animal face and a red bull neck. He was vulgarity itself. Coarse, conceited, invincible, proud of having been born and bred in a pothouse. And Vasilisa quite understood the vulgarity, but could not express it in words, and could only look angrily and suspiciously at Yeager. Her head was beginning to ache, and her thoughts were in confusion from the sound of his voice and his unintelligible words, from the heat and the stuffiness, and she said nothing and thought nothing, but simply waited for him to finish scribbling. But the old man looked with full confidence. He believed in his old woman who had brought him there, and in Yeager. And when he had mentioned the hydropathic establishment, it could be seen that he believed in the establishment and the healing efficacy of water. Having finished the letter, Yeager got up and read the whole of it through from the beginning. The old man did not understand, but he nodded his head trustfully. "That's all right, it is smooth," he said. "God give you health, that's all right." They laid on the table 3 5-kopeck pieces and went out of the tavern. The old man looked immovably straight before him as though he were blind, and perfect trustfulness was written on his face. But as Vasilisa came out of the tavern, she waved angrily at the dog and said angrily, the plague." The old woman did not sleep all night. She was disturbed by thoughts, and at daybreak she got up, said her prayers, and went to the station to send off the letter. It was between 8 and 9 miles to the station. 2. Dr. B. O. Moselweiser's hydropathic establishment worked on New Year's Day exactly as on ordinary days. The only difference was that the porter, Andry Hrisenfitch, had on a uniform with new braiding, his boots had an extra polish, and he greeted every visitor with "A Happy New Year to you." It was the morning. Andry Hrisenfitch was standing at the door, reading the newspaper. Just at 10 o'clock there arrived a general, one of the habitual visitors, and directly after him the postman. Andry Hrisenfitch helped the general off with his greatcoat and said, "A Happy New Year to your Excellency." "Thank you, my good fellow, the same to you." And at the top of the stairs the general asked, nodding towards the door. He asked the same question every day and always forgot the answer. "And what is there in that room?" "The massage room, your Excellency." When the general's steps had died away, Andry Hrisenfitch looked at the post that had come and found one addressed to himself. He tore it open, read several lines, then, looking at the newspaper, he walked without haste to his own room, which was downstairs close by at the end of the passage. His wife Euphemia was sitting on the bed, feeding her baby. Another child, the eldest, was standing by, laying its curly head on her knee. A third was asleep on the bed. Going into the room, Andry gave his wife the letter and said, "From the country, I suppose." Then he walked out again without taking his eyes from the paper. He could hear Euphemia with a shaking voice reading the first lines. She read them and could read no more. These lines were enough for her. She burst into tears, and hugging her eldest child, kissing him, she began saying, and it was hard to say whether she were laughing or crying. "It's from Granny, from Grandfather," she said. "From the country, the Heavenly Mother, saints and martyrs. The snow lies heaped up under the roofs now. The trees are as white, the boys slide on little sledges, and dear old bald grandfather is on the stove, and there is a little yellow dog, my own darlings." Andry Hrisenfitch, hearing this, recalled that his wife had on 3 or 4 occasions given him letters and asked him to send them to the country, but some important business had always prevented him. He had not sent them, and the letters somehow got lost. "And little hares run about in the fields," Euphemia went on chanting, kissing her boy and shedding tears. "Grandfather is kind and gentle, Granny is good, too kind-hearted. They are warm-hearted in the country, they are God-fearing. And there is a little church in the village, the peasants sing in the choir. Queen of Heaven, Holy Mother and Defender, take us away from here." Andry Hrisenfitch returned to his room to smoke a little till there was another ring at the door, and Euphemia ceased speaking, subsided, and wiped her eyes, though her lips were still quivering. She was very much frightened of him. Oh, how frightened of him! She trembled and was reduced to terror by the sound of his steps, by the look in his eyes, and dared not utter a word in his presence. Andriy Hrisenfich lighted a cigarette, but at that very moment there was a ring from upstairs. He put out his cigarette and, assuming a very grave face, hastened to his front door. The general was coming downstairs, fresh and rosy from his bath. "And what is there in that room?" he asked, pointing to a door. Andriy Hrisenfich put his hands down swiftly to the seams of his trousers and pronounced loudly, "Charkot douche, Your Excellency." Gusev I. It was getting dark, it would soon be night. Gusev, a discharged soldier, sat up in his hammock and said in an undertone, "I say, Pavel Ivanitch, a soldier at Suchin told me, while they were sailing a big fish came into collision with their ship and stove a hole in it." The nondescript individual whom he was addressing, and whom everyone in the ship's hospital called Pavel Ivanitch, was silent, as though he had not heard. And again a stillness followed. The wind frolicked with the rigging, the screw throbbed, the waves lashed, the hammocks creaked, but the ear had long ago become accustomed to these sounds, and it seemed that everything around was asleep and silent. It was dreary. The 3 invalids, 2 soldiers, and a sailor who had been playing cards all the day were asleep and talking in their dreams. It seemed as though the ship were beginning to rock. The hammock slowly rose and fell under Gusev, as though it were heaving a sigh, and this was repeated once, twice, 3 times. Something crashed onto the floor with a clang. It must have been a jug falling down. "The wind has broken loose from its chain," said Gusev, listening. This time Pavel Ivanitch cleared his throat and answered irritably. "One minute a vessel's running into a fish, the next, the wind's breaking loose from its chain. Is the wind a beast that it can break loose from its chain?" That's how christened folk talk. They are as ignorant as you are then. They say all sorts of things. One must keep a head on one's shoulders and use one's reason. You are a senseless creature. Pavel Ivanitch was subject to seasickness. When the sea was rough, he was usually ill-humored, and the merest trifle would make him irritable. And in Gusev's opinion, there was absolutely nothing to be vexed about. What was there strange or wonderful, for instance, in the fish or in the wind's breaking loose from its chain? Suppose the fish were as big as a mountain and its back were as hard as a sturgeon. And in the same way, supposing that away yonder at the end of the world, there stood great stone walls and the fierce winds were chained up to the walls. If they had not broken loose, why did they tear about all over the sea like maniacs and struggle to escape like dogs? If they were not chained up, what did become of them when it was calm? Gusev pondered for a long time about fishes as big as a mountain and stout, rusty chains. Then he began to feel dull and thought of his native place to which he was returning after 5 years' service in the East. He pictured an immense pond covered with snow. On one side of the pond, the red brick building of the potteries with a tall chimney and clouds of black smoke, on the other side a village. His brother Alexei comes out in a sledge from the 5th yard from the end. Behind him sits his little son Vanka in big felt overboots, and his little girl Akolka, also in big felt boots. Alexei has been drinking, Vanka is laughing, Akolka's face he could not see, she had muffled herself up. "You never know, he'll get the children frozen," thought Gusev. "Lord, send them sense and judgment that they may honor their father and mother and not be wiser than their parents. They want resoling," a delirious sailor says in a bass voice. "Yes, yes." Gusev's thoughts break off, and instead of a pond there suddenly appears apropos of nothing a huge bull's head without eyes, and the horse and sledge are not driving along, but are whirling round and round in a cloud of smoke. But still he was glad he had seen his own folks. He held his breath from delight, shudders ran all over him, and his fingers twitched. "The Lord let us meet again," he muttered feverishly, but he at once opened his eyes and sought in the darkness for water. He drank and lay back, and again the sledge was moving, then again the bull's head without eyes, smoke, clouds, and so on till daybreak. 2. The first outline visible in the darkness was a blue circle the little round window. Then little by little Gusev could distinguish his neighbor in the next hammock, Pavel Ivanitch. The man slept sitting up, as he could not breathe lying down. His face was gray, his nose was long and sharp, his eyes looked huge from the terrible thinness of his face, his temples were sunken, his beard was skimpy, his hair was long. Looking at him, you could not make out of what class he was, whether he were a gentleman, a merchant, or a peasant. Judging from his expression and his long hair, he might have been a hermit or a lay brother in a monastery, but if one listened to what he said, it seemed that he could not be a monk. He was worn out by his cough and his illness, and by the stifling heat, and breathed with difficulty, moving his parched lips. Noticing that Gusev was looking at him, he turned his face towards him and said, "I begin to guess. Yes, I understand it all perfectly now." "What do you understand, Pavel Ivanitch?" "I'll tell you. It has always seemed to me strange that terribly ill as you should be here in a steamer where it is so hot and stifling, and we are always being tossed up and down, where in fact everything threatens you with death. Now it is all clear to me. Yes, your doctors put you on the steamer to get rid of you. They get sick of looking after poor brutes like you. You don't pay them anything, they have a bother with you, and you damage their records with your death, so, of course, you are brutes. It's not difficult to get rid of you. All that is necessary is, in the first place, to have no conscience or humanity, and, secondly, to deceive the steamer authorities. The first condition need hardly be considered. In that respect, we are artists, and one can always succeed in the second with a little practice. In a crowd of 400 healthy soldiers and sailors, half a dozen sick ones are not conspicuous. Well, they drove you all on to the steamer, mixed you with the healthy ones, hurriedly counted you over, and in the confusion nothing amiss was noticed. And when the steamer had started, they saw that there were paralytics and consumptives in the last stage lying about on the deck. Gusev did not understand Pavel Ivanitch, but supposing he was being blamed, he said in self-defense, "I lay on the deck because I had not the strength to stand. When we were unloaded from the barge on to the ship, I caught a fearful chill." "It's revolting," Pavel Ivanitch went on. "The worst of it is they know perfectly well that you can't last out the long journey, and yet they put you here. Supposing you get as far as the Indian Ocean, what then? It's horrible to think of it. And that's their gratitude for your faithful, irreproachable service." Pavel Ivanitch's eyes looked angry. He frowned contemptuously and said, gasping, "Those are the people who ought to be plucked in the newspapers till the feathers fly in all directions." The two sick soldiers and the sailor were awake and already playing cards. The sailor was half reclining in his hammock. The soldiers were sitting near him on the floor in the most uncomfortable attitudes. One of the soldiers had his right arm in a sling, and the hand was swathed up in a regular bundle so that he held his cards under his right arm or in the crook of his elbow while he played with the left. The ship was rolling heavily. They could not stand up, nor drink tea, nor take their medicines. "Were you an officer's servant?" Pavel Ivanitch asked Gusev. "Yes, an officer's servant." My God," said Pavel Ivanitch, and he shook his head mournfully. "To tear a man out of his home, drag him 12,000 miles away, then to drive him into consumption, and what is it all for, one wonders? To turn him into a servant for some Captain Kopikin or Midshipman Durka. How logical." "It's not hard work, Pavel Ivanitch. You get up in the morning and clean the boots, get the samovar, sweep the rooms, and then you have nothing more to do. The lieutenant is all the day drawing plans, and if you like you can say your prayers, if you like you can read a book or go out into the street. God grant everyone such a life." "Yes, very nice, the lieutenant draws plans all the day, and you sit in the kitchen and pine for home. Plans indeed. It is not plans that matter, but a human life. Life is not given twice, it must be treated mercifully. Of course, Pavel Ivanitch, a bad man gets no mercy anywhere, neither at home nor in the army, but if you live as you ought and obey orders, who has any need to insult you? The officers are educated gentlemen, they understand. In 5 years I was never once in prison, and I was never struck a blow, so help me God, but once." "What for?" "For fighting. I have a heavy hand, Pavel Ivanitch. 4 Chinamen came into our yard, they were bringing firewood or something, I don't remember. Well, I was bored and I knocked them about a bit, one's nose began bleeding, damn the fellow. The lieutenant saw it through the little window, he was angry and gave me a box on the ear." "Foolish, pitiful man," whispered Pavel Ivanitch, "you don't understand anything." He was utterly exhausted by the tossing of the ship and closed his eyes. His head alternately fell back and dropped forward on his breast. Several times he tried to lie down, but nothing came of it. His difficulty in breathing prevented it. "And what did you hit the 4 Chinamen for?" he asked a little while afterwards. "Oh, nothing. They came into the yard and I hit them. And a stillness followed. The card players had been playing for 2 hours with enthusiasm and loud abuse of one another, but the motion of the ship overcame them, too. They threw aside the cards and lay down. Again Gusev saw the big pond, the brick building, the village. Again the sledge was coming along. Again Vanka was laughing, and Akolka, silly little thing, threw open her fur coat and stuck her feet out as much as to say, "Look, good people, my snow boots are not like Vanka's, they are new ones." 5 years old, and she has no sense yet, Gusev muttered in delirium. Instead of kicking your legs, you had better come and get your soldier uncle a drink. I will give you something nice. Then Andrin, with a flintlock gun on his shoulder, was carrying a hare he had killed, and he was followed by the decrepit old Jew Isichik, who offers to barter the hare for a piece of soap. Then the black calf in the shed, then Domna sewing at a shirt and crying about something, and then again the bull's head without eyes, black smoke. Overhead someone gave a loud shout, several sailors ran by, they seemed to be dragging something bulky over the deck, something fell with a crash. Again they ran by. Had something gone wrong? Gusev raised his head, listened, and saw that the 2 soldiers and the sailor were playing cards again. Pavel Ivanitch was sitting up, moving his lips. It was stifling, one hadn't strength to breathe, one was thirsty, the water was warm, disgusting. The ship heaved as much as ever. Suddenly something strange happened to one of the soldiers playing cards. He called hearts diamonds, got muddled in his score, and dropped his cards, then with a frightened, foolish smile looked round at all of them. "I shan't be a minute, mates, he said, and lay down on the floor. Everybody was amazed. They called to him, he did not answer. "Stefan, maybe you are feeling bad, eh?" the soldier with his arm in a sling asked him. "Perhaps we had better bring the priest, eh?" "Have a drink of water, Stepan," said the sailor. "Here, lad, drink." "Why are you knocking the jug against his teeth?" said Gusev angrily. "Don't you see, turnip head?" "What? What?" Gusev repeated, mimicking him. "There is no breath in him, he is dead. That's what. What nonsensical people, Lord have mercy on us." 3. The ship was not rocking, and Pavel Ivanitch was more cheerful. He was no longer ill-humored. His face had a boastful, defiant, mocking expression. He looked as though he wanted to say, "Yes, in a minute I will tell you something that will make you split your sides with laughing." The little round window was open, and a soft breeze was blowing on Pavel Ivanitch. There was a sound of voices, of the plash of oars in the water. Just under the little window, someone began droning in a high, unpleasant voice. No doubt it was a Chinaman singing. "Here we are in the harbor," said Pavel Ivanitch, smiling ironically. "Only another month and we shall be in Russia. Well, worthy gentlemen and warriors, I shall arrive at Odessa and from there go straight to Kharkov. In Kharkov I have a friend, a literary man. I shall go to him and say, 'Come, old man, put aside your horrid subjects, ladies' amours and the beauties of nature, and show up human depravity.'" For a minute he pondered, then said, "Gusev, do you know how I took them in?" "Took in whom, Pavel Ivanitch?" "Why, these fellows. You know that on this steamer there is only a first class and a third class, and they only allow peasants that is the riffraff to go in the third. If you have got on a reefer jacket and have the faintest resemblance to a gentleman or a bourgeois, you must go first class, if you please. You must fork out 500 rubles if you die for it. Why, I ask, have you made such a rule? Do you want to raise the prestige of educated Russians thereby? Not a bit of it. We don't let you go third class simply because a decent person can't go third class. It is very horrible and disgusting. Yes, indeed, I am very grateful for such solicitude for decent people's welfare. But in any case, whether it is nasty there or nice, 500 rubles I haven't got. I haven't pilfered government money. I haven't exploited the natives, I haven't trafficked in contraband, I have flogged no one to death. So judge whether I have the right to travel first class and even less to reckon myself of the educated class. But you won't catch them with logic. One has to resort to deception. I put on a workman's coat and high boots, I assumed a drunken, servile mug and went to the agents. "Give us a little ticket, Your Honor," said I. "Why, what class do you belong to?" asked a sailor. "Clerical. My father was an honest priest. He always told the great ones of the world the truth to their faces, and he had a great deal to put up with in consequence." Pavel Ivanitch was exhausted with talking and gasped for breath, but still went on. "Yes, I always tell people the truth to their faces. I am not afraid of anyone or anything. There is a vast difference between me and all of you in that respect. You are in darkness, you are blind, crushed, you see nothing, and what you do see you don't understand. You are told the wind breaks loose from its chain, that you are beasts, pecheniegs, and you believe it. They punch you in the neck, you kiss their hands, some animal in a sable-lined coat robs you and then tips you 15 kopecks, and you? Let me kiss your hand, sir. You are pariahs, pitiful people. I am a different sort. My eyes are open, I see it all as clearly as a hawk or an eagle when it floats over the earth, and I understand it all. I am a living protest. I see irresponsible tyranny, I protest. I see cant and hypocrisy, I protest. I see swine triumphant, I protest. And I cannot be suppressed, no Spanish Inquisition can make me hold my tongue. No, cut out my tongue and I would protest in dumb show. Shut me up in a cellar, I will shout from it to be heard half a mile away, or I will starve myself to death that they may have another weight on their black consciences. Kill me and I will haunt them with my ghost. All my acquaintances say to me, "You are a most insufferable person, Pavel Ivanitch." I am proud of such a reputation. I have served 3 years in the Far East, and I shall be remembered there for 100 years. I had rows with everyone. My friends write to me from Russia, "Don't come back." But here I am going back to spite them? Yes, that is life as I understand it. That is what one can call life. Gusev was looking at the little window and was not listening. A boat was swaying on the transparent, soft, turquoise water, all bathed in hot, dazzling sunshine. In it, there were naked Chinamen holding up cages with canaries and calling out, "It sings, it sings." Another boat knocked against the first. The steam cutter darted by. And then there came another boat with a fat Chinaman sitting in it, eating rice with little sticks. Languidly the water heaved. Languidly the white seagulls floated over it. I should like to give that fat fellow one in the neck, thought Gusev, gazing at the stout Chinaman with a yawn. He dozed off, and it seemed to him that all nature was dozing, too. Time flew swiftly by. Imperceptibly the day passed. Imperceptibly the darkness came on. The steamer was no longer standing still, but moving on further. 4. 2 days passed. Pavel Ivanitch lay down instead of sitting up. His eyes were closed. His nose seemed to have grown sharper. "Pavel Ivanitch," Gusev called to him. "Hey, Pavel Ivanitch." Pavel Ivanitch opened his eyes and moved his lips. "Are you feeling bad?" "No, it's nothing," answered Pavel Ivanitch, gasping. "Nothing, on the contrary, I am rather better. You see, I can lie down. I am a little easier." "Well, thank God for that, Pavel Ivanitch. When I compare myself with you, I am sorry for you. Poor fellow, my lungs are all right, it is only a stomach cough. I can stand hell, let alone the Red Sea. Besides, I take a critical attitude to my illness and to the medicines they give me for it, while you are in darkness. It's hard for you, very, very hard." The ship was not rolling, it was calm, but as hot and stifling as a bathhouse. It was not only hard to speak, but even hard to listen. Gusev hugged his knees, laid his head on them, and thought of his home. Good heavens, what a relief it was to think of snow and cold in that stifling heat. You drive in a sledge, all at once the horses take fright at something and bolt. Regardless of the road, the ditches, the ravines, they dash like mad things, right through the village, over the pond by the pottery works, out across the open fields. "Hold on," the pottery hands and the peasants shout, meeting them. Hold on. But why? Let the keen, cold wind beat in one's face and bite one's hands. Let the lumps of snow, kicked up by the horse's hoofs, fall on one's cap, on one's back, down one's collar, on one's chest. Let the runners ring on the snow, and the traces and the sledge be smashed, deuce take them one and all. And how delightful when the sledge upsets and you go flying full tilt into a drift, face downwards in the snow, and then you get up white all over with icicles on your mustaches. No cap, no gloves, your belt undone. People laugh, the dogs bark. Pavel Ivanitch half opened one eye, looked at Gusev with it, and asked softly, "Gusev, did your commanding officer steal?" "Who can tell, Pavel Ivanitch? We can't say, it didn't reach us." And after that a long time passed in silence. Gusev brooded, muttered something in delirium, and kept drinking water. It was hard for him to talk and hard to listen, and he was afraid of being talked to. An hour passed, a second, a third. Evening came on, then night, but he did not notice it. He still sat dreaming of the frost. There was a sound as though someone came into the hospital, and voices were audible, but a few minutes passed, and all was still again. "The kingdom of heaven and eternal peace," said the soldier with his arm in a sling. He was an uncomfortable man. "What?" asked Gusev. "Who?" "He is dead, they have just carried him up." "Oh, well," muttered Gusev, yawning, "the kingdom of heaven be his." "What do you think?" the soldier with his arm in a sling asked Gusev. "Will he be in the kingdom of heaven or not?" "Who is it you're talking about?" "Pavel Ivanitch. He will be, he suffered so long. And there is another thing, he belonged to the clergy, and the priests always have a lot of relations. Their prayers will save him." The soldier with the sling sat down on a hammock near Gusev and said in an undertone, "And you, Gusev, are not long for this world. You will never get to Russia." "Did the doctor or his assistant say so?" asked Gusev. "It isn't that they said so, but one can see it. One can see directly when a man's going to die. You don't eat, you don't drink. It's dreadful to see how thin you've got. It's consumption, in fact. I say it not to upset you, but because maybe you would like to have the sacrament and extreme unction. And if you have any money, you had better give it to the senior officer." "I haven't written home," Gusev sighed. "I shall die and they won't know." "They'll hear of it," the sick sailor brought out in a bass voice. "When you die, they will put it down in the Gazette. At Odessa, they will send in a report to the commanding officer there, and he will send it to the parish or somewhere." Gusev began to be uneasy after such a conversation and to feel a vague yearning. He drank water, it was not that. He dragged himself to the window and breathed the hot, moist air, it was not that. He tried to think of home, of the frost, it was not that. At last, it seemed to him 1 minute longer in the ward, and he would certainly expire. "It's stifling, mates," he said. "I'll go on deck, help me up for Christ's sake." "All right," assented the soldier with the sling. "I'll carry you, you can't walk, hold on to my neck." Gusev put his arm round the soldier's neck. The latter put his unhurt arm round him and carried him up. On the deck, sailors and time-expired soldiers were lying asleep side by side. There were so many of them, it was difficult to pass. "Stand down," the soldier with the sling said softly. "Follow me quietly, hold on to my shirt." It was dark. There was no light on deck, nor on the masts, nor anywhere on the sea around. At the furthest end of the ship, the man on watch was standing perfectly still like a statue, and it looked as though he were asleep. It seemed as though the steamer were abandoned to itself and were going at its own will. "Now they will throw Pavel Ivanitch into the sea," said the soldier with the sling. "In a sack and then into the water." "Yes, that's the rule. But it's better to lie at home in the earth. Anyway, your mother comes to the grave and weeps." "Of course." There was a smell of hay and of dung. There were oxen standing with drooping heads by the ship's rail. 1, 2, 3, 8 of them, and there was a little horse. Gusev put out his hand to stroke it, but it shook its head, showed its teeth, and tried to bite his sleeve. "Damned brute," said Gusev angrily. The two of them, he and the soldier, threaded their way to the head of the ship, then stood at the rail and looked up and down. Overhead, deep sky, bright stars, peace and stillness, exactly as at home in the village, below darkness and disorder. The tall waves were resounding, no one could tell why. Whichever wave you looked at, each one was trying to rise higher than all the rest and to chase and crush the next one. After it, a third as fierce and hideous flew noisily, with a glint of light on its white crest. The sea has no sense and no pity. If the steamer had been smaller and not made of thick iron, the waves would have crushed it to pieces without the slightest compunction, and would have devoured all the people in it with no distinction of saints or sinners. The steamer had the same cruel and meaningless expression. This monster with its huge beak was dashing onwards, cutting millions of waves in its path. It had no fear of the darkness, nor the wind, nor of space, nor of solitude, caring for nothing, and if the ocean had its people, this monster would have crushed them, too, without distinction of saints or sinners. "Where are we now?" asked Gusev. "I don't know, we must be in the ocean. There is no sight of land." "No, indeed, they say we shan't see it for 7 days." The two soldiers watched the white foam with the phosphorus light on it and were silent, thinking. Gusev was the first to break the silence. "There is nothing to be afraid of," he said. "Only one is full of dread as though one were sitting in a dark forest. But if, for instance, they let a boat down onto the water this minute and an officer ordered me to go 100 miles over the sea to catch fish, I'd go. Or, let's say, if a Christian were to fall into the water this minute, I'd go in after him. A German or a Chinaman I wouldn't save, but I'd go in after a Christian. And are you afraid to die? Yes, I am sorry for the folks at home. My brother at home, isn't steady. He drinks, he beats his wife for nothing, he does not honor his parents. Everything will go to ruin without me, and father and my old mother will be begging their bread, I shouldn't wonder. But my legs won't bear me, brother, and it's hot here. Let's go to sleep. 5. Gusev went back to the ward and got into his hammock. He was again tormented by a vague craving, and he could not make out what he wanted. There was an oppression on his chest, a throbbing in his head. His mouth was so dry that it was difficult for him to move his tongue. He dozed and murmured in his sleep, and worn out with nightmares, his cough, and the stifling heat, towards morning he fell into a sound sleep. He dreamed that they were just taking the bread out of the oven in the barracks, and he climbed into the stove and had a steam bath in it, lashing himself with a bunch of birch twigs. He slept for 2 days, and at midday on the 3rd, 2 sailors came down and carried him out. He was sewn up in sailcloth, and to make him heavier they put with him 2 iron weights. Sewn up in the sailcloth, he looked like a carrot or a radish, broad at the head and narrow at the feet. Before sunset, they brought him up to the deck and put him on a plank. One end of the plank lay on the side of the ship, the other on a box, placed on a stool. Round him stood the soldiers and the officers with their caps off. "Blessed be the name of the Lord," the priest began, "as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be." "Amen," chanted 3 sailors. The soldiers and the officers crossed themselves and looked away at the waves. It was strange that a man should be sewn up in sailcloth and should soon be flying into the sea. Was it possible that such a thing might happen to anyone? The priests strewed earth upon Gusev and bowed down. They sang Eternal Memory. The man on watch duty tilted up the end of the plank. Gusev slid off and flew head foremost, turned a somersault in the air and splashed into the sea. He was covered with foam, and for a moment looked as though he were wrapped in lace, but the minute passed and he disappeared in the waves. He went rapidly towards the bottom. Did he reach it? It was said to be 3 miles to the bottom. After sinking 60 or 70 feet, he began moving more and more slowly, swaying rhythmically, as though he were hesitating, and, carried along by the current, moved more rapidly sideways than downwards. Then he was met by a shoal of the fish called harbor pilots. Seeing the dark body, the fish stopped as though petrified, and suddenly turned round and disappeared. In less than a minute, they flew back swift as an arrow to Gusev and began zigzagging round him in the water. After that, another dark body appeared. It was a shark. It swam under Gusev with dignity and no show of interest, as though it did not notice him, and sank down upon its back. Then it turned belly upwards, basking in the warm, transparent water, and languidly opened its jaws with 2 rows of teeth. The harbor pilots are delighted. They stop to see what will come next. After playing a little with the body, the shark nonchalantly puts its jaws under it, cautiously touches it with its teeth, and the sailcloth is rent its full length from head to foot. One of the weights falls out and frightens the harbor pilots, and striking the shark on the ribs, goes rapidly to the bottom. Overhead at this time, the clouds are massed together on the side where the sun is setting, one cloud like a triumphal arch, another like a lion, a third like a pair of scissors. From behind the clouds, a broad, green shaft of light pierces through and stretches to the middle of the sky. A little later, another, violet-colored, lies beside it next that, one of gold, then one rose-colored. The sky turns a soft lilac. Looking at this gorgeous, enchanted sky, at first the ocean scowls, but soon it, too, takes tender, joyous, passionate colors for which it is hard to find a name in human speech. The student. At first the weather was fine and still. The thrushes were calling, and in the swamps close by something alive droned pitifully with a sound like blowing into an empty bottle. A snipe flew by, and the shot aimed at it rang out with a gay, resounding note in the spring air. But when it began to get dark in the forest, a cold, penetrating wind blew inappropriately from the east, and everything sank into silence. Needles of ice stretched across the pools, and it felt cheerless, remote, and lonely in the forest. There was a whiff of winter. Ivan Velikopolsky, the son of a sacristan and a student of the clerical academy, returning home from shooting, walked all the time by the path in the waterside meadow. His fingers were numb, and his face was burning with the wind. It seemed to him that the cold that had suddenly come on had destroyed the order and harmony of things, that nature itself felt ill at ease, and that was why the evening darkness was falling more rapidly than usual. All around it was deserted and peculiarly gloomy. The only light was one gleaming in the widow's gardens near the river, the village, over 3 miles away, and everything in the distance all round was plunged in the cold evening mist. The student remembered that, as he went out from the house, his mother was sitting barefoot on the floor in the entry, cleaning the samovar, while his father lay on the stove coughing. As it was Good Friday, nothing had been cooked, and the student was terribly hungry. And now, shrinking from the cold, he thought that just such a wind had blown in the days of Rurik and in the time of Ivan the Terrible and Peter, and in their time there had been just the same desperate poverty and hunger, the same thatched roofs with holes in them, ignorance, misery, the same desolation around, the same darkness, the same feeling of oppression. All these had existed, did exist, and would exist, and the lapse of 1,000 years would make life no better. And he did not want to go home. The gardens were called the Widows, because they were kept by 2 widows, mother and daughter. A campfire was burning brightly with a crackling sound, throwing out light far around on the plowed earth. The widow Vasilissa, a tall, fat old woman in a man's coat, was standing by and looking thoughtfully into the fire. Her daughter Lucaria, a little pockmarked woman with a stupid-looking face, was sitting on the ground, washing a cauldron and spoons. Apparently they had just had supper. There was a sound of men's voices. It was the laborers watering their horses at the river. "Here you have Winter back again," said the student, going up to the campfire. "Good evening." Vasilissa started, but at once recognized him and smiled cordially. "I did not know you, God bless you," she said. "You'll be rich." They talked. Vasilissa, a woman of experience who had been in service with the gentry, first as a wet nurse, afterwards as a children's nurse, expressed herself with refinement, and a soft, sedate smile never left her face. Her daughter Lucaria, a village peasant woman who had been beaten by her husband, simply screwed up her eyes at the student and said nothing, and she had a strange expression like that of a deaf mute. "At just such a fire the Apostle Peter warmed himself," said the student, stretching out his hands to the fire, "so it must have been cold then, too. Ah, what a terrible night it must have been, Granny, an utterly dismal long night." He looked round at the darkness, shook his head abruptly and asked, "No doubt you have been at the reading of the 12 Gospels." "Yes, I have," answered Vasilissa. "If you remember at the Last Supper Peter said to Jesus, 'I am ready to go with thee into darkness and unto death.' And our Lord answered him thus, 'I say unto thee, Peter, before the cock croweth thou wilt have denied me thrice.' After the supper Jesus went through the agony of death in the garden and prayed, and poor Peter was weary in spirit and faint, his eyelids were heavy and he could not struggle against sleep. He fell asleep. Then you heard how Judas the same night kissed Jesus and betrayed him to his tormentors. They took him bound to the high priest and beat him, while Peter, exhausted, worn out with misery and alarm, hardly awake, feeling that something awful was just going to happen on earth, followed behind. He loved Jesus passionately, intensely, and now he saw from far off how he was beaten. Lucaria left the spoons and fixed an immovable stare upon the student. "They came to the high priest's," he went on. "They began to question Jesus, and meantime the laborers made a fire in the yard as it was cold and warmed themselves. Peter, too, stood with them near the fire and warmed himself as I am doing. A woman, seeing him, said, 'He was with Jesus,' to that is as much as to say that he, too, should be taken to be questioned. And all the laborers that were standing near the fire must have looked sourly and suspiciously at him, because he was confused and said, 'I don't know him.' A little while after again someone recognized him as one of Jesus' disciples and said, 'Thou, too, art one of them.' But again he denied it. And for the 3rd time someone turned to him, 'Why, did I not see thee with him in the garden today?' For the 3rd time he denied it. And immediately after that time the cock crowed, and Peter, looking from afar off at Jesus, remembered the words he had said to him in the evening. He remembered, he came to himself, went out of the yard and wept bitterly, bitterly. In the Gospel it is written, he went out and wept bitterly. I imagine it, the still, still, dark, dark garden, and in the stillness, faintly audible, smothered sobbing. He student sighed and sank into thought. Still smiling, Vasilissa suddenly gave a gulp, big tears flowed freely down her cheeks, and she screened her face from the fire with her sleeve as though ashamed of her tears, and Lucaria, staring immovably at the student, flushed crimson, and her expression became strained and heavy like that of someone enduring intense pain. The laborers came back from the river, and one of them riding a horse was quite near, and the light from the fire quivered upon him. The student said good night to the widows and went on, and again the darkness was about him and his fingers began to be numb. A cruel wind was blowing, winter really had come back, and it did not feel as though Easter would be the day after tomorrow. Now the student was thinking about Vasilisa. Since she had shed tears, all that had happened to Peter the night before the crucifixion must have some relation to her. He looked round. The solitary light was still gleaming in the darkness, and no figures could be seen near it now. The student thought again that if Vasilisa had shed tears and her daughter had been troubled, it was evident that what he had just been telling them about, which had happened 19 centuries ago, had a relation to the present, to both women, to the desolate village, to himself, to all people. The old woman had wept, not because he could tell the story touchingly, but because Peter was near to her, because her whole being was interested in what was passing in Peter's soul. And joy suddenly stirred in his soul, and he even stopped for a minute to take breath. The past, he thought, is linked with the present by an unbroken chain of events flowing one out of another. And it seemed to him that he had just seen both ends of that chain, that when he touched one end the other quivered. When he crossed the river by the ferry boat and afterwards, mounting the hill, looked at his village and towards the west where the cold crimson sunset lay a narrow streak of light. He thought that truth and beauty which had guided human life there in the garden, and in the yard of the high priest, had continued without interruption to this day, and had evidently always been the chief thing in human life, and in all earthly life, indeed. And the feeling of youth, health, vigor, he was only 22, and the inexpressible sweet expectation of happiness, of unknown mysterious happiness, took possession of him little by little, and life seemed to him enchanting, marvelous, and full of lofty meaning. In the Ravine I. The village of Aklivo lay in a ravine so that only the belfry and the chimneys of the printed cottons factories could be seen from the high road and the railway station. When visitors asked what village this was, they were told, "That's the village where the deacon ate all the caviar at the funeral." It had happened at the dinner at the funeral of Kostukov that the old deacon saw among the savories some large-grained caviar and began eating it greedily. People nudged him, tugged at his arm, but he seemed petrified with enjoyment, felt nothing, and only went on eating. He ate up all the caviar, and there were 4 pounds in the jar. And years had passed since then, the deacon had long been dead, but the caviar was still remembered. Whether life was so poor here or people had not been clever enough to notice anything but that unimportant incident that had occurred 10 years before. Anyway, the people had nothing else to tell about the village Aklivo. The village was never free from fever, and there was boggy mud there even in the summer, especially under the fences over which hung old willow trees that gave deep shade. Here there was always a smell from the factory refuse and the acetic acid which was used in the finishing of the cotton print. The 3 cotton factories and the tan yard were not in the village itself, but a little way off. They were small factories, and not more than 400 workmen were employed in all of them. The tan yard often made the water in the little river stink, the refuse contaminated the meadows, the peasants' cattle suffered from Siberian plague, and orders were given that the factory should be closed. It was considered to be closed, but went on working in secret with the connivance of the local police officer and the district doctor, who was paid 10 rubles a month by the owner. In the whole village, there were only 2 decent houses built of brick with iron roofs. One of them was the local court. In the other, a 2-storied house just opposite the church, there lived a shopkeeper from Epiphan called Grigory Petrovich Sibukin. Grigory kept a grocer's shop, but that was only for appearance sake. In reality, he sold vodka, cattle, hides, grain, and pigs. He traded in anything that came to hand, and when, for instance, magpies were wanted abroad for ladies' hats, he made some 30 kopecks on every pair of birds. He bought timber for felling, lent money at interest, and altogether was a sharp old man, full of resources. He had 2 sons. The elder, Anisim, was in the police in the detective department and was rarely at home. The younger, Stepan, had gone in for trade and helped his father. but no great help was expected from him as he was weak in health and deaf. His wife Aksenya, a handsome woman with a good figure, who wore a hat and carried a parasol on holidays, got up early and went to bed late, and ran about all day long, picking up her skirts and jingling her keys, going from the granary to the cellar and from there to the shop. And old Sibukin looked at her good-humoredly while his eyes glowed. And at such moments he regretted she had not been married to his elder son instead of to the younger one, who was deaf, and who evidently knew very little about female beauty. The old man had always an inclination for family life, and he loved his family more than anything on earth, especially his elder son, the detective, and his daughter-in-law. Aksenya had no sooner married the deaf son than she began to display an extraordinary gift for business, and knew who could be allowed to run up a bill and who could not. She kept the keys and would not trust them even to her husband. She kept the accounts by means of the reckoning beads, looked at the horse's teeth like a peasant, and was always laughing or shouting. And whatever she did or said, the old man was simply delighted and muttered, "Well done, daughter-in-law, you are a smart wench." He was a widower, but a year after his son's marriage he could not resist getting married himself. A girl was found for him, living 20 miles from Aklivo, called Varvara Nikolaevna, no longer quite young, but good-looking, comely, and belonging to a decent family. As soon as she was installed into the upper story room, everything in the house seemed to brighten up as though new glass had been put into all the windows. The lamps gleamed before the icons, the tables were covered with snow-white cloths, flowers with red buds made their appearance in the windows and in the front garden, and at dinner, instead of eating from a single bowl, each person had a separate plate set for him. Varvara Nikolaevna had a pleasant, friendly smile, and it seemed as though the whole house were smiling, too. Beggars and pilgrims, male and female, began to come into the yard, a thing which had never happened in the past. The plaintive sing-song voices of the Aklivo peasant women and the apologetic coughs of weak, seedy-looking men who had been dismissed from the factory for drunkenness were heard under the windows. Varvara helped them with money, with bread, with old clothes, and afterwards, when she felt more at home, began taking things out of the shop. One day the deaf man saw her take 4 ounces of tea, and that disturbed him. "Here, mother's taken 4 ounces of tea," he informed his father afterwards. "Where is that to be entered?" The old man made no reply but stood still and thought a moment, moving his eyebrows, and then went upstairs to his wife. "Varvarushka, if you want anything out of the shop," he said affectionately, "take it, my dear. Take it and welcome, don't hesitate." And the next day the deaf man, running across the yard, called to her, "If there is anything you want, mother, take it." There was something new, something gay and light-hearted in her giving of alms, just as there was in the lamps before the icons and in the red flowers. When at carnival or at the church festival, which lasted for 3 days, they sold the peasants tainted salt meat, smelling so strong it was hard to stand near the tub of it, and took scythes, caps, and their wives' kerchiefs in pledge from the drunken men. When the factory hands, stupefied with bad vodka, lay rolling in the mud, and sin seemed to hover thick like a fog in the air, then it was a relief to think that up there in the house there was a gentle, neatly dressed woman who had nothing to do with salt meat or vodka. Her charity had in those burdensome, murky days the effect of a safety valve in a machine. The days in Sibukin's house were spent in business cares. Before the sun had risen in the morning, Aksenya was panting and puffing as she washed in the outer room, and the samovar was boiling in the kitchen with a hum that boded no good. Old Grigory Petrovitch, dressed in a long black coat, cotton breeches and shiny top boots, looking a dapper little figure, walked about the rooms, tapping with his little heels like the father-in-law in a well-known song. The shop was opened. When it was daylight, a racing droshky was brought up to the front door, and the old man got jauntily onto it, pulling his big cap down to his ears. And looking at him, no one would have said he was 56. His wife and daughter-in-law saw him off, and at such times when he had on a good, clean coat, and had in the droshky a huge black horse that had cost 300 rubles, the old man did not like the peasants to come up to him with their complaints and petitions. He hated the peasants and disdained them, and if he saw some peasants waiting at the gate, he would shout angrily, "Why are you standing there? Go further off." Or if it were a beggar, he would say, "God will provide." He used to drive off on business. His wife, in a dark dress and a black apron, tidied the rooms or helped in the kitchen. Aksenya attended to the shop, and from the yard could be heard the clink of bottles and of money, her laughter and loud talk, and the anger of customers whom she had offended. And at the same time, it could be seen that the secret sale of vodka was already going on in the shop. The deaf man sat in the shop too, or walked about the street bareheaded, with his hands in his pockets looking absent-mindedly now at the huts, now at the sky overhead. 6 times a day they had tea, 4 times a day they sat down to meals, and in the evening they counted over their takings, put them down, went to bed, and slept soundly. All the 3 cotton factories in Aklivo and the houses of the factory owners A. Tryman Seniors, A. Tryman Juniors, and Kostukov were on a telephone. The telephone was laid on in the local court, too, but it soon ceased to work as bugs and beetles bred there. The elder of the rural district had had little education and wrote every word in the official documents in capitals. But when the telephone was spoiled, he said, "Yes, now we shall be badly off without a telephone." The 8 Tryman Seniors were continually at law with the juniors, and sometimes the juniors quarreled among themselves and began going to law, and their factory did not work for a month or 2 till they were reconciled again, and this was an entertainment for the people of Aklivo, as there was a great deal of talk and gossip on the occasion of each quarrel. On holidays, Kostukov and the juniors used to get up races, used to dash about Aklivo and run over calves. Aksenya, rustling her starched petticoats, used to promenade in a low-necked dress up and down the street near her shop. The juniors used to snatch her up and carry her off as though by force. Then old Sybukin would drive out to show his new horse and take Varvara with him. In the evening, after the races, when people were going to bed, an expensive concertina was played in the juniors' yard, and, if it were a moonlight night, those sounds sent a thrill of delight to the heart, and Aklivo no longer seemed a wretched hole. 2. The elder son Anisim came home very rarely, only on great holidays, but he often sent by a returning villager presents and letters written in very good writing by some other hand, always on a sheet of foolscap in the form of a petition. The letters were full of expressions that Anisim never made use of in conversation. "Dear Papa and Mama, I send you a pound of flour tea for the satisfaction of your physical needs." At the bottom of every letter was scratched, as though with a broken pen, Anisim Sybukin, and again in the same excellent hand, "Agent." The letters were read aloud several times, and the old father, touched, read with emotion, would say, "Here he did not care to stay at home, he has gone in for an intellectual line. Well, let him, every man to his own job." It happened just before Carnival. There was a heavy storm of rain mixed with hail. The old man and Varvara went to the window to look at it, and lo and behold, Anisim drove up in a sledge from the station. He was quite unexpected. He came indoors, looking anxious and troubled about something, and he remained the same all the time. There was something free and easy in his manner. He was in no haste to go away, it seemed, as though he had been dismissed from the service. Varvara was pleased at his arrival. She looked at him with a sly expression, sighed, and shook her head. "How is this, my friends?" she said. "Tut, tut, the lad's in his 28th year, and he is still leading a gay bachelor life. Tut, tut, tut." From the other room, her soft, even speech sounded like tut, tut, tut. She began whispering with her husband and Aksenya, and their faces wore the same sly and mysterious expression as though they were conspirators. It was decided to marry Anisim. "Oh, tut, tut, the younger brother has been married long ago," said Varvara, "and you are still without a helpmate like a cock at a fair. What is the meaning of it?" "Tut, tut, you will be married, please God, then as you choose you will go into the service, and your wife will remain here at home to help us. There is no order in your life, young man, and I see you have forgotten how to live properly. Tut, tut, it's the same trouble with all you townspeople." When the Tsybukins married, the most handsome girls were chosen as brides for them as rich men. For Anisim, too, they found a handsome one. He was himself of an uninteresting and inconspicuous appearance, of a feeble, sickly build and short stature. He had full, puffy cheeks which looked as though he were blowing them out. His eyes looked with a keen, unblinking stare. His beard was red and scanty, and when he was thinking he always put it into his mouth and bit it. Moreover, he often drank too much, and that was noticeable from his face and his walk. But when he was informed that they had found a very beautiful bride for him, he said, "Oh well, I am not a fright myself. All of us Sibukins are handsome, I may say. The village of Torgivo was near the town. Half of it had lately been incorporated into the town, the other half remained a village. In the first the town, half there was a widow living in her own little house. She had a sister living with her who was quite poor and went out to work by the day, and this sister had a daughter called Lipa, a girl who went out to work, too. People in Torgivo were already talking about Lipa's good looks, but her terrible poverty put everyone off. People opined that some widower or elderly man would marry her regardless of her poverty, or would perhaps take her to himself without marriage, and that her mother would get enough to eat living with her. Varvara heard about Lipa from the matchmakers, and she drove over to Torgivo. Then a visit of inspection was arranged at the aunt's, with lunch and wine all in due order, and Lipa wore a new pink dress made on purpose for this occasion, and a crimson ribbon like a flame gleamed in her hair. She was pale-faced, thin and frail, with soft, delicate features sunburnt from working in the open air. A shy, mournful smile always hovered about her face, and there was a childlike look in her eyes, trustful and curious. She was young, quite a little girl, her bosom still scarcely perceptible, but she could be married because she had reached the legal age. She really was beautiful, and the only thing that might be thought unattractive was her big masculine hands, which hung idle now like two big claws. "There is no dowry and we don't think much of that," said Sibukin to the aunt. "We took a wife from a poor family for our son Stepan, too, and now we can't say too much for her. In house and in business alike, she has hands of gold." Lipa stood in the doorway and looked as though she would say, "Do with me as you will, I trust you," while her mother Praskovia, the workwoman, hid herself in the kitchen numb with shyness. At one time in her youth, a merchant whose floors she was scrubbing stamped at her in a rage. She went chill with terror, and there always was a feeling of fear at the bottom of her heart. When she was frightened, her arms and legs trembled and her cheeks twitched. Sitting in the kitchen, she tried to hear what the visitors were saying, and she kept crossing herself, pressing her fingers to her forehead and gazing at the icons. Anisim, slightly drunk, opened the door into the kitchen and said in a friandese way, "Why are you sitting in here, precious mamma? We are dull without you." And Praskovia, overcome with timidity, pressing her hands to her lean, wasted bosom, said, "Oh, not at all. It's very kind of you." After the visit of inspection, the wedding day was fixed. Then Anisim walked about the rooms at home whistling, or suddenly thinking of something, would fall to brooding and would look at the floor fixedly, silently, as though he would probe to the depths of the earth. He expressed neither pleasure that he was to be married so soon, on Low Sunday, nor a desire to see his bride, but simply went on whistling. And it was evident he was only getting married because his father and stepmother wished him to, and because it was the custom in the village to marry the son in order to have a woman to help in the house. When he went away, he seemed in no haste, and behaved altogether not as he had done on previous visits, was particularly free and easy, and talked inappropriately. 3. In the village Shikalovo lived two dressmakers, sisters, belonging to the flagellant sect. The new clothes for the wedding were ordered from them, and they often came to try them on and stayed a long while drinking tea. They were making Varvara a brown dress with black lace and bugles on it, and Aksinya a light green dress with a yellow front, with a train. When the dressmakers had finished their work, Sibukin paid them not in money, but in goods from the shop, and they went away depressed, carrying parcels of tallow candles and tins of sardines, which they did not in the least need. And when they got out of the village into the open country, they sat down on a hillock and cried. Anisim arrived 3 days before the wedding, rigged out in new clothes from top to toe. He had dazzling india-rubber galoshes, and instead of a cravat wore a red cord with little balls on it, and over his shoulder he had hung an overcoat, also new, without putting his arms into the sleeves. After crossing himself sedately before the icon, he greeted his father and gave him 10 silver rubles and 10 half-rubles. To Varvara he gave as much, and to Aksinya 20 quarter rubles. The chief charm of the present lay in the fact that all the coins, as though carefully matched, were new and glittered in the sun. Trying to seem grave and sedate, he pursed up his face and puffed out his cheeks, and he smelt of spirits. Probably he had visited the refreshment bar at every station. And again, there was a friandesiness about the man, something superfluous and out of place. Then Anisim had lunch and drank tea with the old man, and Varvara turned the new coins over in her hand and inquired about villagers who had gone to live in the town. "They are all right, thank God, they get on quite well," said Anisim. "Only something has happened to Ivan Yegorov. His old wife Sofia Nikiforovna is dead, from consumption. They ordered the memorial dinner for the peace of her soul at the confectioner's at 2.5 rubles a head, and there was real wine. Those who were peasants from our village, they paid 2.5 rubles for them, too. They ate nothing, as though a peasant would understand sauce." 2.5, said his father, shaking his head. "Well, it's not like the country there. You go into a restaurant to have a snack of something. You ask for one thing and another. Others join till there is a party of us. One has a drink, and before you know where you are it is daylight, and you've 3 or 4 rubles each to pay. And when one is with Samarodov, he likes to have coffee with brandy in it after everything, and brandy is 60 kopecks for a little glass." "And he is making it all up," said the old man enthusiastically. "He is making it all up lying. I am always with Samarodov now. It is Samarodov who writes my letters to you. He writes splendidly. And if I were to tell you, Mama," Anisim went on gaily, addressing Varvara, "the sort of fellow that Samarodov is, you would not believe me. We call him Mutter because he is black like an Armenian. I can see through him, I know all his affairs like the 5 fingers of my hand, and he feels that, and he always follows me about. We are regular inseparables. He seems not to like it in a way, but he can't get on without me. Where I go he goes. I have a correct, trustworthy eye, Mama. One sees a peasant selling a shirt in the marketplace. Stay, that shirt's stolen. And really it turns out it is so, the shirt was a stolen one." "What do you tell from?" asked Varvara. "Not from anything, I have just an eye for it. I know nothing about the shirt, only for some reason I seem drawn to it. It's stolen, and that's all I can say. Among us detectives it's come to their saying, 'Oh, Anisim has gone to shoot snipe.' That means looking for stolen goods. Yes. Anybody can steal, but it is another thing to keep. The earth is wide, but there is nowhere to hide stolen goods. In our village a ram and 2 ewes were carried off last week," said Varvara, and she heaved a sigh, "and there is no one to try and find them." "Oh, tut, tut. Well, I might have a try, I don't mind." The day of the wedding arrived. It was a cool but bright, cheerful April day. People were driving about Uklevo from early morning with pairs or teams of 3 horses decked with many-colored ribbons on their yokes and manes, with a jingle of bells. The rooks, disturbed by this activity, were cawing noisily in the willows, and the starlings sang their loudest unceasingly, as though rejoicing that there was a wedding at the Tsybukins. Indoors the tables were already covered with long fish, smoked hams, stuffed fowls, boxes of sprats, pickled savories of various sorts, and a number of bottles of vodka and wine. There was a smell of smoked sausage and of sour tinned lobster. Old Tsybukhin walked about near the tables, tapping with his heels and sharpening the knives against each other. They kept calling Varvara and asking for things, and she was constantly with a distracted face running breathlessly into the kitchen, where the man cook from Kostukov's and the woman cook from A. Tryman Jr.'s had been at work since early morning. Aksinya, with her hair curled, in her stays without her dress on, in new creaky boots, flew about the yard like a whirlwind, showing glimpses of her bare knees and bosom. It was noisy, there was a sound of scolding and oaths. Passers-by stopped at the wide-open gates, and in everything there was a feeling that something extraordinary was happening. "They have gone for the bride." The bells began jingling and died away far beyond the village. Between 2 and 3 o'clock people ran up. Again there was a jingling of bells. They were bringing the bride. The church was full, the candelabra were lighted, the choir were singing from music books as old Tsybukhin had wished it. The glare of the lights and the bright-colored dresses dazzled Lipa. She felt as though the singers with their loud voices were hitting her on the head with a hammer. Her boots and the stays, which she had put on for the first time in her life, pinched her, and her face looked as though she had only just come to herself after fainting. She gazed about without understanding. Anisim, in his black coat with a red cord instead of a tie, stared at the same spot lost in thought, and when the singers shouted loudly, he hurriedly crossed himself. He felt touched and disposed to weep. This church was familiar to him from earliest childhood. At one time his dead mother used to bring him here to take the sacrament. At one time he used to sing in the choir. Every icon he remembered so well, every corner. Here he was being married. He had to take a wife for the sake of doing the proper thing, but he was not thinking of that now. He had forgotten his wedding completely. Tears dimmed his eyes so that he could not see the icons. He felt heavy at heart. He prayed and besought God that the misfortunes that threatened him, that were ready to burst upon him tomorrow, if not today, might somehow pass him by as storm clouds in time of drought pass over the village without yielding one drop of rain. And so many sins were heaped up in the past, so many sins, all getting away from them or setting them right was so beyond hope that it seemed incongruous even to ask forgiveness. But he did ask forgiveness and even gave a loud sob, but no one took any notice of that, since they all supposed he had had a drop too much. There was a sound of a fretful childish wail. "Take me away, Mama darling." "Quiet there," cried the priest. When they returned from the church, people ran after them. There were crowds, too, round the shop, round the gates, and in the yard under the windows. The peasant women came in to sing songs of congratulation to them. The young couple had scarcely crossed the threshold when the singers, who were already standing in the outer room with their music books, broke into a loud chant at the top of their voices. A band ordered expressly from the town began playing. Foaming Don wine was brought in tall wineglasses, and a Lizarov, a carpenter who did jobs by contract, a tall, gaunt old man with eyebrows so bushy that his eyes could scarcely be seen, said, addressing the happy pair, "Anisim and you, my child, love one another. Live in God's way, little children, and the Heavenly Mother will not abandon you." He leaned his face on the old father's shoulder and gave a sob. "Grigory Petrovitch, let us weep with joy," he said in a thin voice, and then at once burst out laughing in a loud bass guffaw. "Ho, ho, ho, this is a fine daughter-in-law for you two. Everything is in its place in her. All runs smoothly, no creaking, the mechanism works well, lots of screws in it." He was a native of the Yegoryaevsky district, but had worked in the factories in Aklivo and the neighborhood from his youth up, and had made it his home. He had been a familiar figure for years, as old and gaunt and lanky as now, and for years he had been nicknamed Crutch. Perhaps because he had been for 40 years occupied in repairing the factory machinery, he judged everybody and everything by its soundness or its need of repair. And before sitting down to the table, he tried several chairs to see whether they were solid, and he touched the smoked fish also. After the Don wine, they all sat down to the table. The visitors talked, moving their chairs. The singers were singing in the outer room. The band was playing, and at the same time, the peasant women in the yard were singing their songs all in chorus, and there was an awful, wild medley of sounds which made one giddy. Crutch turned round in his chair and prodded his neighbors with his elbows, prevented people from talking, and laughed and cried alternately. "Little children, little children, little children," he muttered rapidly. "Aksinya, my dear, Varvara, darling, we will live all in peace and harmony, my dear little Axes." He drank little and was now only drunk from one glass of English bitters. The revolting bitters, made from nobody knows what, intoxicated everyone who drank it as though it had stunned them. Their tongues began to falter. The local clergy, the clerks from the factories with their wives, the tradesmen and tavern keepers from the other villages were present. The clerk and the elder of the rural district, who had served together for 14 years, and who had during all that time never signed a single document for anybody, nor let a single person out of the local court without deceiving or insulting him, were sitting now side by side, both fat and well-fed, and it seemed as though they were so saturated in injustice and falsehood that even the skin of their faces was somehow peculiar, fraudulent. The clerk's wife, a thin woman with a squint, had brought all her children with her, and like a bird of prey looked aslant at the plates and snatched anything she could get hold of to put in her own or her children's pockets. Lipa sat as though turned to stone, still with the same expression as in church. Anisim had not said a single word to her since he had made her acquaintance, so that he did not yet know the sound of her voice, and now, sitting beside her, he remained mute and went on drinking bitters, and when he got drunk he began talking to the aunt who was sitting opposite. "I have a friend called Samorodov, a peculiar man. He is by rank an honorary citizen and he can talk, but I know him through and through, auntie, and he feels it. Pray join me in drinking to the health of Samorodov, auntie." Varvara, worn out and distracted, walked round the table pressing the guests to eat, and was evidently pleased that there were so many dishes and that everything was so lavish no one could disparage them now. The sun set, but the dinner went on. The guests were beyond knowing what they were eating or drinking. It was impossible to distinguish what was said. And only from time to time, when the band subsided, some peasant woman could be heard shouting, "They have sucked the blood out of us, the Herods, a pest on them." In the evening they danced to the band. The Atriman juniors came, bringing their wine, and one of them, when dancing a quadrille, held a bottle in each hand and a wineglass in his mouth, and that made everyone laugh. In the middle of the quadrille, they suddenly crooked their knees and danced in a squatting position. Axinia in green flew by like a flash, stirring up a wind with her train. Someone trod on her flounce and Crutch shouted, "Aya, they have torn off the panel, children." Axinia had naive gray eyes which rarely blinked, and a naive smile played continually on her face. And in those unblinking eyes, and in that little head on the long neck, and in her slenderness there was something snake-like. All in green, but for the yellow on her bosom, she looked with a smile on her face as a viper looks out of the young rye in the spring at the passers-by, stretching itself and lifting its head. The Atrimans were free in their behavior to her, and it was very noticeable that she was on intimate terms with the elder of them. But her deaf husband saw nothing. He did not look at her. He sat with his legs crossed and ate nuts, cracking them so loudly that it sounded like pistol shots. But behold, old Sybukin himself walked into the middle of the room and waved his handkerchief as a sign that he, too, wanted to dance the Russian dance. And all over the house, and from the crowd in the yard, rose a roar of approbation. "He's going to dance, he himself." Varvara danced, but the old man only waved his handkerchief and kicked up his heels. But the people in the yard, propped against one another, peeping in at the windows, were in raptures, and for the moment forgave him everything, his wealth and the wrongs he had done them. "Well done, Grigory Petrovitch," was heard in the crowd. "That's right, do your best, you can still play your part, ha-ha." It was kept up till late, till 2 o'clock in the morning. Anisim, staggering, went to take leave of the singers and bandsmen, and gave each of them a new half-ruble. His father, who was not staggering but still seemed to be standing on one leg, saw his guests off and said to each of them, "The wedding has cost 2,000. As the party was breaking up, someone took the Shikalovo innkeeper's good coat instead of his own old one, and Anisim suddenly flew into a rage and began shouting, "Stop, I'll find it at once. I know who stole it, stop." He ran out into the street and pursued someone. He was caught, brought back home and shoved, drunken, red with anger and wet, into the room where the aunt was undressing Lipa and was locked in. 5 days had passed. Anisim, who was preparing to go, went upstairs to say goodbye to Varvara. All the lamps were burning before the icons. There was a smell of incense, while she sat at the window knitting a stocking of red wool. "You have not stayed with us long," she said. "You've been dull, I dare say. Oh, tut-tut, we live comfortably, we have plenty of everything. We celebrated your wedding properly, in good style. Your father says it came to 2,000. In fact, we live like merchants, only it's dreary. We treat the people very badly. My heart aches, my dear, how we treat them, my goodness. Whether we exchange a horse or buy something or hire a labor, it's cheating in everything. Cheating and cheating. The Lenten oil in the shop is bitter, rancid, the people have pitch that is better. But surely, tell me pray, couldn't we sell good oil? Every man to his job, mamma. But you know we all have to die. Oi, really you ought to talk to your father." "Why, you should talk to him yourself." Well, I did put in my word, but he said just what you do. Every man to his own job. Do you suppose in the next world they'll consider what job you have been put to? God's judgment is just." "Of course no one will consider," said Anisim, and he heaved a sigh. "There is no God anyway, you know, mamma, so what considering can there be?" Varvara looked at him with surprise, burst out laughing, and clasped her hands. Perhaps because she was so genuinely surprised at his words and looked at him as though he were a queer person, he was confused. "Perhaps there is a God, only there is no faith. When I was being married, I was not myself. Just as you may take an egg from under a hen and there is a chicken chirping in it, so my conscience was beginning to chirp in me, and while I was being married I thought all the time there was a God. But when I left the church it was nothing. And indeed, how can I tell whether there is a God or not? We are not taught right from childhood, and while the babe is still at his mother's breast, he is only taught every man to his own job. Father does not believe in God either. You were saying that Gunterev had some sheep stolen? I have found them. It was a peasant at Shikalovo stole them. He stole them, but father's got the fleeces. So that's all his faith amounts to." Anisim winked and wagged his head. "The elder does not believe in God either," he went on. "And the clerk and the deacon, too. And as for their going to church and keeping the fasts, that is simply to prevent people talking ill of them, and in case it really may be true that there will be a day of judgment. Nowadays people say that the end of the world has come because people have grown weaker, do not honor their parents, and so on. All that is nonsense. My idea, Mama, is that all our trouble is because there is so little conscience in people. I see through things, Mama, and I understand. If a man has a stolen shirt, I see it. A man sits in a tavern and you fancy he is drinking tea and no more, but to me the tea is neither here nor there. I see further, he has no conscience. You can go about the whole day and not meet one man with a conscience. And the whole reason is that they don't know whether there is a God or not. Well, goodbye, Mama. Keep alive and well. Don't remember evil against me." Anisim bowed down at Varvara's feet. "I thank you for everything, Mama," he said. "You are a great gain to our family. You are a very ladylike woman, and I am very pleased with you." Much moved, Anisim went out, but returned again and said, "Samuradov has got me mixed up in something. I shall either make my fortune or come to grief. If anything happens, then you must comfort my father, Mama." "Oh, nonsense, don't you worry, tut, tut, tut. God is merciful. And Anisim, you should be affectionate to your wife, instead of giving each other sulky looks as you do. You might smile at least." "Yes, she is rather a queer one," said Anisim, and he gave a sigh. "She does not understand anything, she never speaks. She is very young, let her grow up." A tall, sleek white stallion was already standing at the front door, harnessed to the chaise. Old Sybukin jumped in jauntily with a run and took the reins. Anisim kissed Varvara, Aksinya, and his brother. On the steps Lipa, too, was standing. She was standing motionless, looking away, and it seemed as though she had not come to see him off but just by chance for some unknown reason. Anisim went up to her and just touched her cheek with his lips. "Goodbye," he said. And without looking at him, she gave a strange smile. Her face began to quiver, and everyone for some reason felt sorry for her. Anisim, too, leaped into the chaise with a bound and put his arms jauntily akimbo, for he considered himself a good-looking fellow. When they drove up out of the ravine, Anisim kept looking back towards the village. It was a warm, bright day. The cattle were being driven out for the first time, and the peasant girls and women were walking by the herd in their holiday dresses. The dun-colored bull bellowed, glad to be free, and pawed the ground with his forefeet. On all sides, above and below, the larks were singing. Anisim looked round at the elegant white church. It had only lately been whitewashed, and he thought how he had been praying in it 5 days before. He looked round at the school with its green roof, at the little river in which he used once to bathe and catch fish, and there was a stir of joy in his heart, and he wished that walls might rise up from the ground and prevent him from going further, and that he might be left with nothing but the past. At the station, they went to the refreshment room and drank a glass of sherry each. His father felt in his pocket for his purse to pay. "I will stand treat," said Anisim. The old man, touched and delighted, slapped him on the shoulder and winked to the waiter as much as to say, "See what a fine son I have got." "You ought to stay at home in the business, Anisim," he said. "You would be worth any price to me. I would shower gold on you from head to foot, my son." "It can't be done, Papa." The sherry was sour and smelt of sealing wax, but they had another glass. When old Sybukin returned home from the station, for the first moment he did not recognize his younger daughter-in-law. As soon as her husband had driven out of the yard, Lipa was transformed and suddenly brightened up. Wearing a threadbare old petticoat, with her feet bare and her sleeves tucked up to the shoulders, she was scrubbing the stairs in the entry and singing in a silvery little voice. And when she brought out a big tub of dirty water and looked up at the sun with her childlike smile, it seemed as though she, too, were a lark. An old laborer who was passing by the door shook his head and cleared his throat. "Yes, indeed, your daughters-in-law, Grigory Petrovitch, are a blessing from God," he said. "Not women, but treasures." 5. On Friday the 8th of July, Elizarov, nicknamed Crutch, and Lipa were returning from the village of Kazansko, where they had been to a service on the occasion of a church holiday in the honor of the Holy Mother of Kazan. A good distance after them walked Lipa's mother Praskovia, who always fell behind, as she was ill and short of breath. It was drawing towards evening. Said Crutch, wondering as he listened to Lipa. Well. I am very fond of jam, Ilya Makarich, said Lipa. I sit down in my little corner and drink tea and eat jam, or I drink it with Varvara Nikolaevna and she tells some story full of feeling. We have a lot of jam, 4 jars. Have some, Lipa, eat as much as you like. 4 jars. They live very well. We have white bread with our tea, and meat, too, as much as one wants. They live very well, only I am frightened with them, Ilya Makarich. Oh, how frightened I am. Why are you frightened, child? Asked Crutch, and he looked back to see how far Praskovia was behind. To begin with, when the wedding had been celebrated, I was afraid of Anisim Grigorich. Anisim Grigorich did nothing, he didn't ill-treat me. Only when he comes near me, a cold shiver runs all over me, through all my bones. And I did not sleep one night, I trembled all over and kept praying to God. And now I am afraid of Aksiniya, Ilya Makarich. It's not that she does anything, she is always laughing, but sometimes she glances at the window, and her eyes are so fierce and there is a gleam of green in them like the eyes of the sheep in the shed. The Tryman juniors are leading her astray. Your old man, they tell her, has a bit of land at Budiakino, 120 acres, they say, and there is sand and water there, so you, Aksiniya, they say, build a brickyard there and we will go shares in it. Bricks now are 20 rubles the 1,000, it's a profitable business. Yesterday at dinner, Aksiniya said to my father-in-law, I want to build a brickyard at Budiakino, I'm going into business on my own account. She laughed as she said it, and Grigory Petrovich's face darkened, one could see he did not like it. As long as I live, he said, the family must not break up, we must go on all together. She gave a look and gritted her teeth. Fritters were served, she would not eat them. Crutch was surprised. And tell me, if you please, when does she sleep? Said Lipa. She sleeps for half an hour, then jumps up and keeps walking and walking about to see whether the peasants have not set fire to something, have not stolen something. I am frightened with her, Ilya Makarich. And the Tryman juniors did not go to bed after the wedding, but drove to the town to go to law with each other. And folks do say it is all on account of Aksiniya. 2 of the brothers have promised to build her a brickyard, but the 3rd is offended, and the factory has been at a standstill for a month, and my uncle Proher is without work and goes about from house to house getting crusts. Hadn't you better go working on the land or sawing up wood meanwhile, uncle? I tell him, why disgrace yourself? I've got out of the way of it, he says. I don't know how to do any sort of peasant's work now, Lipinka. They stopped to rest and wait for Praskovia near a copse of young aspen trees. Elizarov had long been a contractor in a small way, but he kept no horses, going on foot all over the district with nothing but a little bag in which there was bread and onions, and stalking along with big strides, swinging his arms. And it was difficult to walk with him. At the entrance to the copse stood a milestone. Elizarov touched it, read it. Praskovia reached them out of breath. Her wrinkled and always scared-looking face was beaming with happiness. She had been at church today like anyone else, then she had been to the fair and there had drunk pear cider. For her this was unusual, and it even seemed to her now that she had lived for her own pleasure that day for the first time in her life. After resting, they all 3 walked on side by side. The sun had already set, and its beams filtered through the copse, casting a light on the trunks of the trees. There was a faint sound of voices ahead. The Uklevo girls had long before pushed on ahead but had lingered in the copse, probably gathering mushrooms. Hey, wenches, cried Elizarov. Hey, my beauties. There was a sound of laughter in response. Crutch is coming, Crutch, the old horseradish. And the echo laughed too, and then the copse was left behind. The tops of the factory chimneys came into view, the cross on the belfry glittered. This was the village, the one at which the deacon ate all the caviar at the funeral. Now they were almost home, they only had to go down into the big ravine. Lipa and Praskovia, who had been walking barefooted, sat down on the grass to put on their boots. Elizar sat down with them. If they looked down from above, Uklevo looked beautiful and peaceful with its willow trees, its white church, and its little river, and the only blot on the picture was the roof of the factories, painted for the sake of cheapness a gloomy ashen gray. On the slope on the further side, they could see the ricin in stacks and sheaves here and there as though strewn about by the storm, and some freshly cut lying in swats. The oats, too, were ripe and glistened now in the sun like mother of pearl. It was harvest time. Today was a holiday, tomorrow they would harvest the rye and carry the hay, and then Sunday a holiday again. Every day there were mutterings of distant thunder. It was misty and looked like rain, and gazing now at the fields, everyone thought, God grant we get the harvest in time, and everyone felt gay and joyful and anxious at heart. Mowers ask a high price nowadays, said Praskovia, 1 ruble and 40 kopecks a day. People kept coming and coming from the fair at Kazansko. Peasant women, factory workers in new caps, beggars, children. Here a cart would drive by stirring up the dust, and behind it would run an unsold horse, and it seemed glad it had not been sold. Then a cow was led along by the horns, resisting stubbornly, then a cart again, and in it drunken peasants swinging their legs. An old woman led a little boy in a big cap and big boots. The boy was tired out with the heat, and the heavy boots which prevented his bending his legs at the knees, but yet blew unceasingly with all his might at a tin trumpet. They had gone down the slope and turned into the street, but the trumpet could still be heard. Our factory owners don't seem quite themselves, said Elizarov. There's trouble. Kostukov is angry with me. Too many boards have gone on the cornices. Too many, as many have gone on it as were needed, Vasily Danilich. I don't eat them with my porridge. How can you speak to me like that? Said he. You good-for-nothing blockhead, don't forget yourself. It was I made you a contractor. That's nothing so wonderful, said I. Even before I was a contractor, I used to have tea every day. You are a rascal, he said. I said nothing. We are rascals in this world, thought I, and you will be rascals in the next. Ha ha ha, the next day he was softer. Don't you bear malice against me for my words, Makarich, he said. If I said too much, says he, what of it? I am a merchant of the first guild, your superior, you ought to hold your tongue. You, said I, are a merchant of the first guild, and I am a carpenter, that's correct. And Saint Joseph was a carpenter too. Ours is a righteous calling and pleasing to God, and if you are pleased to be my superior, you are very welcome to it, Vasily Danilich. And later on, after that conversation, I thought, which was the superior? A merchant of the first guild or a carpenter? The carpenter must be my child. Crutch thought a minute and added, yes, that's how it is, child. He who works, he who is patient is the superior. By now the sun had set, and a thick mist as white as milk was rising over the river, in the church enclosure, and in the open spaces round the factories. Now when the darkness was coming on rapidly, when lights were twinkling below, and when it seemed as though the mists were hiding a fathomless abyss, Lipa and her mother, who were born in poverty and prepared to live so till the end, giving up to others everything except their frightened, gentle souls, may have fancied for a minute perhaps that in the vast, mysterious world, among the endless series of lives, they, too, counted for something, and they, too, were superior to someone. They liked sitting here at the top. They smiled happily and forgot that they must go down below again all the same. At last they went home again. The mowers were sitting on the ground at the gates near the shop. As a rule, the Oklevo peasants did not go to Tsibukins to work, and they had to hire strangers, and now in the darkness it seemed as though there were men sitting there with long black beards. The shop was open, and through the doorway they could see the deaf man playing draughts with a boy. The mowers were singing softly, scarcely audibly, or loudly demanding their wages for the previous day, but they were not paid for fear they should go away before tomorrow. Old Sibukin, with his coat off, was sitting in his waistcoat with Aksinya under the birch tree, drinking tea. A lamp was burning on the table. I say, grandfather, a mower called from outside the gates as though taunting him, pay us half anyway. Hey, grandfather. And at once there was the sound of laughter, and then again they sang hardly audibly. Crutch, too, sat down to have some tea. We have been at the fair, you know, he began telling them. We have had a walk, a very nice walk, my children, praise the Lord. But an unfortunate thing happened. Sashka the blacksmith bought some tobacco and gave the shopman half a ruble to be sure. And the half ruble was a false one, Crutch went on, and he meant to speak in a whisper, but he spoke in a smothered, husky voice which was audible to everyone. The half ruble turned out to be a bad one. He was asked where he got it. Anisim Sibukin gave it me, he said. When I went to his wedding, he said, they called the police inspector, took the man away. Look out, Grigory Petrovitch, that nothing comes of it, no talk. Grandi father, the same voice called tauntingly outside the gates, grandfather. A silence followed. Ah, little children, little children, little children, Crutch muttered rapidly, and he got up. He was overcome with drowsiness. "Well, thank you for the tea, for the sugar, little children. It is time to sleep. I am like a bit of rotten timber nowadays, my beams are crumbling under me. Ho ho ho, I suppose it's time I was dead." And he gave a gulp. Old Saibukin did not finish his tea but sat on a little, pondering, and his face looked as though he were listening to the footsteps of Crutch, who was far away down the street. "Sashka the blacksmith told a lie, I expect," said Aksenya, guessing his thoughts. He went into the house and came back a little later with a parcel. He opened it, and there was the gleam of rubles' perfectly new coins. He took one, tried it with his teeth, flung it on the tray, then flung down another. "The rubles really are false," he said, looking at Aksenya and seeming perplexed. "These are those Anisim brought, his present. Take them, daughter," he whispered and thrust the parcel into her hands. "Take them and throw them into the well. Confound them, and mind there is no talk about it. Harm might come of it. Take away the samovar, put out the light." Lipa and her mother, sitting in the barn, saw the lights go out one after the other. Only overhead in Varvara's room there were blue and red lamps gleaming, and a feeling of peace, content, and happy ignorance seemed to float down from there. Praskovia could never get used to her daughters being married to a rich man, and when she came, she huddled timidly in the outer room with a deprecating smile on her face, and tea and sugar were sent out to her. And Lipa, too, could not get used to it either, and after her husband had gone away she did not sleep in her bed, but lay down anywhere to sleep, in the kitchen or the barn, and every day she scrubbed the floor or washed the clothes, and felt as though she were hired by the day. And now, on coming back from the service, they drank tea in the kitchen with the cook, then they went into the barn and lay down on the ground between the sledge and the wall. It was dark here and smelt of harness. The lights went out about the house, then they could hear the deaf man shutting up the shop, the mowers settling themselves about the yard to sleep. In the distance, at the A. Tryman Juniors, they were playing on the expensive concertina. Praskovia and Lipa began to go to sleep. And when they were awakened by somebody's steps, it was bright moonlight. At the entrance of the barn stood Aksenya with her bedding in her arms. "Maybe it's a bit cooler here," she said. Then she came in and lay down almost in the doorway so that the moonlight fell full upon her. She did not sleep, but breathed heavily, tossing from side to side with the heat, throwing off almost all the bedclothes. And in the magic moonlight, what a proud animal she was. A little time passed, and then steps were heard again. The old father, white all over, appeared in the doorway. "Aksenya," he called, "are you here?" "Well," she responded angrily. "I told you just now to throw the money into the well. Have you done so?" "What next, throwing property into the water? I gave them to the mowers." "Oh my God," cried the old man, dumbfounded and alarmed. "Oh my God, you wicked woman." He flung up his hands and went out, and he kept saying something as he went away. And a little later Aksenya sat up and sighed heavily with annoyance, then got up and, gathering up her bedclothes in her arms, went out. "Why did you marry me into this family, mother?" said Lipa. "One has to be married, daughter. It was not us who ordained it." And a feeling of inconsolable woe was ready to take possession of them. But it seemed to them that someone was looking down from the height of the heavens, out of the blue, from where the stars were seeing everything that was going on in Aklivo, watching over them. And however great was wickedness, still the night was calm and beautiful, and still in God's world there is and will be truth and justice as calm and beautiful, and everything on earth is only waiting to be made one with truth and justice, even as the moonlight is blended with the night. And both, huddling close to one another, fell asleep comforted. 6. News had come long before that Anisim had been put in prison for coining and passing bad money. Months passed, more than half a year passed, the long winter was over, spring had begun, and everyone in the house and the village had grown used to the fact that Anisim was in prison. And when anyone passed by the house or the shop at night, he would remember that Anisim was in prison, and when they rang at the churchyard for some reason, that, too, reminded them that he was in prison awaiting trial. It seemed as though a shadow had fallen upon the house. The house looked darker, the roof was rustier, the heavy, iron-bound door into the shop, which was painted green, was covered with cracks, or, as the deaf man expressed it, blisters, and old Saibukin seemed to have grown dingy, too. He had given up cutting his hair and beard and looked shaggy. He no longer sprang jauntily into his chaise nor shouted to beggars, "God will provide." His strength was on the wane, and that was evident in everything. People were less afraid of him now, and the police officer drew up a formal charge against him in the shop, though he received his regular bribe as before. And 3 times the old man was called up to the town to be tried for illicit dealing in spirits, and the case was continually adjourned owing to the non-appearance of witnesses, and old Sybukin was worn out with worry. He often went to see his son, hired somebody, handed in a petition to somebody else, presented a holy banner to some church. He presented the governor of the prison, in which Anisim was confined, with a silver glass stand with a long spoon and the inscription, "The soul knows its right measure." "There is no one to look after things for us," said Varvara. "Tut, tut, you ought to ask someone of the gentlefolks. They would write to the head officials. At least they might let him out on bail. Why wear the poor fellow out?" She too was grieved, but had grown stouter and whiter. She lighted the lamps before the icons as before, and saw that everything in the house was clean, and regaled the guests with jam and apple cheese. The deaf man and Aksinya looked after the shop. A new project was in progress. A brickyard in Budiakino, and Aksinya went there almost every day in the chaise. She drove herself, and when she met acquaintances, she stretched out her neck like a snake out of the young rye, and smiled naively and enigmatically. Lipa spent her time playing with the baby which had been born to her before Lent. It was a tiny, thin, pitiful little baby, and it was strange that it should cry and gaze about and be considered a human being and even be called Nikifor. He lay in his swinging cradle, and Lipa would walk away towards the door and say, bowing to him, "Good day, Nikifor Anisimich." And she would rush at him and kiss him. Then she would walk away to the door, bow again, and say, "Good day, Nikifor Anisimich." And he kicked up his little red legs, and his crying was mixed with laughter like the carpenter Elizarov's. At last the day of the trial was fixed. Sybukin went away 5 days before. Then they heard that the peasants called as witnesses had been fetched. Their old workman, who had received a notice to appear, went too. The trial was on a Thursday, but Sunday had passed, and Sybukin was still not back, and there was no news. Towards the evening on Tuesday, Varvara was sitting at the open window, listening for her husband to come. In the next room, Lipa was playing with her baby. She was tossing him up in her arms and saying enthusiastically, "You will grow up ever so big, ever so big. You will be a peasant. We shall go out to work together. We shall go out to work together." "Come, come," said Varvara, offended. "Go out to work, what an idea, you silly girl. He will be a merchant." Lipa sang softly, but a minute later she forgot, and again. "You will grow ever so big, ever so big. You will be a peasant, we'll go out to work together." There she is at it again. Lipa, with Nikifor in her arms, stood still in the doorway and asked, "Why do I love him so much, Mama? Why do I feel so sorry for him?" She went on in a quivering voice, and her eyes glistened with tears. "Who is he? What is he like? As light as a little feather, as a little crumb, but I love him like a real person. Here he can do nothing, he can't talk, and yet I know what he wants with his little eyes." Varvara was listening. The sound of the evening train coming into the station reached her. Had her husband come? She did not hear, and she did not heed what Lipa was saying. She had no idea how the time passed, but only trembled all over, not from dread, but intense curiosity. She saw a cart full of peasants roll quickly by with a rattle. It was the witnesses coming back from the station. When the cart passed the shop, the old workman jumped out and walked into the yard. She could hear him being greeted in the yard and being asked some questions. "Deprivation of rights and all his property," he said loudly, "and 6 years penal servitude in Siberia." She could see Aksinya come out of the shop by the back way. She had just been selling kerosene, and in one hand held a bottle and in the other a can, and in her mouth she had some silver coins. "Where is father?" she asked, lisping. "At the station," answered the laborer. "When it gets a little darker," he said, "then I shall come." And when it became known all through the household that Anisim was sentenced to penal servitude, the cook in the kitchen suddenly broke into a wail as though at a funeral, imagining that this was demanded by the proprieties. "There is no one to care for us now you have gone, Anisim Grigorich, our bright falcon." The dogs began barking in alarm. Varvara ran to the window and, rushing about in distress, shouted to the cook with all her might, straining her voice, "Stow up, Stepanida, stow up. Don't harrow us for Christ's sake." They forgot to set the samovar, they could think of nothing. Only Lipa could not make out what it was all about and went on playing with her baby. When the old father arrived from the station, they asked him no questions. He greeted them and walked through all the rooms in silence. He had no supper. There was no one to see about things. Varvara began when they were alone. I said you should have asked some of the gentry, you would not heed me at the time. A petition would. I saw to things, said her husband with a wave of his hand. When Anisim was condemned, I went to the gentleman who was defending him. It's no use now, he said. It's too late. And Anisim said the same, it's too late. But all the same as I came out of the court, I made an agreement with a lawyer, I paid him something in advance. I'll wait a week and then I will go again. It is as God wills. Again the old man walked through all the rooms, and when he went back to Varvara he said, I must be ill, my head's in a sort of fog, my thoughts are in a maze. He closed the door that Lipa might not hear, and went on softly. I am unhappy about my money. Do you remember on Low Sunday before his wedding Anisim's bringing me some new rubles and half-rubles? One parcel I put away at the time, but the others I mixed with my own money. When my uncle Dmitri Filitich the kingdom of heaven be his was alive, he used constantly to go journeys to Moscow and to the Crimea to buy goods. He had a wife, and this same wife, when he was away buying goods, used to take up with other men. She had 6 children. And when uncle was in his cups, he would laugh and say, I never can make out, he used to say, which are my children and which are other people's. An easygoing disposition, to be sure, and so I now can't distinguish which are genuine rubles and which are false ones, and it seems to me that they are all false. Nonsense, God bless you. I take a ticket at the station, I give the man 3 rubles and I keep fancying they are false. And I am frightened. I must be ill. There's no denying it, we are all in God's hands. Oh dear, dear, said Varvara, and she shook her head. You ought to think about this, Grigory Petrovitch. You never know, anything may happen, you are not a young man. See, they don't wrong your grandchild when you are dead and gone. Oi, I am afraid they will be unfair to Nikifor. He has as good as no father, his mother's young and foolish. You ought to secure something for him, poor little boy, at least the land, beauty Aquino, Grigory Petrovitch, really. Think it over, Varvara went on persuading him. The pretty boy, one is sorry for him. You go tomorrow and make out a deed, why put it off? I'd forgotten about my grandson, said Sybukin. I must go and have a look at him. So you say the boy is all right? Well, let him grow up, please God. He opened the door and, crooking his finger, beckoned to Lipa. She went up to him with the baby in her arms. If there is anything you want, Lipinka, you ask for it, he said. And eat anything you like, we don't grudge it, so long as it does you good. He made the sign of the cross over the baby. And take care of my grandchild. My son is gone, but my grandson is left. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He gave a sob and went away. Soon afterwards he went to bed and slept soundly after 7 sleepless nights. 7. Old Sybukin went to the town for a short time. Someone told Aksinya that he had gone to the notary to make his will, and that he was leaving Beauty Aquino, the very place where she had set up a brickyard, to Nikifor, his grandson. She was informed of this in the morning when old Sybukin and Varvara were sitting near the steps under the birch tree, drinking their tea. She closed the shop in the front and at the back, gathered together all the keys she had, and flung them at her father-in-law's feet. I am not going on working for you, she began in a loud voice and suddenly broke into sobs. It seems I am not your daughter-in-law, but a servant. Everybody's jeering and saying, see what a servant that Sybukins have got hold of. I did not come to you for wages. I am not a beggar, I am not a slave, I have a father and mother. She did not wipe away her tears. She fixed upon her father-in-law eyes full of tears, vindictive, squinting with wrath. Her face and neck were red and tense, and she was shouting at the top of her voice. I don't mean to go on being a slave, she went on. I am worn out. When it is work, when it is sitting in the shop day in and day out, scurrying out at night for vodka, then it is my share, but when it is giving away the land, then it is for that convict's wife and her imp. She is mistress here, and I am her servant. Give her everything, the convict's wife, and may it choke her. I am going home. Find yourselves some other fool, you damned Herods. Sybukin had never in his life scolded or punished his children, and had never dreamed that one of his family could speak to him rudely or behave disrespectfully. And now he was very much frightened. He ran into the house and there hid behind the cupboard. And Varvara was so much flustered that she could not get up from her seat, and only waved her hands before her as though she were warding off a bee. "Oh, holy saints, what's the meaning of it?" she muttered in horror. "What is she shouting? Oh dear, dear, people will hear, hush, oh hush." "He has given Beauty Aquino to the convict's wife," Aksinya went on bawling. "Give her everything now, I don't want anything from you. Let me alone, you are all a gang of thieves here. I have seen my fill of it, I have had enough. You have robbed folks coming in and going out, you have robbed old and young alike, you brigands. And who has been selling vodka without a license? And false money? You've filled boxes full of false coins, and now I am no more use." A crowd had by now collected at the open gate and was staring into the yard. "Let the people look," bawled Aksinya. "I will shame you all, you shall burn with shame, you shall grovel at my feet. Hey, Stepan," she called to the deaf man, "let us go home this minute. Let us go to my father and mother, I don't want to live with convicts. Get ready." Clothes were hanging on lines stretched across the yard. She snatched off her petticoats and blouses still wet and flung them into the deaf man's arms. Then in her fury, she dashed about the yard by the linen, tore down all of it, and what was not hers she threw on the ground and trampled upon. "Holy saints, take her away," moaned Varvara. "What a woman, give her Beauty Aquino, give it her for the Lord's sake." "Well, wah at a woman," people were saying at the gate. "She's a woe-o man, she's going at something like." Aksinya ran into the kitchen where washing was going on. Lipa was washing alone, the cook had gone to the river to rinse the clothes. Steam was rising from the trough and from the cauldron on the side of the stove, and the kitchen was thick and stifling from the steam. On the floor was a heap of unwashed clothes, and Nikifor, kicking up his little red legs, had been put down on a bench near them, so that if he fell he should not hurt himself. Just as Aksinya went in, Lipa took the former's chemise out of the heap and put it in the trough, and was just stretching out her hand to a big ladle of boiling water which was standing on the table. "Give it here," said Aksinya, looking at her with hatred and snatching the chemise out of the trough. "It is not your business to touch my linen. You are a convict's wife and ought to know your place and who you are." Lipa gazed at her, taken aback, and did not understand. But suddenly she caught the look Aksinya turned upon the child, and at once she understood and went numb all over. "You've taken my land, so here you are." Saying this, Aksinya snatched up the ladle with the boiling water and flung it over Nikifor. After this, there was heard a scream such as had never been heard before in Aklivo, and no one would have believed that a little weak creature like Lipa could scream like that. And it was suddenly silent in the yard. Aksinya walked into the house with her old naive smile. The deaf man kept moving about the yard with his arms full of linen, then he began hanging it up again, in silence, without haste. And until the cook came back from the river, no one ventured to go into the kitchen and see what was there. 8. Nikifor was taken to the district hospital, and towards evening he died there. Lipa did not wait for them to come for her, but wrapped the dead baby in its little quilt and carried it home. The hospital, a new one recently built with big windows, stood high up on a hill. It was glittering from the setting sun and looked as though it were on fire from inside. There was a little village below. Lipa went down along the road, and before reaching the village sat down by a pond. A woman brought a horse down to drink, and the horse did not drink. "What more do you want?" said the woman to it softly. "What do you want?" A boy in a red shirt, sitting at the water's edge, was washing his father's boots. And not another soul was in sight either in the village or on the hill. "It's not drinking," said Lipa, looking at the horse. Then the woman with the horse and the boy with the boots walked away, and there was no one left at all. The sun went to bed wrapped in cloth of gold and purple, and long clouds, red and lilac, stretched across the sky, guarded its slumbers. Somewhere far away a bittern cried, a hollow, melancholy sound like a cow shut up in a barn. The cry of that mysterious bird was heard every spring, but no one knew what it was like or where it lived. At the top of the hill by the hospital, in the bushes close to the pond, and in the fields the nightingales were trilling. The cuckoo kept reckoning someone's years and losing count and beginning again. In the pond the frogs called angrily to one another, straining themselves to bursting, and one could even make out the words, "That's what you are, that's what you are." What a noise there was. It seemed as though all these creatures were singing and shouting, so that no one might sleep on that spring night, so that all, even the angry frogs, might appreciate and enjoy every minute. Life is given only once. A silver half-moon was shining in the sky. There were many stars. Lipa had no idea how long she sat by the pond, but when she got up and walked on, everybody was asleep in the little village, and there was not a single light. It was probably about 9 miles walk home, but she had not the strength, she had not the power to think how to go. The moon gleamed now in front, now on the right, and the same cuckoo kept calling in a voice grown husky, with a chuckle as though jibing at her. "Oi, look out, you'll lose your way." Lipa walked rapidly. She lost the kerchief from her head. She looked at the sky and wondered where her baby's soul was now. Was it following her, or floating aloft yonder among the stars and thinking nothing now of his mother? Oh, how lonely it was in the open country at night, in the midst of that singing when one cannot sing oneself. In the midst of the incessant cries of joy when one cannot oneself be joyful, when the moon, which cares not whether it is spring or winter, whether men are alive or dead, looks down as lonely too. When there is grief in the heart, it is hard to be without people. If only her mother, Praskovia, had been with her, or Crutch, or the cook, or some peasant. "Boo-oo," cried the bittern, "boo-oo." And suddenly she heard clearly the sound of human speech. "Put the horses in, Vavilla." By the wayside a campfire was burning ahead of her. The flames had died down, there were only red embers. She could hear the horses munching. In the darkness she could see the outlines of 2 carts, one with a barrel, the other, a lower one with sacks in it, and the figures of 2 men. One was leading a horse to put it into the shafts, the other was standing motionless by the fire with his hands behind his back. A dog growled by the carts. The one who was leading the horse stopped and said, "It seems as though someone were coming along the road." "Sharik, be quiet," the other called to the dog. And from the voice one could tell that the second was an old man. Lipa stopped and said, "God help you." The old man went up to her and answered not immediately. "Good evening." "Your dog does not bite, grandfather." "No, come along, he won't touch you." "I have been at the hospital," said Lipa after a pause. "My little son died there, here I am carrying him home." It must have been unpleasant for the old man to hear this, for he moved away and said hurriedly, "Never mind, my dear, it's God's will. You are very slow, lad," he added, addressing his companion. "Look alive." "Your yoke's nowhere," said the young man. "It is not to be seen." "You are a regular Vavilla." The old man picked up an ember, blew on it. Only his eyes and nose were lighted up then. When they had found the yoke, he went with the light to Lipa and looked at her, and his look expressed compassion and tenderness. "You are a mother," he said. "Every mother grieves for her child." And he sighed and shook his head as he said it. Vavilla threw something on the fire, stamped on it, and at once it was very dark. The vision vanished, and as before there were only the fields, the sky with the stars, and the noise of the birds hindering each other from sleep. And the landrill called, it seemed, in the very place where the fire had been. But a minute passed, and again she could see the 2 carts and the old man and lanky Vavilla. The carts creaked as they went out on the road. "Are you holy men?" Lipa asked the old man. "No, we are from Fursinovo." "You looked at me just now, and my heart was softened. And the young man is so gentle. I thought you must be holy men. Are you going far?" "To Aklivo." "Get in, we will give you a lift as far as Kuzmenki. Then you go straight on, and we turn off to the left." Vavilla got into the cart with the barrel, and the old man and Lipa got into the other. They moved at a walking pace, Vavilla in front. "My baby was in torment all day," said Lipa. "He looked at me with his little eyes and said nothing. He wanted to speak and could not. Holy Father, Queen of Heaven. In my grief I kept falling down on the floor. I stood up and fell down by the bedside. And tell me, grandfather, why a little thing should be tormented before his death. When a grown-up person, a man or woman, are in torment their sins are forgiven, but why a little thing when he has no sins? Why?" "Who can tell?" answered the old man. They drove on for half an hour in silence. "We can't know everything, how and wherefore," said the old man. "It is ordained for the bird to have not 4 wings but 2, because it is able to fly with 2. And so it is ordained for man not to know everything but only a half or a quarter. As much as he needs to know so as to live, so much he knows. It is better for me to go on foot, grandfather. Now my heart is all of a tremble." "Never mind, sit still." The old man yawned and made the sign of the cross over his mouth. "Never mind," he repeated. "Yours is not the worst of sorrows. Life is long, there will be good and bad to come, there will be everything. Great is Mother Russia, he said, and looked round on each side of him. I have been all over Russia, and I have seen everything in her, and you may believe my words, my dear. There will be good and there will be bad. I went as a delegate from my village to Siberia, and I have been to the Amur River and the Altai Mountains, and I settled in Siberia. I worked the land there. Then I was homesick for Mother Russia, and I came back to my native village. We came back to Russia on foot, and I remember we went on a steamer, and I was thin as thin, all in rags, barefoot, freezing with cold, and gnawing a crust, and a gentleman who was on the steamer, the kingdom of heaven be his if he is dead, looked at me pitifully, and the tears came into his eyes. Ah, he said, your bread is black, your days are black. And when I got home, as the saying is, there was neither stick nor stall. I had a wife, but I left her behind in Siberia, she was buried there. So I am living as a day laborer. And yet, I tell you, since then I have had good as well as bad. Here I do not want to die, my dear. I would be glad to live another 20 years, so there has been more of the good. And great is our Mother Russia. And again he gazed to each side and looked round. Grandfather, Lipa asked, when anyone dies, how many days does his soul walk the earth? Who can tell? Ask Vavila here, he has been to school, now they teach them everything. Vavila, the old man called to him. Yes. Vavila, when anyone dies, how long does his soul walk the earth? Vavila stopped the horse and only then answered. 9 days. My uncle Kirilla died, and his soul lived in our hut 13 days after. How do you know? For 13 days, there was a knocking in the stove. Well, that's all right. Go on, said the old man, and it could be seen that he did not believe a word of all that. Near Kuzmenki, the cart turned into the high road while Lipa went straight on. It was by now getting light. As she went down into the ravine, the Uklevo huts and the church were hidden in fog. It was cold, and it seemed to her that the same cuckoo was calling still. When Lipa reached home, the cattle had not yet been driven out. Everyone was asleep. She sat down on the steps and waited. The old man was the first to come out. He understood all that had happened from the first glance at her, and for a long time he could not articulate a word, but only moved his lips without a sound. Ech Lipa, he said, you did not take care of my grandchild. Varvara was awakened. She clasped her hands and broke into sobs, and immediately began laying out the baby. And he was a pretty child, she said. Oh, dear, dear. You only had the one child, and you did not take care enough of him, you silly girl. There was a requiem service in the morning and the evening. The funeral took place the next day, and after it, the guests and the priests ate a great deal, and with such greed that one might have thought that they had not tasted food for a long time. Lipa waited at table, and the priest, lifting his fork on which there was a salted mushroom, said to her, Don't grieve for the babe, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And only when they had all separated, Lipa realized fully that there was no Nikifor and never would be. She realized it and broke into sobs. And she did not know what room to go into to sob, for she felt that now that her child was dead there was no place for her in the house, that she had no reason to be here, that she was in the way, and the others felt it too. Now what are you bellowing for? Aksenya shouted, suddenly appearing in the doorway. In honor of the funeral she was dressed all in new clothes and had powdered her face. Shut up. Lipa tried to stop but could not, and sobbed louder than ever. Do you hear? Shouted Aksenya, and she stamped her foot in violent anger. Who is it I am speaking to? Go out of the yard and don't set foot here again, you convict's wife. Get away. There, the old man put in fussily. Aksenya, don't make such an outcry, my girl. She is crying, it is only natural. Her child is dead. It's only natural, Aksenya mimicked him. Let her stay the night here, and don't let me see a trace of her here tomorrow. It's only natural. She mimicked him again, and laughing, she went into the shop. Early the next morning, Lipa went off to her mother at Torgivo. 9. At the present time, the steps and the front door of the shop have been repainted, and are as bright as though they were new. There are gay geraniums in the windows as of old. And what happened in Sibukin's house and yard 3 years ago is almost forgotten. Grigory Petrovich is looked upon as the master as he was in old days, but in reality everything has passed into Aksenya's hands. She buys and sells, and nothing can be done without her consent. The brickyard is working well. and as bricks are wanted for the railway, the price has gone up to 24 rubles a thousand. Peasant women and girls cart the bricks to the station and load them up in the trucks and earn a quarter ruble a day for the work. Aksiniya has gone into partnership with the Ravine Juniors, and their factory is now called Ravine Juniors & Co. They have opened a tavern near the station. And now the expensive concertina is played not at the factory, but at the tavern, and the head of the post office often goes there. And he, too, is engaged in some sort of traffic, and the station master, too. Ravine Juniors have presented the deaf man Stepan with a gold watch, and he is constantly taking it out of his pocket and putting it to his ear. People say of Aksiniya that she has become a person of power, and it is true that when she drives in the morning to her brickyard, handsome and happy, with the naive smile on her face, and afterwards when she is giving orders there, one is aware of great power in her. Everyone is afraid of her in the house and in the village and in the brickyard. When she goes to the post, the head of the postal department jumps up and says to her, "I humbly beg you to be seated, Aksiniya Abramovna." A certain landowner, middle-aged but foppish, in a tunic of fine cloth and patent leather high boots, sold her a horse, and was so carried away by talking to her that he knocked down the price to meet her wishes. He held her hand a long time, and looking into her merry, sly, naive eyes, said, "For a woman like you, Aksiniya Abramovna, I should be ready to do anything you please. Only say when we can meet where no one will interfere with us." "Why, when you please." And since then the elderly fop drives up to the shop almost every day to drink beer, and the beer is horrid, bitter as wormwood. The landowner shakes his head, but he drinks it. Old Sybukin does not have anything to do with the business now at all. He does not keep any money because he cannot distinguish between the good and the false, but he is silent, he says nothing of this weakness. He has become forgetful, and if they don't give him food, he does not ask for it. They have grown used to having dinner without him, and Varvara often says, "He went to bed again yesterday without any supper." And she says it unconcernedly because she is used to it. For some reason, summer and winter alike, he wears a fur coat, and only in very hot weather he does not go out but sits at home. As a rule, putting on his fur coat, wrapping it round him and turning up his collar, he walks about the village, along the road to the station, or sits from morning till night on the seat near the church gates. He sits there without stirring. Passers-by bow to him, but he does not respond, for as of old he dislikes the peasants. If he is asked a question, he answers quite rationally and politely, but briefly. There is a rumor going about in the village that his daughter-in-law turns him out of the house and gives him nothing to eat, and that he is fed by charity. Some are glad, others are sorry for him. Varvara has grown even fatter and whiter, and as before she is active in good works, and Aksiniya does not interfere with her. There is so much jam now that they have not time to eat it before the fresh fruit comes in. It goes sugary, and Varvara almost sheds tears, not knowing what to do with it. They have begun to forget about Anisim. A letter has come from him written in verse on a big sheet of paper as though it were a petition, all in the same splendid handwriting. Evidently, his friend Samorodov was sharing his punishment. Under the verses in an ugly, scarcely legible handwriting, there was a single line, "I am ill here all the time. I am wretched. For Christ's sake help me." Towards evening it was a fine autumn day. Old Sybukin was sitting near the church gates, with the collar of his fur coat turned up, and nothing of him could be seen but his nose and the peak of his cap. At the other end of the long seat was sitting Elizarov the contractor, and beside him Chekhov the school watchman, a toothless old man of 70. Crutch and the watchman were talking. "Children ought to give food and drink to the old. Honor thy father and mother," Chekhov was saying with irritation, while she, this daughter-in-law, has turned her father-in-law out of his own house. The old man has neither food nor drink. Where is he to go? He has not had a morsel for these 3 days. 3 days, said Crutch, amazed. Here he sits and does not say a word. He has grown feeble. And why be silent? He ought to prosecute her. They wouldn't flatter her in the police court. Wouldn't flatter whom? Asked Crutch, not hearing. What? The woman's all right, she does her best. In their line of business they can't get on without that. Without sin, I mean. From his own house, Chekhov went on with irritation. Save up and buy your own house, then turn people out of it. She is a nice one, to be sure, a plague. Saibukin listened and did not stir. Whether it is your own house or others, it makes no difference so long as it is warm and the women don't scold, said Crutch, and he laughed. When I was young I was very fond of my Nastasia. She was a quiet woman, and she used to be always at it. Buy a house, Makarich, buy a house, Makarich, buy a house, Makarich. She was dying, and yet she kept on saying, buy yourself a racing droshky, Makarich, that you may not have to walk. And I bought her nothing but gingerbread. Her husband's deaf and stupid, Yakov went on, not hearing Crutch. A regular fool, just like a goose. He can't understand anything. Hit a goose on the head with a stick, and even then it does not understand. Crutch got up to go home to the factory. Yakov also got up, and both of them went off together, still talking. When they had gone 50 paces old, Saibukin got up, too, and walked after them, stepping uncertainly as though on slippery ice. The village was already plunged in the dusk of evening, and the sun only gleamed on the upper part of the road, which ran wriggling like a snake up the slope. Old women were coming back from the woods, and children with them. They were bringing baskets of mushrooms. Peasant women and girls came in a crowd from the station, where they had been loading the trucks with bricks, and their noses and their cheeks under their eyes were covered with red brick dust. They were singing. Ahead of them all was Lipa singing in a high voice, with her eyes turned upwards to the sky, breaking into trills as though triumphant and ecstatic that at last the day was over and she could rest. In the crowd was her mother Praskovia, who was walking with a bundle in her arms and breathless as usual. "Good evening, Makarich," cried Lipa, seeing Crutch. "Good evening, darling." "Good evening, Lipinka," cried Crutch, delighted. "Dear girls and women, love the rich carpenter. Ho ho, my little children, my little children." Crutch gave a gulp. "My dear little Axes." Crutch and Yakov went on further and could still be heard talking. Then after them, the crowd was met by old Saibukin, and there was a sudden hush. Lipa and Praskovia had dropped a little behind, and when the old man was on a level with them, Lipa bowed down low and said, "Good evening, Grigory Petrovitch." Her mother, too, bowed down. The old man stopped and, saying nothing, looked at the two in silence. His lips were quivering and his eyes full of tears. Lipa took out of her mother's bundle a piece of savory turnover and gave it him. He took it and began eating. The sun had by now set. Its glow died away on the road above. It grew dark and cool. Lipa and Praskovia walked on, and for some time they kept crossing themselves. The Huntsman. A sultry, stifling midday. Not a cloudlet in the sky. The sun-baked grass had a disconsolate, hopeless look. Even if there were rain, it could never be green again. The forest stood silent, motionless, as though it were looking at something with its treetops or expecting something. At the edge of the clearing, a tall, narrow-shouldered man of 40 in a red shirt, in patched trousers that had been a gentleman's, and in high boots, was slouching along with a lazy, shambling step. He was sauntering along the road. On the right was the green of the clearing, on the left a golden sea of ripe rye stretched to the very horizon. He was red and perspiring, a white cap with a straight jockey peak, evidently a gift from some open-handed young gentleman, perched jauntily on his handsome flaxen head. Across his shoulder hung a game bag with a blackcock lying in it. The man held a double-barreled gun cocked in his hand and screwed up his eyes in the direction of his lean old dog who was running on ahead sniffing the bushes. There was stillness all round, not a sound. Everything living was hiding away from the heat. Yegor Vlasich, the huntsman, suddenly heard a soft voice. He started and, looking round, scowled. Beside him, as though she had sprung out of the earth, stood a pale-faced woman of 30 with a sickle in her hand. She was trying to look into his face and was smiling diffidently. "Oh, it is you, Pelagia," said the huntsman, stopping and deliberately uncocking the gun. How have you come here?" "The women from our village are working here, so I have come with them. As a laborer, Yegor Vlasich." "Oh," growled Yegor Vlasich and slowly walked on. Pelagia followed him. They walked in silence for 20 paces. "I have not seen you for a long time, Yegor Vlasich," said Pelagia, looking tenderly at the huntsman's moving shoulders. "I have not seen you since you came into our hut at Easter for a drink of water. You came in at Easter for a minute, and then God knows how. Drunk, you scolded and beat me and went away. I have been waiting and waiting. I've tired my eyes out looking for you. Ah, Yegor Vlasich, you might look in just once." "What is there for me to do there?" "Of course there is nothing for you to do. though to be sure, there is the place to look after, to see how things are going. You are the master. I say you have shot a blackcock, Yegor Vlasic. You ought to sit down and rest." As she said all this, Pelagia laughed like a silly girl and looked up at Yegor's face. Her face was simply radiant with happiness. "Sit down, if you like," said Yegor in a tone of indifference, and he chose a spot between two fir trees. "Why are you standing? You sit down too." Pelagia sat a little way off in the sun, and, ashamed of her joy, put her hand over her smiling mouth. 2 minutes passed in silence. "You might come for once," said Pelagia. "What for?" sighed Yegor, taking off his cap and wiping his red forehead with his hand. "There is no object in my coming. To go for an hour or two is only waste of time, it's simply upsetting you, and to live continually in the village my soul could not endure. You know yourself I am a pampered man. I want a bed to sleep in, good tea to drink, and refined conversation. I want all the niceties, while you live in poverty and dirt in the village. I couldn't stand it for a day. Suppose there were an edict that I must live with you, I should either set fire to the hut or lay hands on myself. From a boy I've had this love for ease, there is no help for it." "Where are you living now?" "With the gentleman here, Dmitri Ivanitch, as a huntsman. I furnish his table with game, but he keeps me, more for his pleasure than anything." "That's not proper work you're doing, Yegor Vlasic. For other people it's a pastime, but with you it's like a trade, like real work." "You don't understand, you silly," said Yegor, gazing gloomily at the sky. "You have never understood, and as long as you live you will never understand what sort of man I am. You think of me as a foolish man gone to the bad, but to anyone who understands I am the best shot there is in the whole district. The gentry feel that, and they have even printed things about me in a magazine. There isn't a man to be compared with me as a sportsman. And it is not because I am pampered and proud that I look down upon your village work. From my childhood, you know, I have never had any calling apart from guns and dogs. If they took away my gun, I used to go out with the fishing hook. If they took the hook, I caught things with my hands. And I went in for horse stealing too. I used to go to the fairs when I had the money. And you know that if a peasant goes in for being a sportsman or a horse dealer, it's goodbye to the plow. Once the spirit of freedom has taken a man, you will never root it out of him. In the same way, if a gentleman goes in for being an actor or for any other art, he will never make an official or a landowner. You are a woman, and you do not understand, but one must understand that." "I understand, Yegor Vlasic." "You don't understand if you're going to cry." I'm not crying," said Pelagia, turning away. "It's a sin, Yegor Vlasic. You might stay a day with luckless me anyway. It's 12 years since I was married to you, and there has never once been love between us. I am not crying." "Love," muttered Yegor, scratching his hand. "There can't be any love. It's only in name we are husband and wife. We aren't really. In your eyes I am a wild man, and in mine you are a simple peasant woman with no understanding. Are we well matched? I am a free, pampered, profligate man, while you are a working woman, going in bark shoes and never straightening your back. The way I think of myself is that I am the foremost man in every kind of sport, and you look at me with pity. Is that being well matched?" "But we are married, you know, Yegor Vlasic," sobbed Pelagia. "Not married of our free will? Have you forgot? You have to thank Count Sergei Pavlovich and yourself. Out of envy, because I shot better than he did, the Count kept giving me wine for a whole month, and when a man's drunk you could make him change his religion, let alone getting married. To pay me out he married me to you when I was drunk. A huntsman to a herd girl. You saw I was drunk, why did you marry me? You were not a serf, you know, you could have resisted. Of course it was a bit of luck for a herd girl to marry a huntsman, but you ought to have thought about it. Well, now be miserable, cry. It's a joke for the Count, but a crying matter for you. Beat yourself against the wall." A silence followed. 3 wild ducks flew over the clearing. Yegor followed them with his eyes till, transformed into 3 scarcely visible dots, they sank down far beyond the forest. "How do you live?" he asked, moving his eyes from the ducks to Pelagia. "Now I am going out to work, and in the winter I take a child from the foundling hospital and bring it up on the bottle. They give me 1.5 rubles a month." "Oh." Again a silence. From the strip that had been reaped floated a soft song which broke off at the very beginning. It was too hot to sing. "They say you have put up a new hut for Akulina," said Pelagia. Yegor did not speak. "So she is dear to you?" "It's your luck, it's fate," said the huntsman, stretching. "You must put up with it, poor thing. But goodbye, I've been chattering long enough. I must be at Boltovo by the evening." Yegor rose, stretched himself, and slung his gun over his shoulder. Pelagia got up. "And when are you coming to the village?" she asked softly. "I have no reason to. I shall never come sober, and you have little to gain from me drunk. I am spiteful when I am drunk. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Yegor Vlasic." Yegor put his cap on the back of his head and, clicking to his dog, went on his way. Pelagia stood still looking after him. She saw his moving shoulder blades, his jaunty cap, his lazy, careless step, and her eyes were full of sadness and tender affection. Her gaze flitted over her husband's tall, lean figure and caressed and fondled it. He, as though he felt that gaze, stopped and looked round. He did not speak, but from his face, from his shrugged shoulders, Pelagia could see that he wanted to say something to her. She went up to him timidly and looked at him with imploring eyes. "Take it," he said, turning round. He gave her a crumpled ruble note and walked quickly away. "Goodbye, Yegor Vlasic," she said, mechanically taking the ruble. He walked by a long road, straight as a taut strap. She, pale and motionless as a statue, stood, her eyes seizing every step he took. But the red of his shirt melted into the dark color of his trousers, his step could not be seen, and the dog could not be distinguished from the boots. Nothing could be seen but the cap, and suddenly Yegor turned off sharply into the clearing, and the cap vanished in the greenness. "Goodbye, Yegor Vlasic," whispered Pelagia, and she stood on tiptoe to see the white cap once more. Happiness. A flock of sheep was spending the night on the broad steppe road that is called the Great Highway. 2 shepherds were guarding it. One, a toothless old man of 80 with a tremulous face, was lying on his stomach at the very edge of the road, leaning his elbows on the dusty leaves of a plantain. The other, a young fellow with thick black eyebrows and no mustache, dressed in the coarse canvas of which cheap sacks are made, was lying on his back with his arms under his head, looking upwards at the sky, where the stars were slumbering and the Milky Way lay stretched exactly above his face. The shepherds were not alone. A couple of yards from them in the dusk that shrouded the road, a horse made a patch of darkness, and beside it, leaning against the saddle, stood a man in high boots and a short full-skirted jacket who looked like an overseer on some big estate. Judging from his upright and motionless figure, from his manners, and his behavior to the shepherds and to his horse, he was a serious, reasonable man who knew his own value. Even in the darkness signs could be detected in him of military carriage and of the majestically condescending expression gained by frequent intercourse with the gentry and their stewards. The sheep were asleep. Against the gray background of the dawn, already beginning to cover the eastern part of the sky, the silhouettes of sheep that were not asleep could be seen here and there. They stood with drooping heads, thinking. Their thoughts, tedious and oppressive, called forth by images of nothing but the broad steppe and the sky, the days and the nights, probably weighed upon them themselves, crushing them into apathy. And, standing there as though rooted to the earth, they noticed neither the presence of a stranger nor the uneasiness of the dogs. The drowsy, stagnant air was full of the monotonous noise inseparable from a summer night on the steppes. The grasshoppers chirruped incessantly, the quails called, and the young nightingales trilled languidly half a mile away in a ravine where a stream flowed and willows grew. The overseer had halted to ask the shepherds for a light for his pipe. He lighted it in silence and smoked the whole pipe. Then, still without uttering a word, stood with his elbow on the saddle, plunged in thought. The young shepherd took no notice of him. He still lay gazing at the sky while the old man slowly looked the overseer up and down and then asked, "Why, aren't you Panteli from Makarov's estate?" "That's myself," answered the overseer. "To be sure, I see it is. I didn't know you that is a sign you will be rich. Where has God brought you from?" "From the Kavalievsky fields." "That's a good way. Are you letting the land on the part crop system?" "Part of it, some like that, and some we are letting on lease, and some for raising melons and cucumbers. I have just come from the mill." A big shaggy old sheepdog of a dirty white color, with woolly tufts about its nose and eyes, walked 3 times quietly round the horse, trying to seem unconcerned in the presence of strangers. Then all at once dashed, suddenly from behind at the overseer with an angry aged growl. The other dogs could not refrain from leaping up too. "Lie down, you damned brute," cried the old man, raising himself on his elbow. Blast you, you devil's creature. When the dogs were quiet again, the old man resumed his former attitude and said quietly, "It was at Kavali on Ascension Day that Yefim Zhmenya died. Don't speak of it in the dark, it is a sin to mention such people. He was a wicked old man, I dare say you have heard." "No, I haven't." Yefim Zhmenya, the uncle of Styopka, the blacksmith. The whole district round knew him. Aye, he was a cursed old man, he was. I knew him for 60 years, ever since Tsar Alexander who beat the French was brought from Taganrog to Moscow. We went together to meet the dead Tsar, and in those days the great highway did not run to Bakhmut, but from Eselovka to Gorodishch, and where Kavali is now, there were bustards' nests. There was a bustard's nest at every step. Even then, I had noticed that Yefim had given his soul to damnation, and that the evil one was in him. I have observed that if any man of the peasant class is apt to be silent, takes up with old women's jobs, and tries to live in solitude, there is no good in it. And Yefim from his youth up was always one to hold his tongue and look at you sideways. He always seemed to be sulky and bristling like a cock before a hen. To go to church or to the tavern or to lark in the street with the lads was not his fashion. He would rather sit alone or be whispering with old women. When he was still young, he took jobs to look after the bees and the market gardens. Good folks would come to his market garden sometimes, and his melons were whistling. One day he caught a pike, when folks were looking on, and it laughed aloud, "Ho ho ho ho." "It does happen," said Panteli. The young shepherd turned on his side, and lifting his black eyebrows, stared intently at the old man. "Did you hear the melons whistling?" he asked. "Hear them I didn't, the Lord spared me," sighed the old man, "but folks told me so. It is no great wonder. The evil one will begin whistling in a stone if he wants to. Before the day of freedom, a rock was humming for 3 days and 3 nights in our parts. I heard it myself. The pike laughed because Yefim caught a devil instead of a pike." The old man remembered something. He got up quickly onto his knees, and shrinking as though from the cold, nervously thrusting his hands into his sleeves, he muttered in a rapid womanish gabble, "Lord save us and have mercy upon us. I was walking along the riverbank one day to Novopavlovka. A storm was gathering, such a tempest it was, preserve us Holy Mother, Queen of Heaven. I was hurrying on as best I could. I looked, and beside the path between the thorn bushes, the thorn was in flower at the time, there was a white bullock coming along. I wondered whose bullock it was, and what the devil had sent it there for. It was coming along and swinging its tail and moo-oo-oo. But would you believe it, friends? I overtake it. I come up close, and it's not a bullock, but Yefim, holy, holy, holy. I make the sign of the cross while he stares at me and mutters, showing the whites of his eyes. Wasn't I frightened? We came alongside. I was afraid to say a word to him. The thunder was crashing. The sky was streaked with lightning. The willows were bent right down to the water all at once. My friends, God strike me dead that I die impenitent. A hare ran across the path. It ran and stopped and said like a man, 'Good evening, peasants. Lie down, you brute.' The old man cried to the shaggy dog, who was moving round the horse again, 'Plague take you.'" "It does happen," said the overseer, still leaning on the saddle and not stirring. He said this in the hollow, toneless voice in which men speak when they are plunged in thought. "It does happen," he repeated, in a tone of profundity and conviction. He was a nasty old fellow," the old shepherd went on with somewhat less fervor. 5 years after the freedom, he was flogged by the commune at the office, so to show his spite he took and sent the throat illness upon all Kavali. Folks died out of number, lots and lots of them, just as in cholera. "How did he send the illness?" asked the young shepherd after a brief silence. "We all know how. There is no great cleverness needed where there is a will to it. Yefim murdered people with viper's fat. That is such a poison that folks will die from the mere smell of it, let alone the fat." "That's true," Panteli agreed. "The lads wanted to kill him at the time, but the old people would not let them. It would never have done to kill him. He knew the place where the treasure is hidden, and not another soul did know. The treasures about here are charmed so that you may find them and not see them, but he did see them. At times he would walk along the river bank or in the forest, and under the bushes and under the rocks there would be little flames, little flames, little flames as though from brimstone. I have seen them myself. Everyone expected that Yefim would show people the places or dig the treasure up himself. But he, as the saying is, like a dog in the manger, so he died, without digging it up himself or showing other people. the overseer lit a pipe, and for an instant lighted up his big mustaches and his sharp, stern-looking, and dignified nose. Little circles of light danced from his hands to his cap, raced over the saddle along the horse's back, and vanished in its mane near its ears. "There are lots of hidden treasures in these parts," he said. And slowly stretching, he looked round him, resting his eyes on the whitening east, and added, "There must be treasures." "To be sure," sighed the old man, "one can see from every sign there are treasures, only there is no one to dig them, brother. No one knows the real places. Besides, nowadays you must remember all the treasures are under a charm. To find them and see them you must have a talisman, and without a talisman you can do nothing, lad." Yefim had talismans, but there was no getting anything out of him, the bald devil. He kept them so that no one could get them. The young shepherd crept 2 paces nearer to the old man, and propping his head on his fists, fastened his fixed stare upon him. A childish expression of terror and curiosity gleamed in his dark eyes, and seemed in the twilight to stretch and flatten out the large features of his coarse young face. He was listening intently. "It is even written in the scriptures that there are lots of treasures hidden here," the old man went on. "It is so for sure, and no mistake about it. An old soldier of Novopavlovka was shown at Ivanovka a writing, and in this writing it was printed about the place of the treasure and even how many pounds of gold was in it and the sort of vessel it was in. They would have found the treasures long ago by that writing, only the treasure is under a spell, you can't get at it." "Why can't you get at it, grandfather?" asked the young man. "I suppose there is some reason," the soldier didn't say. "It is under a spell. You need a talisman." The old man spoke with warmth, as though he were pouring out his soul before the overseer. He talked through his nose, and being unaccustomed to talk much and rapidly, stuttered. And conscious of his defects, he tried to adorn his speech with gesticulations of the hands and head and thin shoulders, and at every movement his hempen shirt crumpled into folds, slipped upwards, and displayed his back, black with age and sunburn. He kept pulling it down, but it slipped up again at once. At last, as though driven out of all patience by the rebellious shirt, the old man leaped up and said bitterly, "There is fortune, but what is the good of it if it is buried in the earth? It is just riches wasted with no profit to anyone, like chaff or sheep's dung, and yet there are riches there, lad, fortune enough for all the country round, but not a soul sees it. It will come to this that the gentry will dig it up or the government will take it away. The gentry have begun digging the barrows. They scented something. They are envious of the peasant's luck. The government, too, is looking after itself. It is written in the law that if any peasant finds the treasure, he is to take it to the authorities. I dare say, wait till you get it. There is a brew, but not for you." The old man laughed contemptuously and sat down on the ground. The overseer listened with attention and agreed, but from his silence and the expression of his figure, it was evident that what the old man told him was not new to him, that he had thought it all over long ago, and knew much more than was known to the old shepherd. "In my day, I must own, I did seek for fortune a dozen times," said the old man, scratching himself nervously. "I looked in the right places, but I must have come on treasures under a charm. My father looked for it, too, and my brother, too, but not a thing did they find, so they died without luck. A monk revealed to my brother Ilya the kingdom of heaven be his that in one place in the fortress of Taganrog there was a treasure under 3 stones, and that treasure was under a charm, and in those days it was, I remember, in the year 38 an Armenian used to live at Matveyev Barrow who sold talismans. Ilya bought a talisman, took 2 other fellows with him, and went to Taganrog. Only when he got to the place in the fortress, brother, there was a soldier with a gun standing at the very spot. A sound suddenly broke on the still air and floated in all directions over the steppe. Something in the distance gave a menacing bang, crashed against stone, and raced over the steppe, uttering, ta, 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 ta. When the sound had died away, the old man looked inquiringly at Panteli, who stood motionless and unconcerned. "It's a bucket broken away at the pits," said the young shepherd after a moment's thought. It was by now getting light. The Milky Way had turned pale and gradually melted like snow, losing its outlines. The sky was becoming dull and dingy so that you could not make out whether it was clear or covered thickly with clouds, and only from the bright leaden streak in the east and from the stars that lingered here and there could one tell what was coming. The first noiseless breeze of morning, cautiously stirring the spurges and the brown stalks of last year's grass, fluttered along the road. The overseer roused himself from his thoughts and tossed his head. With both hands he shook the saddle, touched the girth, and, as though he could not make up his mind to mount the horse, stood still again, hesitating. "Yes," he said, "your elbow is near, but you can't bite it. There is fortune, but there is not the wit to find it." And he turned facing the shepherds. His stern face looked sad and mocking, as though he were a disappointed man. "Yes, so one dies without knowing what happiness is like," he said emphatically, lifting his left leg into the stirrup. "A younger man may live to see it, but it is time for us to lay aside all thought of it." Stroking his long mustaches covered with dew, he seated himself heavily on the horse and screwed up his eyes, looking into the distance, as though he had forgotten something or left something unsaid. In the bluish distance, where the furthest visible hillock melted into the mist, nothing was stirring. The ancient barrows, once watch mounds and tombs, which rose here and there above the horizon, and the boundless steppe had a sullen and death-like look. There was a feeling of endless time and utter indifference to man in their immobility and silence. Another 1,000 years would pass, myriads of men would die, while they would still stand as they had stood, with no regret for the dead nor interest in the living, and no soul would ever know why they stood there, and what secret of the steppes was hidden under them. The rooks, awakening, flew one after another in silence over the earth. No meaning was to be seen in the languid flight of those long-lived birds, nor in the morning which is repeated punctually every 24 hours, nor in the boundless expanse of the steppe. The overseer smiled and said, "What space, Lord have mercy upon us, you would have a hunt to find treasure in it. Here," he went on, dropping his voice and making a serious face, "here there are 2 treasures buried for a certainty. The gentry don't know of them, but the old peasants, particularly the soldiers, know all about them. Here, somewhere on that ridge," the overseer pointed with his whip, "robbers one time attacked a caravan of gold. The gold was being taken from Petersburg to the Emperor Peter, who was building a fleet at the time at Voronezh. The robbers killed the men with the caravan and buried the gold, but did not find it again afterwards. Another treasure was buried by our Cossacks of the Don. In the year 12, they carried off lots of plunder of all sorts from the French, goods and gold and silver. When they were going homewards, they heard on the way that the government wanted to take away all the gold and silver from them. Rather than give up their plunder like that to the government for nothing, the brave fellows took and buried it, so that their children, anyway, might get it. But where they buried it, no one knows." "I have heard of those treasures," the old man muttered grimly. "Yes," Panteli pondered again, "so it is." A silence followed. The overseer looked dreamily into the distance, gave a laugh and pulled the rein, still with the same expression as though he had forgotten something or left something unsaid. The horse reluctantly started at a walking pace. After riding 100 paces, Panteli shook his head resolutely, roused himself from his thoughts, and lashing his horse, set off at a trot. The shepherds were left alone. "That was Panteli from Makarov's estate," said the old man. "He gets 150 a year, and provisions found, too. He is a man of education." The sheep, waking up there, were about 3,000 of them, began without zest to while away the time, nipping at the low, half-trampled grass. The sun had not yet risen, but by now all the barrows could be seen, and like a cloud in the distance, Sower's grave with its peaked top. If one clambered up on that tomb, one could see the plain from it, level and boundless as the sky. One could see villages, manor houses, the settlements of the Germans and of the Malakani, and a long-sighted Kalmuck could even see the town and the railway station. Only from there could one see that there was something else in the world besides the silent steppe and the ancient barrows, that there was another life that had nothing to do with buried treasure and the thoughts of sheep. The old man felt beside him for his crooked long stick with a hook at the upper end and got up. He was silent and thoughtful. The young shepherd's face had not lost the look of childish terror and curiosity. He was still under the influence of what he had heard in the night and impatiently awaiting fresh stories. "Grandfather," he asked, getting up and taking his crook, "what did your brother Ilya do with the soldier?" The old man did not hear the question. He looked absent-mindedly at the young man and answered, mumbling with his lips, "I keep thinking, Sanka, about that writing that was shown to that soldier at Ivanovka. I didn't tell Panteli, God be with him, but you know in that writing the place was marked out so that even a woman could find it. Do you know where it is? At Bigata Bilachka, at the spot. You know, where the ravine parts like a goose's foot into 3 little ravines. Id is the middle one. Well, will you dig? I will try my luck. And, grandfather, what will you do with the treasure when you find it? Do with it, laughed the old man. If only I could find it then, I would show them all. I should know what to do. And the old man could not answer what he would do with the treasure if he found it. That question had presented itself to him that morning probably for the first time in his life, and judging from the expression of his face, indifferent and uncritical, it did not seem to him important and deserving of consideration. In Sanka's brain, another puzzled question was stirring. Why was it only old men searched for hidden treasure, and what was the use of earthly happiness to people who might die any day of old age? But Sanka could not put this perplexity into words, and the old man could scarcely have found an answer to it. An immense crimson sun came into view surrounded by a faint haze. Broad streaks of light, still cold, bathing in the dewy grass, lengthening out with a joyous air as though to prove they were not weary of their task, began spreading over the earth. The silvery wormwood, the blue flowers of the pig's onion, the yellow mustard, the cornflowers all burst into gay colors, taking the sunlight for their own smile. The old shepherd and Sanka parted and stood at the further sides of the flock. Both stood like posts, without moving, staring at the ground and thinking. The former was haunted by thoughts of fortune, the latter was pondering on what had been said in the night. What interested him was not the fortune itself, which he did not want and could not imagine, but the fantastic, fairy tale character of human happiness. 100 sheep started and, in some inexplicable panic as at a signal, dashed away from the flock. And as though the thoughts of the sheep tedious and oppressive had, for a moment, infected Sanka also, he, too, dashed aside in the same inexplicable animal panic. But at once he recovered himself and shouted, "You crazy creatures, you've gone mad, plague take you." When the sun, promising long hours of overwhelming heat, began to bake the earth, all living things that in the night had moved and uttered sounds were sunk in drowsiness. The old shepherd and Sanka stood with their crooks on opposite sides of the flock, stood without stirring, like fakirs at their prayers, absorbed in thought. They did not heed each other. Each of them was living in his own life. The sheep were pondering, too.